Good morning. My name is Felicia Orth. I'm a hearing officer appointed by the Oil Conservation Commission to conduct a hearing in the matter of proposed amendments to the Commission's rules addressing chemical disclosure and the use of PFAS substances for oil and gas extraction. Docketed as case number 23580. We have come to we're on the third day of hearing, and we've come to another opportunity to offer non-technical public comment. Just a few things. I will call on anyone in the room who's present to offer public comment. I'm going to go to the platform first, and we'll take comment from the platform as well. For each of you, please be sure you haven't already made comment this week. You can take comment once from you orally. You can add whatever you'd like to say in writing and send that to Sheila Apodaca. Will be provided to the Commission for their deliberations. Oral public comment is limited to 3 minutes. And before I start the stopwatch, I will ask you to state and spell your name.
Madam Hearing Officer, can we pause just 1 second? Someone in the audience has their volume on your laptop or on a computer. Is it from the phone? Is it from online? If we could get everybody to please mute on your end, unless you're going to be talking.
Well, yeah, and I hope everyone will stay mute until Madai goes to you to unmute you.
Sorry, Madam Hearing Officer. I think we're back online.
Yeah, thank you very much. Also, if you are more comfortable offering your public comment in Spanish, we will have an interpreter available at the 8:30 session tomorrow morning. Please rejoin us then if you would prefer to offer your comment in Spanish. So let's see, the two folks who signed up in advance were Sister Joan Brown. I think I saw you. I believe, are you number 6 there? Yes. All right, thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth? You're muted. Hold on. Can you unmute? It's
Where? Sorry.
Oh, there you are.
I didn't know which mic you were using. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. So I have your name, and I will start your 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth? Yes?
Yes.
All right. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Hearing Officer and Commission. My name is Joan Brown. I'm a Franciscan sister and with Interfaith Power and Light, New Mexico and El Paso. And thank you for this hearing, and also thank you for offering Spanish translation, at least for tomorrow for folks. I'm here because we really believe that the Commission has statutory authority to adopt these rules and therefore create transparency and equitable access to data to address public health, the environment, and fresh waters, which we're very, very concerned over. I'd like to read just a couple of sections from a faith leader letter where we've gathered more than 40 faith leader signatures. I will send this in electronically, and I'll also be sending in electronically a number of petitions that people have signed in general. So regarding care of creation, the National Association of Evangelicals issued a report in 2022 calling followers to worship God by caring for creation. And then Pope Francis has called for a radical change in how people interact with water in particular, and said access to safe drinking water is not a commodity, and that everyone should have access as we work to address the climate crisis and care for our common home. We know about the report from Physicians for Social Responsibility that confirms the oil and gas industry uses PFAS in hydraulic fracturing operations in New Mexico. And I think everyone here is very aware of the chemicals, the high toxicity, and the effects on human health and water, and that this will last forever. I'd like to mention just a couple of stories. Interfaith Power and Light works closely with impacted communities and people of faith and faith leaders in the Permian Basin. And so going down there many times over the last more than 10 years, I've heard a number of stories. I'd like to just highlight two short stories. One was from a gentleman that I met, who remained anonymous, who drove produced water trucks. I said, do you drive produced water trucks? He says, oh, I don't call it that. I call it nasty stuff. That's not water. And then he also said, I said, well, where do you put this? He said, anywhere. The second story that I'd like to share was from a mother and a wife and a very dedicated, brave woman who lives with her family down there, and her husband works in the oil field, and he works with these chemicals. And she said he comes home at night and his clothing is just caked. It stands up by itself. And the children want to hug him. And he says, no, you cannot. I have to take these off first. So they're trying to protect their children, their families. All that ran through my mind when I heard this story were the stories from my Navajo and Laguna and Acoma friends who had worked in the uranium mines, would take off their clothing. The women would wash it. And many of the people there are dying of cancer. In the past and currently and into the future, because they did not know and they were not protected. I feel we're in
Sister, would you wrap up, please?
Yes, I will. So just in closing, it is a moral responsibility that there be transparency and accountability to protect public health and the environment. So we urge you to adopt disclosure rules and to increase decision-making capabilities that will help our impacted communities, our sacred water, and all of us across the state. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The other person who signed up in advance for this morning is Todd Winward, and I believe I saw him on the platform. Todd Winward.
Hi there. Are you able to see me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
If you would please spell your last name.
It's Wynward.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I will start your 3 minutes.
Thank you in advance for deep listening to this. And I'm a licensed Mennonite minister up at the headwaters of the Rio Grande, a little farther north. And just really the idea of doing unto those downstream as you would have those upstream do unto you is a real motto for myself and others. And we have a multicultural alliance up here who is really dealing with the problem of plastic pollution. And I bring that up to you because I hope with the PFAS forever chemicals like plastic, once you know, it's our moral duty to do something about it. And so being transparent in my own life up here, I began to realize how addicted I was to petroleum and to plastic. And it became a throwaway culture that I don't want to be part of. And I gathered with my other people who see ourselves as responsible stewards of the land because we live here and are blessed by the land to take care of the land for the seventh generations as well as today. And so I myself have taken on responsibility to be transparent about my own plastic and the addiction our community has to plastic and what can we do about it. And so we're naming out loud and being transparent about things that once we now know the damage to plastic, we're teaching our children to not use plastic in the way that we have. And so I encourage you all to really think about that. Now that you know, there's no excuse for us to keep going the way we've been. And to be transparent is the only honest solution. And to reduce our use of things that we know are toxic, it's the most community-based thing I can imagine. So I thank you for listening to that. I just have a simple request to let's be responsible for our own waste management. Let's be responsible for sleeping in the not pooping in our own beds. And let's please be responsible about forever chemicals so that we don't inherit a legacy of toxicity for the future. Thank you for listening, and thank you for considering changes in practices and policies and in transparency.
Thank you, Reverend Woodward. A third person I had sign up earlier was Clara Sims. I believe she's also on the platform.
Hello. Yes,
Hello. Ms. Sims, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
And your last name is spelled with one M?
Correct.
All right, I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Claire Sims. I was born and raised in Los Lunas, and I serve as Assistant Minister of First Congregational United Church of Christ in Albuquerque, and as the Assistant Director of New Mexico Interfaith Power and Light. And as a faith leader, I speak in solidarity with those who have spoken before me, uplifting the sacred gift of water and our collective responsibility to protect the health and integrity of water as that which gives life to all life. Water is not a commodity to be manipulated at the whims of profit. Water is sacred. It is our most commonly held need, the most basic and essential element of our shared humanity. Banning the use of PFAS and other non-disclosed chemicals proven toxic to human and more than human health for generations is, I pray, an obvious choice for the common good of people and planet alike. Implementing chemical disclosure requirements for the use of PFAS and other non-disclosed chemicals is, I pray, an obvious choice of public accountability for the protection of people you have been commissioned to serve. New Mexicans want and deserve to celebrate the lives of future generations without fearing the impacts of PFAS and other toxic chemicals leaching into our groundwater from oil and gas operations and spills. As people of faith, we understand the moral imperative to protect the most vulnerable among us, including people and the land and water that gives us life. By any measure of justice, a few people profiting from trade secrets should never be more important than protecting our lives and our children's lives. Thank you for hearing my comment and those of everyone who has chosen to participate in this hearing. For the common good of us all, please ban the use of PFAS and other non-disclosed chemicals, and ensure that transparency and accountability are at the very least upheld in all chemical use in oil and gas operations going forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Reverend Sims. That is the 3 folks I had sign up ahead of time. Madai, if you would just like to go 1, 2, 3, we'll do it that way. Let's see, this is Penny Elena M.
I'm sorry, I'm on here twice and I didn't know how to get rid of that first one. I'm Penelope Maines.
Okay, thank you. And if you would please spell Maines for us.
Maeinz.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
I've been a resident of New Mexico for 42 years. You have heard about the study and report by Physicians for Social Responsibility, the dangers of PFAS to health, and other very important facts. I'll get a little personal. I was born in the 1940s, before PFAS were commonly used in manufacturing. I have had good health, but I mourn for the people coming behind me who may meet life's many challenges with the added burden of poor health or even shortened lives due to PFAS in our water here. So yes, we need a ban on PFAS. Poison is defined as a substance capable of causing the illness or death of a living organism when introduced or absorbed. PFAS are obviously poisons, and trade secrets could also be called poison cloaks or poison covers. So yes, we need a ban on PFAS. The idiom poison the well came from ancient warfare, when warriors would poison the drinking water, the well of the opposing army, so the poisoned warriors could be more easily beaten. In a switch on history, The oil and gas companies are walking away with a victory in profits, leaving New Mexicans with weakened health and futures. So yes, we need a ban. I believe we need a ban on PFAS and undisclosed chemicals in oil and gas drilling in New Mexico, because oil and gas profits, trade secrets, and efficient technology are less important than the health and futures of New Mexican residents. And let's use some of the state's money to employ enough people to thoroughly enforce the ban, because nothing is more important than the health and futures of New Mexicans. Francis Oldham Kelsey was a pharmacologist and physician who stopped the sale of thalidomide in the United States in 1960. She stood up to intense pressure, but saved thousands of babies from being born with serious deformities. She'd want the state of New Mexico to protect its residents. Yes, we need a ban on PFAS and undisclosed chemicals in oil and gas drilling in New Mexico.
Please wrap
Thank
up,
you.
Ms. Means. Oh, well, thank you. All right. Next, we have Abby. Let's see here. Shepherd.
Yes, hello.
All right. Hello. ABBY. And if you would spell Shepherd, please.
Yeah, SHEPARD.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. And thank you, commissioners, for being here and for listening to these comments. I'm calling in from Santa Fe County, New Mexico, and I'm here today to support this proposed rulemaking that would prohibit the use of PFAS in oil and gas drilling, development, and production, and further prohibit the use of any undisclosed chemicals in fracking operations. PFAS and the oil and gas industry's undisclosed chemicals don't just pose a risk to the communities and the water surrounding the industry's operations. The chemicals pose a risk to all of us here in New Mexico because we are all connected. And our water is a clear demonstration of that connection. Water flows through the earth and through our bodies. We are 60% water. Water is life. Yet every day, the oil and gas industry endangers our water, averaging 4 that includes PFAS and hundreds of other unknown chemicals slowly seeping into our groundwater and into our bodies. New Mexicans are especially vulnerable to these spills, given 87% of our public water supply comes from groundwater. It is terrifying to me that even the smallest amount of PFAS can lead to very damaging health impacts: kidney cancer, testicular cancer, thyroid disease, high cholesterol, reproductive and developmental toxicity, and more. As someone who watched their mother fight breast cancer, I can tell you firsthand that it's an experience that I wouldn't wish on anyone. Cancer is brutal, and it is imperative that we do everything we can to stop known carcinogens like PFAS from entering our environment. And that starts with this rulemaking. We must stop PFAS from entering our environment in every way we can, and we must know what other toxic chemicals might be entering our water so we can adequately protect it. That means we need the oil and gas industry to disclose what other chemicals are used in fracking if we have any shot at living in healthy environments. So-called trade secrets only serve to protect the industry's profit and its contamination of our health, land, air, and water. And among many things, I'm also a student of Buddhism and yoga. One of the core teachings in these traditions and in the traditions of many of the Pueblo people here in New Mexico is that we are all interconnected. There's no separation between me and you, between us and the earth. What affects one affects all. So what happens in one part of our state affects us all. When our water is contaminated in Clovis or Holloman Air Force Base, it can affect us all the way up here in Santa Fe and Farmington, even across state and country lines. Regardless of what zip code we live in or the color of our skin, we all deserve the freedom to drink clean water and live in healthy communities. This rulemaking is a step in this direction, so I urge you to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd. Next, we have Jeanette. Let's see here. Is Scott
It is ISCAT. Thank you so much.
If you would spell that, please.
ISKAT.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. So my name's Jeanette ISCAT. I live in San Miguel County in Villanueva, and you can maybe see the mesa behind me. This place was known as El Valle de los Palos Amarillos, the Valley of the Yellow Trees. So what you see behind me is our bosque on the Pecos River. We have been dealing with the aftermath of Hermit's Peak and the Calf Canyon fires, even downstream. We see how our watershed is so impacted by the chemicals. We are protesting the Torero potential mine up there, where again, the resources, there's a Superfund site up there that's been untreated for decades, right? When I tell people where I'm lucky enough to live in Villanueva, I hear these stories of place, beauty, relations, and that sense of querencia, place, right? How we hold this land together, whether we are new, like me, right? 15 years here, so people are like, oh, she might stay. Or whether you are the indigenous people who have been here for millennia, right? I don't know what they used to say hundreds of years ago, right? But I know here what we say now is agua es vida. Water is life. We see these false energy solutions. We sit in a state and you can see this beautiful warm sunshine. I'm under. We have so much power here. We could be literally powering our state and beyond with the sun. But instead, we're putting the profits into the pockets of oil companies and destroying this beautiful sacred land and earth. The shirt I'm wearing says, it's by activist Tara Terrell, and her father was an activist. She is an activist. And it says, stop fracking Mother Earth, right? We see the implications of climate change. We watch the flooding. We see the car soups. I believe as New Mexico goes, so could the United States. The history of this America, this US, starts here. We have this potential to be leaders. We really do. And we have to fight these companies. We have seen the history of how New Mexico has been a dumping ground and a literal test site. We have seen Los Alamos come in, destroy villages, move people out, destroy water tables. We have seen them attempt to bring WIP back after all of their bad practices, destroying the water of the Tewa peoples, right? We see the people of Trinity still uncompensated, decades deep, generations of illness and loss. These oil companies, with their false promises, their junk science, they buy the best that they can buy. And we see it.
Mrs. Scott, would you wrap up, please?
Sure. I just wanted to say thank you very much to the elected representatives of this commission. We need you to ban the PFAS. We will watch you. We won't forget your choices, and we thank you for being in alignment with us.
Thank you, Mrs. Scott. Let's see, next we have Anita Amstutz.
Yes, Anita, A-N-I-T-A. Amstutz, A-M as in moon, S as in sun, T-U-T-Z.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I affirm to tell the truth.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Yes, I want to thank the commission for allowing community witness. I trust that not only your ears are open, but your hearts are open as well to what the people are speaking. I want to thank my fellow and sister community leaders and citizens who have spoken up. What really spoke to me was Penelope's words about poisoning a well as a warfare tactic. And that's what we're facing right now. Why would we wantonly allow industry or any other entity to poison our watershed or ecosystem? I speak as the founder and director of Think Like a Bee, which is a nonprofit pollinator advocacy group. We have been working for over a decade, and as you can imagine, we are deeply engaged and care about our food system. So our food health is at risk when we allow PFAS and any other forever chemical to get into our watershed. It affects all of us. And this rulemaking in a new administrative time, we have a new administration in the federal government, and they will not be overseeing or enforcing any water, clean air, and they will be tearing that down. So I would say the onus is upon you as a commission who has been vested with the trust of the community to oversee and be public servants of our own health, to ensure what we can do here in this state. And I would agree that we have one of the most beautiful states in the country, and the water and the land is a gift given to humans. It is not something that we it is a gift. And when a gift is given, you honor it and you give thanks. So it is our job as citizens to continue to speak out and watchdog our water and our land. And it is your job as a commission to oversee that the public health is ensured, and making sure we don't have ongoing chemicals continuing to leach or just be poured directly into our water, because we know that industry and corporate interests will always override any kind of public health. Profit is most important. Profit is king in this country, and it continues to be that way. And so we are speaking out and asking you to create safeguards so that we might live, and the next generation will live, as well as the wildlife and the animals and every being that is absolutely dependent on water. So I thank you for your time, for listening, and I ask that you act in the best interest of our public health, not in the interest of for-profit industries.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Amstutz. Next, we have Alejandra, let's see here, Lyons? Yes, all right.
Yes, Alejandria.
Alejandria, thank you. Lyons. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
All right, I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Commission. My name is Alejandria Lyons. I am the coalition coordinator for New Mexico No Fault Solutions. We are also participants of the Defend NM Water Coalition. We thank you for having and holding this hearing and listening to the citizens of New Mexico. I really want to uplift the previous commenter, Anita's comment, because we are in the midst of a war on regulation. We are going to see mass deregulation in our lifetime, in my lifetime. I am only 30 years old. I have thyroid issues. My mother had thyroid issues. We have breast cancer in our family, and all the way down to my great grandmother. I'm a Chicana. We are tied to a acequia in Peralta, and all of these things are going to go upstream, downstream. Water is life in New Mexico, and we have some of the best rules in the United States to protect our water, not only the water rights, but also our groundwater. Everything is connected. I appreciate everybody who has spoken about not only how this affects humans, but also our plants, our animals, because they are all our relatives in New Mexico. This is a sentiment that I think it doesn't matter where you come from, what your race is. In New Mexico, we love our water, we care about our water, and that's why we're here. And we want you, and we ask you to join us in this fight. Polluters, they spread disinformation. They believe in things such as chemical phobia. They believe that it is more important to keep these chemicals disclosed from the public rather than giving us this information because they believe that we don't know what to do with that information. Those are the same sentiments as somebody echoed. This is what happened when Trinity. They said that there weren't enough people to let us New Mexicans know that it's important to know that we are being a testing site for nuclear power. And we have seen how that has opened the doors to the rest of the world to continue to contaminate their land, air, and water. New Mexico will no longer be a testing ground. Information leads to power. Dishonesty and misinformation leads to abuse. Today, we ask you all to join us because this is not just going to be about me. This is not going to be just about my children's generation, but those to come. And we have really great books on the laws in New Mexico. I think back in maybe it was 2020, we passed a mini NEPA in New Mexico. Let's protect our water. The Clean, Safe Water Drinking Act is not going to be enforced. We are seeing Chevron deference being struck down. This Supreme Court is not going to be in our favor when it comes to us protecting our air, land, and water. So we ask you to join us in this fight for all New Mexicans for futures to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons. Next, we have, Sister Marlene Parrott. Would you spell your last name, please? You're still muted. No, you're still muted.
The mic should be along the top there. You can't find it? Hmm.
Neither of the mics will unmute on her computer, so she's going to come to mine. But actually, Juliana is ahead of her anyway, so maybe she could go first.
All righty, thank you. Juliana
Funkhauser.
Funkhauser. All righty, thank you. If you would spell both of those, please.
Sure. G like giraffe, I-U-L-I-A-N-A. And Funkhauser's F like Frank, U-N-K-H-O-U-S like shark, E-R.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I will start your 3 minutes.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me here. My name is Juliana Funkhauser. I'm an artist and resident of Utuado, Puerto Rico. In 2018, I participated in several investigations through the Resolana Art Collective to better understand how toxic waste from industrial and military activities were being utilized, stored, and dumped around the USA. While our project focused on commonalities between management and subsequent leaks associated with such activities along Hunters Point in San Francisco, California, and Carlsbad, New Mexico, I privately noted the similarities to chemical weapons and herbicide development and testing around the rainforests of Puerto Rico as well. A through line connecting each of these cases is an effort to reuse or simply dump industrial refuse without properly comprehending or sharing information about its chemical makeup to locals. Even lists in a format similar to ingredient labels affixed to food products around the USA could help protect people, animals, and the environment from a variety of health and environmental hazards. Not disclosing details about the contents of polluted fracking water may result in offloading the inconvenience of costly cleanup by companies involved, with the burden of toxic carcinogens placed on the lands and peoples of the areas affected. Between 2013 and 2022, oil and gas companies injected more than 3,600 New Mexico wells with pollution and a class of chemicals that includes multiple PFAS. Without disclosure requirements, such as the ones put in place in Colorado and California already, there is no way for regulators to verify or enforce a prohibition of PFAS in oil and gas operations. I'm here in solidarity with my fellow New Mexicans who kindly invited us to share and celebrate life through music and art. My perspective has deeply moved and shifted while pondering the effects of a decade of fracking activities on ancient lakes and rivers flowing through the Carlsbad Caverns. While closing off parts of the caverns to protect visitors from polluted water exposure is unfortunate, what's devastating is already documented health issues being detected, especially in younger generations of New Mexicans living within areas of high exposure due to local groundwater contamination with PFAS and other chemicals. Carcinogens, immune system effects, changes in blood chemistry, and kidney toxicity are all health effects associated with chronic oral exposure to such chemicals. Currently, oil and gas industry refuse is exempt from hazardous waste regulations under state and federal law. So the amount of toxic chemicals disposed of in special waste landfills accepting these materials across New Mexico is unknown. It is imperative that the Commission prohibit the use of PFAS in oil and gas industry operations. Doing so will regulate the disposal of these waste products, which will be a huge leap towards ensuring considerate water management for a healthy, carcinogen-free environment for New Mexicans and their neighbors to thrive in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Funkhauser. I'm going to take one more comment from the platform from Sister Marlene, and then are you here to offer public comment? I will come to you in the room. Let's see.
Joan Brown.
Yes. You're muted. There you are.
Okay.
There you are. If you would please spell your last name.
P as in Peter, ERROTTE.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, Commission. I am Sister Marlene Perot, and a woman of faith and very concerned about water. When President Bush and Cheney came into the government, Vice President Cheney had a gathering of oil and gas industries, and they brought forth the Halliburton exemption for the Clean Water Act. And I have been so concerned about that for so many years because they did not have to disclose the chemicals that they were using in hydraulic factory. So I am so happy to participate today in demanding a ban and a disclosure of these chemicals. Because you have the authority, the statute authority to protect us from unknown chemicals being put into our waters. I thank you because it also helps us to understand what is going on with so much produced water. All these chemicals are coming up, and a lot of them we do not know what they are. So I am very, very glad that the Commission is going to protect our waters for chemical disclosure and to update chemical disclosure requirements so that the public knows when the dangerous chemicals are used around our state. The Commission does have that statutory authority to adopt these rules, and I urge the Commission to protect the United States and the New Mexico waters from all of these abuse and that are bringing forth multiple negative health effects, including cancer, birth defects, reproductive problems, decreased vaccine response. These forever chemicals must be banned. I urge you to adopt the PFAS and chemical disclosure rule to increase decision-making capabilities for frontline communities, elected officials, emergency first responders, regional authorities, and others. And let us remember, we are impelled to love our neighbor rather than the oil and gas industry over health and well-being of our earth community. It is a moral responsibility, finally, to be transparent and accountable to protect public health and the environment. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, sister. All right, let me come into the room here. If you would please come to the microphone at that stand. Thank you, Madai. If you would state and spell your first and last name, please.
My first name is Avis, Avis, and my last name is Kearns, Kerns.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
As you know, my name is Avis Kearns. I'm a member of the Santa Ana Pueblo. I was born and raised in Albuquerque, and I live there now. New Mexico is my home, and I love it with my whole heart. From the land itself to all of the life that inhabits it, it is precious to me. I'm here to represent myself, the people I care about, the people I don't know, and all of the voiceless life forms that cannot represent themselves. The fact that there is fracking in New Mexico at all is irresponsible, selfish, and dangerous. The least the state could do for allowing companies to destroy our land is require those companies to use or to be open and honest about what they are using to do it. Access to knowledge about what chemicals will be in food, air, and water should be a human right, especially when those chemicals are carcinogenic and toxic. No economic benefits are worth the devastating impacts on the environment these companies will cause. I know we live in a world that values money over life, but New Mexico does not have to participate in that ideology. The people who live here trust the people they chose to represent them, to care about their lives, their families, and their home. If there is one thing I love about living in America, it is that each state has the right to decide what is best for their citizens, even when the country fails to protect them. I want to be proud to live in New Mexico, especially in times like these. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kearns, and thank you for your patience. Please. You would state and spell your first and last name.
Dr. Christina M. Castro, Castro.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Good morning, Commission. As mentioned, my name is Christina Castro. I am here representing the communities of Taos Pueblo, Jemez Pueblo, and all land-based Nuevo Mexicanos. It's nice to see another Indigenous person in the room. I have recently come off of ceremonies in our Pueblo at Jemez on November 12th. Many Indigenous people in New Mexico don't even know about these commission hearings. It's almost a very privileged position to even know that these go on. It's not that we don't care, we just have a different worldview. Our feast day this past Tuesday was a prayerful ceremony that has been going on since time immemorial to pray and advocate in our own way for our lands and our waters and our communities. It's hard to come and do this, to keep coming to these kind of testimonies to what I feel is stating the obvious. I'm also a birth advocate, and I have a grassroots organization here in town, Three Sisters Collective. I'm wearing the sweatshirt today for Birth in My Heart Breath of My Heart Birth Center in Espanola. It's the only Indigenous-led birth center, I think, in the nation. And we often talk about water being the first environment for any human. And so when we think about it from that level of we all come from the water, we're a part of the water, we're connected to the water, it really moves me to present myself in these spaces to advocate in ways that most of my community members either can't because they don't have the capacity to do that, they have to work, or they just simply don't know that these venues exist. So, just thinking about coming off of these ceremonies, our people have been living in alignment with the environment since time immemorial. And it's interesting to note that within less than 100 years, we've had to face all these onslaughts of environmental degradation at the hands of colonialism, nuclear colonialism, extractive industry. And so we had been taking care of the land forever, and it was pristine and it was beautiful. And we were a part of the land, and the land was us, and the water is us. And here we are within less than 100 years having to face this onslaught of ongoing assault on our people, our lifeways, our spirituality. This is a hard path to walk as an advocate for the people. But here I am again doing this. And I ask for you all to think about your future generations. I dropped my daughter off at school at Wood Gormley this morning, and I came here today. I have lots of other things to do, but I have to come because who else will do that for my people? So I ask you all to think with your hearts and to not fall to corporate interests in your decision making, because you all are living here now. Wherever you came from, somehow you ended up here in New Mexico, and now you have positions of leadership, and you have the opportunity to do what's right for your children, your children's children. And also, when you think about New Mexico, it's a tourist economy here. Santa Fe is a huge tourist driven city. The whole city's economic backbone is tourism. And so what do people come here for? They come here for our culture, indigenous culture, food, jewelry, aesthetics. They come to experience nature, wildlife, hunting. So when you're making decisions, you have to think about that too. It's like people are coming here to experience our natural world. And how can you promote tourism when you have communities that are so impacted negatively by these industries? How does that work when people are suffering from cancers and miscarriages and the ongoing effects of extractive industries? And it's gross.
Please wrap up, Dr. Jackson.
So, here I am, and I'll continue to come, and I hope you'll listen. And thank you so much. And peace and blessings to all of you and your families. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to offer non-technical public comment this morning? There will be 2 more opportunities that I'm sure of. One will be at 4:30 this afternoon, and the next, approximately 4:30, and the next will be at 8:30 tomorrow morning. And at the 8:30 a.m. session, there will be an interpreter to provide interpretation between Spanish and English. Anyone else at all? All right, we're going to return to the technical case then. Let me greet Ms. Nanasi, who is joining us on behalf of New Energy Economy, and ask if there is anything that we need to talk about before we go back to Mr. Powell. Anything at all? No? Okay, well, Mr. Powell, you're up.
Madam Hearing Examiner,
Yes.
this is Marielle Nanasi. I did bring copies of the rebuttal testimony, paper copies, for you and the commission and the hearing the administrator, excuse me. So if you'd like me to tender them, I will at whatever time is appropriate.
Yeah, when we get there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, perhaps on the morning break. All right. So, Mr. Powell, you are still sworn, and Mr. Tremaine, if you would, please.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, Commission, and parties, and public. I am going to start sharing screen again so we can return to where we left off yesterday. All right. Good morning, Mr. Powell. From your recollection, did we cover everything that needs to be addressed in OCD's proposed changes to 19.15.7 yesterday?
We did.
Okay. Thank you. Could you please, I'll refer you to OCD Exhibit 4, page 40. If you could please summarize OCD's proposed changes represented on this slide under Part 14.
So Part 14 regulates what is in the APDs. So for OCD, we're looking at the ban of PFAS. We're not supportive of the inclusion of undisclosed chemicals, as previously discussed, and that this would be done through a certification to the form.
Mr. Powell, did I understand you to state that the ban would be affected through a certification process?
That is correct.
Could you specifically address the changes represented on page 41?
So on page 41, OCD added additives that contain PFAS chemicals. We struck downhole operations and changed it to completion or recompletion. I'd like to touch on that slightly. A lot of the discussion coming up to this rulemaking was concerning downhole or completion and recompletion and the chemical additives used in there. I believe Wild Earth Guardians was looking at being more encompassing to downhole operations. OCD doesn't object to using downhole operations. It just, because we were talking about completion and recompletion, that's why that was changed. But we don't object to the use of the language downhole operations.
Okay. So, Mr. Powell, if OCD is open to inclusion of downhole operations in this section, strike that. Let me back up. In yesterday's testimony, I believe you outlined that OCD had struck downhole operations as a definition. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. If OCD is willing to modify this section to include downhole operations, do you believe that including a definition of downhole operations is necessary?
I do not, because again, it's still a commonly used term for any operations that happen in the well.
I think we're going to cover this as we move through later, but I want to clarify here. Does OCD consider water used during drilling or completions activities as a chemical additive that would be covered by this section?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Moving on to section 14.10a, could you please summarize for the commission what the section represents and the changes proposed by OCD on slide 42?
So for this section, again, this is for drilling permits. OCD is just trying to streamline this because the statements and the certifications were included in 14.9. So instead of regurgitating those requirements, it's just a cleanup in reference to the prior section.
Is that summary represented on page 43?
It is.
Okay. Do you have anything to add or clarify based on this slide?
I don't. Well, I would say it is consistent with the way we referenced the rule subsection in 5.9 as a APD condition as well. So it's consistent with that language.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Powell, could you please summarize for the commission the section and the changes referenced on page 44?
So this section is getting into 1617, which is over the chemical treatment, shooting. So the actual operations of the well. There's going to be expansive changes to this section that the OCD is proposing, both to Wild Earth Guardians, and then we'll cover the changes to NMOGAs later. So this is how the rule would actually be implemented if there was a breach in integrity, those kind of things.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Could you please specifically describe the changes on page 45?
So the first one is simply lowercasing, completing. See. The middle part, the strike of the division, is just for for syntax. The end is clarifying it's for the loss of containment or any damage.
Okay. So, Mr. Pell, to clarify, we talked about in the previous section changing the language to downhole operations. Is that change necessary in this section? And please explain your opinion.
I do not believe so, because downhole operations would be covered under the treatment of a well as well. So it would be complete under the completing, shooting, fracturing, or treating of a well.
Right. Mr. Powell, does OCD agree with the proposal represented on page 46?
Yes, we're in agreement with that proposal.
All right, moving on to page 47.
Madam Hearing Examiner, excuse me. Could we have Mr. Tremaine go back to the last slide, please, and just state what he's referring to instead of just what page number it's on, but when he asked that question, just to have a little bit more clarity for the record.
I'm not sure what you're asking. So if we're looking at this slide,
he just said, my understanding is that Mr. Powell just answered, do you agree with what Wild Earth Guardians proposed? But if we could have something more specific, like to the change of rules proposed at 19.15.16.17.A1 and back, just so that the record is clear, because if you don't have this slide with the record, then it's not as clear for the record. So that's all I'm asking for.
Okay. Mr. Tremaine, I have been following along with the page numbers just fine, but I will leave it to you. The section, subsection, subsection seems long, but I'll leave it to you.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Yeah, I was trying to not put the commission to sleep. If someone read section numbers to me, I might struggle with that. I do agree. We want to be clear for the record. So I am trying to reference the OCD exhibit and slide in each one, but I'll endeavor to be as clear as possible.
Thank you.
Mr. Powell, I'm going to ask you the same question about OCD Exhibit 4, page 47, which addresses the subsequent subsection in Part 16. Could you please describe this change in OCD's reasoning represented on the slide for the Commission?
So the biggest addition to this section is OCD's proposal for receiving trade secret information or proprietary information, whatever we're calling it through the rule, because we don't endorse the ban on proprietary chemicals. So the OCD built this section in receiving that consistent with the state statutes for receiving that information if there is an integrity breach to the well.
And Mr. Powell, this section does this section contemplate disclosure of proprietary chemicals to the Oil Conservation Division?
It does.
Could you please describe your thinking or reasoning for advocating for that as opposed to another form of disclosure?
So to be consistent with the state statutes, what we were looking at is if there is a breach to the well, OCD would get with the operator and also look at the frac disclosures and receive all chemicals that were used in the well. The operator and their chemical companies would be the ones that would have all that information. So it lines out what that disclosure would look like, what that evaluation would look like to identify potentially harmful chemicals that would have to then be tested for.
I want to flesh that out a little bit, what get with the operator looks like. So under this section, what would happen with a well to trigger such a disclosure?
A loss of integrity of the well. So if an operator is doing completion activities, this would actually be probably more inclusive if we use downhole operations. If an operator's working on a well, there is a loss of containment of the well, loss of integrity of the well. At that point, there would be a review performed of all chemicals that could be in that fluid stream. Those chemicals would be evaluated for that in that fluid stream to see if anything is potentially harmful. And then that would be setting the testing methods and the test parameters to perform the investigation to see if those chemicals are in that fluid stream, and further investigation needs to be performed.
Okay. And in terms of a loss of containment from the well, does that mean that the fluid stream would escape the casing to groundwater, or what does that mean?
Yes, to groundwater, if there's a potential impact to groundwater or surface water because of that loss of integrity. It wouldn't be if it was a loss of containment to the same strata that's not groundwater related. This would be enacted on that potential impact to groundwater or surface water.
Okay. And could you please briefly discuss the last point on page 47, where the division is distinguishing between chemicals listed, which are considered harmful, and those that are not?
So we would look at all the chemicals used. Not all of those will be harmful. I gave an example here. One of the constituents in that fluid stream or in that stream would be water. Another one would be sand. Those kind of things that the division feels it wouldn't be harmful to the water or the groundwater. So that's not something we would be identifying as performing additional testing on.
Okay. And to clarify, does OCD consider water under this section as a chemical additive?
We do not.
I'm going to move on to OCD Exhibit 4, page 48, which represents the subsequent subsection from what we've been discussing. In this section, does OCD agree with the Wildlife Guardian's proposed language?
We do. This section refers to how if there is an impact to groundwater, then that investigation moves to Part 29. It's not spelled out here. We'll touch it on NMOGA's rebuttal, but 29 would then relay to Part 30 if there's a groundwater impact that needs to be investigated or noticed, and how that cleanup happens. Part 30 is really the section that regulates groundwater cleanups. 29 is just that initial notification, and it has that built-in chain to get to 30 in it. And 30 is what regulates OCD's mandates under those regulations, and also references the WQCC regulations.
Do I understand you to be saying that the proposed rule triggers disclosure requirements in certain cases, which then triggers existing Part 29, which then triggers potentially existing Part 30?
Correct. Yeah. Part 29 and Part 30 are the rules the OCD uses for actual cleanup and remediation. This is the pathway for that well integrity event to get to that section, those sections.
Thank you. Right, Mr. Powell, I'm going to move on to OCD Exhibit 4, page 49, which again represents and the next subsection that we've been discussing. Please describe this slide in OCD's modification for the commission.
So a couple things on this one. Again, the OCD isn't endorsing the undisclosed chemicals. OCD also doesn't have a authorization to operate as a permitted function. So because of those things, OCD struck this. If PFAS is detected, that would fall under Part 29, Part 30. If it's found an operator is using PFAS in their fluid stream, contrary to their certification, that would be an enforcement mechanism the OCD already has under 1915-5.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. We are ending part 16.17, and I'd like to direct you to OCD exhibit page 50. We're moving on to 19.15.16.19 NMAC. Mr. Powell, would you please summarize for the commission what this section does and what we're addressing in the proposed changes?
So this section covers hydraulic fracturing, the disclosures for, I believe, horizontal wells, maybe for all wells. But mainly we were focusing on the disclosure for through frac focus, what's required in that disclosure through the CFR that was previously mentioned or that's mentioned in the rule. We're also proposing a large change to the applicant's new section for who gets disclosure of the chemicals being used downhole. This provision was shortened by the agency. We kept other regulatory agencies that also oversee these permits in those and eliminated non-regulatory agencies and gave those agencies the option to opt out because it may incorporate a burden on those agencies to receive that if they want to review that, if they want to incorporate those into their records. We didn't see anything in the application where those agencies had been approached to see if they wanted those notices or if those notices were pertinent to their activities. We kept that provision in case they did want those, but gave them the option to opt out if those notices weren't something that those agencies were looking for. The last bullet is a section for timelines to perform the notice within the section.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. I'm moving on to Exhibit 4, page 51. Mr. Powell, please address the specific changes on this slide.
The OCD is looking to keep the section describing what's required to be reported to the agency as part of the material safety data sheets as described in 29 CFR, simply because by eliminating that, there's no standard to which the operators would comply with. The CFR, all of that is incorporated into frac focus. That's kind of the basis of all that notification.
Does it represent a challenge for the Oil Conservation Division if operators provide disclosures or reports in different formats or inclusive of different degrees of information?
I think having clear expectations puts everybody on the same playing field. If you don't have those clear expectations, then the division's not sure quite what they would get. And I believe the frac focus that the division would still be using is built around the material safety data sheets and the CAS numbers.
Thank you. Mr. Powell, we're moving on to Exhibit 4, page 52, which is another subsection within 1619B. And this, for the commission's information, is actually represented on multiple slides, so I'm going to scroll through as Mr. Powell needs. Mr. Powell, please describe what we're addressing here and OCD's changes. I'm happy to scroll through.
Because this section here is so large and the changes are so broad, we put it on multiple slides. What's up now is the Wild Earth Guardian's current proposal. The next slide will go over the OCD's changes, our proposed changes, just so they can be visually seen. The changes in here represent the changes to who should be noticed and not noticed. I can go through those kind of line by line as a whole. The very top in D is where we give those agencies the option to opt out because we are keeping the State Land Office and the BLM in those because they're regulatory agencies. The owners or minerals, those should be working with the company in the area. So that would be a contractual obligation between who's drilling and who owns the minerals if they have contractual obligations in those. 2, for surface owners, building unit owners, residents, we eliminated that section. As operators are using chemicals in those areas, they're typically thousands of feet underground. Those parties would not be impacted parties at that point. They would become impacted parties if there was an impact to groundwater. Part 30 and the WQCC regulations regulate who's notified as impacted parties. So if those parties are impacted, those regulations have that notification built in as far as who's impacted. So we feel that that rule would be more applicable of noticing impacted parties. We also don't know if those scenarios, like a building unit owners, they would have the understanding of what they were receiving. A tribe, if the minerals are being developed, OCD doesn't have regulatory authority on tribal lands. So that would be up to the BLM and the tribe to initiate any disclosures needed there. Schools, childcare centers, again, we don't know if they have professionals on staff to evaluate those if those were received. And at this point in time, they would be unimpacted parties. If they're impacted, then again, that moves to Part 30 in the WQCC regulations.
Mr. Powell, is it typical in other sections of OCD rule to require notification to other agencies?
Other agencies, yes.
Are you aware of any other instances in which OCD and OCC regulations require notification to members of the public or schools or any entity that's not an agency or not regulated by the Oil Conservation Division?
The OCD does not. The only notification I know of around that is under the Surface Owners Protection Act, which I am not an expert on. That's when surface owners get notified of certain activities by oil and gas. But OCD is not the regulatory body over that.
And to reiterate, Mr. Powell, if in the event where there is a loss of containment and an impact to groundwater, I understand you say there is an existing disclosure requirement under Part 30?
There is.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Powell, anything to add to the commission on the reasoning slide here on page 54?
No, I believe we covered it in our discussion.
All right, Mr. Powell, I'm moving on to OCD Exhibit 4, page 55, representing changes still within a subsection of 16.19b. Does this reflect that OCD agrees with Wild Earth Guardian's proposed changes?
Yes, OCD agrees with it if the commission adopts that additional parties would like that notice or require that notice.
So to whatever extent the commission adopts the proposals on the previous slide, the timing requirement is appropriate?
Correct.
Thank you. All right, we are moving on from part 16 onto OCD Exhibit 4, page 56, addressing 19.15.25 2.14.a NMAC. Mr. Powell, please summarize the effect of this section and OCD's changes.
So the effect of this change is just adding into the Part 25 the ability to use MITs in casing investigations. If there is a potential breach of the casing, how that would be performed through using mechanical integrity tests.
All right, Mr. Powell, moving specifically to Exhibit 4, page 57. And again, this slide represents that OCD agrees with Wildlife Guardian's proposal.
Yes, and I see a typo on this slide. It should be the same rule reference that was on the prior slide. Its reference is 1916 19B on the slide, and it should be the 1915 25 14A.
So for the record, Mr. Powell is referring to the header on this section. The typo is in the large font at the top of the slide. The subsection represented in the body of the slide is correct and conforms to the previous slide. Is that correct, Mr. Powell?
That is correct.
Thank you for catching that. All right. We have moved all the way through this Exhibit 4. And Madam Hearing Officer, my inclination was to move directly onto the rebuttal slides reflecting OCD's changes in Exhibit 11 to NMOGA's red line proposal, but I wanted to pause before I moved on as we're covering a lot of ground.
Yeah, no, I think you had expressly stated that plan. I think the other parties were in agreement. I think we're okay. We will take a break in a little bit, our morning break. I think you can keep going.
Thank you. Mr. Powell, I'm going to direct you now to OCD Exhibit 11, starting on page 102 of OCD's submission. Is this, did you prepare this exhibit?
I did.
And this is already admitted, but please just reiterate for the commission what you have, what's represented in this exhibit.
So what's represented in this exhibit is OCD's rebuttal to the red line that NMOGA had submitted. As far as, again, going section by section of the rule for what OCD agreed with or didn't agree with. Just for expedience, if OCD was in agreement with a certain slide, OCD didn't provide a rebuttal to it. So it would stand as far as what was previously in the slides with Wild Earth Guardians.
So to distinguish between Exhibit 4, in Exhibit 4, OCD provided examples of agreement, but in Exhibit 11, as a rebuttal exhibit, OCD omitted sections of agreement and only addressed sections of disagreement?
Correct, yeah. In the prior set of slides, we included all of the red lines to the rule, where this, we only addressed the things we weren't in agreement on.
All right, Mr. Powell, I'm going to direct your attention to OCD Exhibit 11, page 104. I'm skipping over 103 as it only has a header. We're addressing here NMOGA's proposed changes to 19.15.2H6 NMAC. Please describe OCD's modification and reasoning.
This response and reasoning is the same as we've already addressed in the other set of slides, providing a little more example actually in the slide about OCD's discussion of the word such as like fluid, why OCD is recommending striking this definition. We feel it's unnecessary because it's a common industry term that can actually try to restrict its scope. So we don't want to do that. We want to keep the more broader version.
All right, Mr. Powell, moving on to OCD Exhibit 11, page 105, 19.15.2.I8. Please identify or please describe OCD's changes on this slide.
I'll actually read the modification reasoning on this one because I think it best encompasses it. OCD doesn't agree with using the term intentionally added, as this creates an environment where the OCD may have access, where the OCD may have to assess or litigate operator responsibility for information which was not obtained by the operator. For example, if a third party adds PFAS but doesn't tell the operator doesn't make the third party certify it, the operator could state they didn't know about it, so it wasn't intentional on their part. So it's eliminating that ambiguity. We want the operator to be proactive, working with the chemical companies to receive that information, because ultimately it's not the operator that has the chemical information, it's the chemical companies that they contract with, and we want to make sure that that's being relayed to the operators appropriately.
So to clarify OCD's position here, does this address chemical additives?
Yes, it does.
But I understand from earlier testimony, this does not address water as a chemical additive.
Correct.
Thank you. Moving on to OCD Exhibit 11, page 106, the definition of PFAS at 15.2.P3. Mr. Powell, we've discussed this in some length on previous slides. Is there anything that you wish to address separately in the context of this slide?
I think the best, we've discussed it at length. The experts have discussed it at length. I would simply add to this, in addition to what's already in the slide, as chemicals grow, as testing grows, we want to make sure it encompasses what's being used as appropriate. Using our definition plus using the rule as it's written of when to enact that investigation, what to look for, is encompassing of what needs to be looked for. There are times when chemicals can cross from food service industry to oil and gas. It happens. Guar gum, xanthan gum is a really good component that does that. It's used both in food and in oil field. So we don't want to limit ourselves to something that has two fully fluorinated carbon atoms when something may have one in the future. I believe that was discussed at length with the experts. I am not the expert, but what my testimony is we don't want to limit ourselves to something that may be used in the future and be discovered under the methods that we've proposed.
Is it the division's intent to address the potential identification of toxic PFAS in the future as the science develops?
It is.
Okay. Is it your opinion and understanding that this definition is more broad than the one proposed by NMOGA?
It's more broad and it may contain one atom in the future instead of two, in simple terms.
One more question, Mr. Powell. We've addressed this before, but this slide still represents a list of methodologies that we've discussed. Do you recall testimony earlier in the hearing related to methods OTM 45 and OTM 50?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Were these included as an attempt on the part of OCD to provide a complete and exhaustive list of appropriate testing methodologies?
It was.
After discussion, do you agree that those are each of those methods are specific to air testing methodologies?
That is my understanding now.
And do you agree with the earlier testimony that given the scope and authority of OCD and the purpose of this proposed rule amendment, that it would be appropriate to omit OTM 45 and 50 from this definition?
Yes.
Okay. So at this time, they're still included on the slide, but going forward, OCD agrees to remove those?
Correct, because we're regulating surface and groundwater and the water impacts. Removing those would be pertinent.
Thank you. And I'm going to move on to starting after page OCD Exhibit 11, page 107, moving on to 19.15.7.16 NMAC. Mr. Powell, I'm going to direct you to page 108 of the exhibit. Please describe the changes and OCD's reasoning on this slide.
Simply, OCD's rebuttal to this section is NMOGA's use of intentionally added. OCD doesn't endorse the use of intentionally added, so it struck that section.
And to want to make sure this point is very clear, as we previously discussed, Mr. Powell, here we're talking about intentionally added chemical additives, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is it OCD's position that industry should be responsible for chemical additives, whether they are willfully or negligently added to the fluid stream?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to page 109, referencing part 7.16C. Mr. Powell, please describe the content of this slide.
This slide goes over the 60 versus 90 days for confidential period of completion information. We discussed this one at length in the prior slides. OCD doesn't receive the information potentially until 45 days after the completion. And I think a clarifying point that this is from the completion of the well, not necessarily when OCD receives the paperwork. So that timeline starts from completion.
Does this represent the same proposal and same proposed modification that was addressed in Exhibit 4?
It does.
Thank you. Mr. Powell, please address the modification and reasoning on Exhibit 11, page 110.
NMOGA carried over Wild Earth Guardian's proposal to keep in the retention of these forms. Again, the retention in the state is done by state records. Statutes that are outside of OCD's control. So this conforms with that, even though practically speaking, OCD keeps all records for all wells indefinitely.
All right, we are completing that section and starting on OCD Exhibit 11, page 111. We're moving on to 19.15.14.9C, NMAC, and moving now to page 112. Mr. Powell, please describe the modification and reasoning on this slide.
So we'll break it out in pieces. The first is removing intentionally used. We've discussed that several times up to this point. It's also the second point NMOGA had in here that was limited to hydraulic fracturing. OCD changed that to completion or recompletion because there could be some completion activities that are not hydraulic fracturing. Also in discussion, OCD changed it to completion or recompletion. That may be more pertinent to change back to downhole operations.
So like in Exhibit 4, is this the same section we previously discussed where OCD was open or in agreement with changing completion or recompletion to downhole operations?
It is.
Thank you. Right, we are moving on, starting on page 113 to 19.15.14.10A. And on Exhibit 11, page 114, again, Mr. Powell, please describe the modification and reasoning here.
Again, this was performed as a simplification because it's the requirements that were added to 1915-14-9 as far as what was required to be in a permit. And if pertinent data isn't in a permit, that it should be denied.
All right, quickly moving on, starting on page 115 to 19.15.16.17 NMAC and the content starting on page 116. Mr. Powell, please summarize.
NMOGA has kept what's currently in the rule as it sits today in subsection A as written in this slide. OCD doesn't oppose that process because they've moved the new information into subsection B. Subsection B describes if there's a well integrity event, this is what happens. OCD doesn't object to that process of separating those out as need be, because there's still the protections that we have today, plus it adds the protections that we're looking for. The only comment OCD had to that subsection B is the use of hydraulic fracturing as a limitation. OCD request to either move that to completion or recompletion, or, as discussed, more pertinent, downhole operations. OCD still feels that the shorter subsection A is descriptive, but is not opposed to moving it in two separate sections if the commission feels that that's more protective of what the current protections we have today, plus incorporating what we're looking at adding into this rule making.
Okay, so I want to make sure we make a clear record here, Mr. Powell. Is OCD's preferred option going with the OCD modification in the middle section of the slide?
I believe that's cleaner, but I don't think either one is a bad option. It would be what the commission prefers.
And in the event the commission prefers splitting this out, then OCD would recommend an edit to the hydraulic fracturing language that's not represented on this slide. But do you articulate it?
It's actually represented on this slide in subsection B in the first sentence of the NMOGA proposal. It would need to be changed if a well integrity event occurs from the downhole operations of a well instead of from the hydraulic fracturing of a well.
Apologies, Mr. Powell. OCD's recommended changes to subsection B are not represented on the slide.
Correct.
Thank you. We're going to move on to, I think I slipped. All right, Mr. Powell, we're moving on to starting on page 117 of Exhibit 11, 19.15.16.17. This is another one representing on multiple slides. So please describe for the commission the content and modification proposed by the division, and let me know which slide you'd like to focus on.
I think high level, we'll start with this slide, go to the next slide, and then talk in depth with the third slide for this section. In this slide, it's NMOGA's proposal to do what OCD was looking at doing with the trademark chemicals and how that's provided to the division as well. And it's their provision to do that, perform that same function. The next slide is OCD's proposal to perform that same function. As you can see, the language is substantially shorter in OCD's section. OCD feels it's cleaner as far as how that's relayed. It quotes the act, which NMOGA did as well, but OCD feels that it's a cleaner process or easier to read. So we'll go to the modification reasoning on the next slide. There are several keywords and things OCD didn't agree with in the NMOGA proposal. In NMOGA subsection 2, they use the state reasonable probability to contaminate, where Wild Earth Guardian proposal uses potential to impact. Reasonable probability to contaminate requires that the OCD make a technical conclusion before requiring an investigation, where the material must be evaluated to assess level of impact. OCD at this point in time is looking to detect the impact and would not have information to make a conclusion at the level of contamination. As a threshold to initiate an investigation, OCD believes this language establishes too high of a burden and would delay or prevent appropriate testing. Our second bullet point, NMOGA proposal places the initial request burden on the OCD by stating the division may request at the start of the subsection to request additional data. This burden should be the operator that controls the situation to approach and provide the information to the OCD. So that would be the chemical disclosure list. If the operator is aware that there's a well integrity event that could have chemicals in it, it should be the operator coming to the OCD, not the OCD trying to go to the operator to get that information.
I want to ask you a clarifying question before we move on, Mr. Powell. In the event that an operator does not report a loss of containment or well integrity event that could impact groundwater, outside of this rule, does OCD have the authority, if it becomes aware of that situation, to demand the same information or disclosures from the operator?
It does. So those sections are covered under 19.15.5, which is the enforcement role of the OCD, which could include penalties, requirement of plugging the well, additional sanctions to the operator.
Does OCD have plenary authority to require testing or disclosure of data to the division from operators?
Yes.
Okay. And does OCD have subpoena authority if it needs to demand specific information from operators?
It does.
Okay. So to clarify the change here, is the purpose of the change here to focus that initial burden on the operators as an affirmative disclosure requirement?
It is.
Okay. Thank you for that. Please move on to the rest of the slide.
Third bullet, NMOGA subsection places the potential request on this on the division to request the information from the supplier or service company, which the OCD may or may not regulate. Historically, this burden has been on the operator, as the operations on site are performed under the operator's control. It's the operator's contract with those companies. So OCD performs that investigation through the operator, and it's the operator that is required to get that information from their suppliers or service companies. The fourth bullet, in NMOGA subsection 2, B again places the burden on the division to request data, including sampling groundwater in the vicinity of a well integrity event. At this point in time, OCD is looking for what is included in the fluid stream as a potential contaminant, and a groundwater investigation is better suited under 1915-29 or 1915-30 NMAC. When you start looking in vicinities, that's more of an investigation under those rules. We want to know what was in the fluid stream or as close to possible when the event happened. In summary, OCD feels that NMOGA's proposal places an unnecessary burden on the OCD, requires a technical conclusion prior to investigation, creates a potential bar to appropriate testing and investigation, and is not clear it's not as clear as the OCD's draft.
So, Mr. Powell, I want to clarify that that fourth bullet with the commission here. What's the OCD's intent with this section in terms of strike that? Is it the OCD's intent to request a disclosure so that at this point in time, so that the OCD knows what it needs to be looking for in sampling?
Yes, OCD, once there's an impact known, the rules regarding that impact are under 29 and 30. OCD in their proposal is looking for what's potentially there that could impact in those initial ones, getting the chemical information to know what to look for that impact. So what OCD is looking for in their version is what could be in the fluid stream, not what the impact is, because once that fluid enters in a water system, it could be diluted, it could have numerous things that have to be evaluated. OCD wants to know the fluid stream to know what to look for when in that investigation.
Is this the section or the point in time that we've discussed that triggers the SDS disclosure of potentially proprietary information to the division?
Yes.
Okay. Investigation, delineation, remediation, those would all occur under Part 29 and 30?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I want to briefly draw your attention back to page 118. And this slide talks about on the fourth to last line, it starts, and we'll use a third-party verified laboratory. Have there been discussions regarding that language, verified laboratory?
There have.
Is that a phrase that do you feel that language needs to be or should be updated in any way?
To the portal,
I'll
and
pause.
she just clicked exempt, exempt, exempt. She said she
Hold
didn't submit
on,
anything,
please.
she didn't do any type of paperwork, nothing on the W-4.
They seem to be muted. Please go ahead. And if you would find a good stopping point shortly.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Powell, does that verified laboratory language deserve any type of update?
I think if the parties feel that that need to be updated, OCD doesn't object to updating that if there's a specific certification that's needed, those kind of things. OCD doesn't certify those laboratories. We feel that they should be using a competent laboratory doing that. And if there's concerns with the laboratory, those laboratories probably shouldn't be used, but OCD doesn't perform those certifications or control those certifications. So that's why it included the language it did.
All right, Madam Hearing Examiner, we have one more slide in this section, and then I'll break.
Thank you.
I'll direct Mr. Powell to Exhibit 11, page 120, referencing 1915.16.17A3. Mr. Powell, please summarize the modification and reasoning present on this slide.
Similar to the prior discussion, OCD feels that NMOGA's proposal puts a determination on the OCD that should be on the operator. In the first sentence in NMOGA's proposal, it states if the division determines that a will integrity event caused a major release. So it puts that burden on the division to determine that. Or Wild Earth Guardian's proposal simply states if there's an impact to surface or subsurface groundwater. The way 29 is written, if there's an impact to groundwater, it's already considered a major release. So OCD wouldn't have to make a determination. That should be a determination that the operator makes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, we're done with that section. So this is a good place to pause.
Thank you so much. Let's take 15 minutes and return at 10:30. Alrighty, we are back after a short morning break. Mr. Tremaine, thank you, Mr. Powell, for going back on the stand. Please complete your presentation.
All right, resuming Mr. Powell with OCD exhibit, starting on exhibit 11, starting on page 121. We're moving on to 19.15.16.19 NMAC. We have another multi-slide presentation. So same deal, Mr. Powell, please describe the content on starting on slide 122.
Just to clarify, it's not a multi-slide. It's just a simple statement of this section. This section is over the notification of parties outside of the OCD. NMOGA moved to remove all parties from that section and that section in its entirety. It's just a statement. OCD doesn't oppose NMOGA's proposed change to remove all parties, as again, we don't know if other parties were contacted to see if they wanted that notification or not. It'll simply be up to the commission if they want to keep that section, scale it down to OCD's version, or remove it entirely.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Powell, moving on to Exhibit 11, slide 123. I believe we've already covered this one, but please summarize for the commission.
So this one's slightly different than what we previously covered. NMOGA, by removing that previous section in its entirety, struck this section as far as how that disclosure would happen. OCD doesn't oppose that NMOGA change. However, note if the commission decides to keep the full version or the scaled down version, this section would be necessary to provide that notification.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Powell, starting on slide 124 of Exhibit 11, we're moving on to 19.15.25.14a NMAC. And on slide 125, please discuss the modification and the reasoning that OCD adopted here.
So NMOGA proposed to strike for casing investigations from this section. So it would read casing integrity for casing repairs and wells to be placed in approved TA. OCD feels that casing investigations is necessary in this section. NMOGA in their proposal actually called it verify casing integrity. So if you change that for casing verifications, OCD wouldn't oppose that either, but either investigations or verifications is needed in this section to be included in the scope of that rule to perform those duties of using the MIT to verify casing integrity prior to actually doing a repair.
Are you able to summarize what the difference between a casing investigation or verifying casing integrity versus a casing repair is, so that we understand the distinction?
So the investigation or verification, whatever the commission decides to call it, would be if you suspect that there's a hole in the casing or a compromise of the casing, you would go in and run an MIT to see if there is a hole or casing integrity event in the well. Casing repairs typically are after you've identified the hole, you go in and you perform a well repair for that well, whether running cement or those type of things, and then verify that you have casing integrity after the repair to ensure that the repair itself was successful. So there are different points in time. The casing investigation is pre-repair. The MIT after repair is post-repair.
So NMOGA's proposal could potentially omit the requirement for that testing or verification stage?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. And we have reached the end of the slides. And I have no further questions for Mr. Powell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tremaine. Ms. Mulcahy or Mr. Rankin?
Morning, Madam Hearing Officer, Commission and members, good morning. Just take me a moment to get myself organized. Give me. Good morning. Good morning, Powell. How are you?
I'm well.
Normally, this is my partner, Mike Fellenwerth's job, so I'm happy to take the opportunity to work with you this morning. On the questions that you addressed yesterday with Mr. Tremaine, I just wanted to kind of backtrack and ask you to go over a couple of things. Yesterday, you testified that it's the first time, to your knowledge, that the division or commission rather is considering banning the use of a chemical or compound used in the exploration or production of oil and gas, right?
Correct.
And I think you called it an extraordinary proposal.
Yes.
And Mr. Tremaine reviewed with you some pretty historic items that have been used previously in oil and gas operations that are no longer permitted, that have been banned by other agencies or other federal or state agencies, right? And as to those items or materials, OCC took no action to ban them, and they were addressed by these other federal or state agencies, right?
Correct.
And I think I understood you say that OCD does not currently have any staff designated as chemists or toxicologists, or was it chemical hygienists? Is that what it was?
I believe so, yeah.
Something like that. But the division does have some people with background in those areas, but those fields are generally outside of the experience of OCD staff, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And even I think one of WEG's own witnesses, I think it was Dr. Brown, testified that he thought the State Department of Health might be better suited for at least some aspects of regulating PFAS in the state. Do you recall that testimony?
Vaguely, yes.
Okay. Was it ever considered by the division when this petition for rulemaking was made to consider referring this to another agency to evaluate the impacts of PFAS and whether it should be banned or regulated?
I don't believe that was part of OCD's deliberations. I believe the applicant submitted it before the OCC. The OCC chose to hear it, so OCD was responding to that application.
And to your knowledge, has there been any coordination or discussion on this petition with other sister agencies in the state?
We have not had direct correspondence with those other agencies that I'm aware of. I do know that other agencies are talking about PFAS. I don't know to what extent, but we did not reach out to those agencies for this rulemaking.
I'm gonna move into the definition of PFAS, and I'm gonna go to your rebuttal exhibit 11. Sorry, is there a lot of background? I don't know why that is.
Mr. Rankin, if you could just bring your microphone a little closer. The microphone's straining to get your voice.
Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. On the definition of PFAS, so I'm going to move over to your slide 11, exhibit 11, and I think it's PDF page 5, and I will pull it up so we can see it together on the screen. All right. I think this is where we talk about the definition of PFAS, where the division responds to Nemoga's proposal for the definition. And I think we've covered this pretty well, but I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. I think in response to the questions from Mr. Tremaine, you said the main difference is essentially that while Nemoga's proposed definition would define PFAS as having 2 fluorinated carbons, the divisions defines it more broadly initially as having 1 fluorinated carbon, essentially, with the additional condition that has to be a perfluorinated methyl group or a perfluorinated methylene group. But that and that would allow for future addition of future potential PFAS that's identified that would have only the 1 fluorinated carbon atom, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
But for all intents and purposes, this definition, that first sentence in this definition here that I'm highlighting, it would be incorrect to read this definition as PFAS as being only this first sentence, correct?
Correct.
Because you need to understand that that PFAS is defined by, as well as by the methods, the standardized methods adopted by the US EPA.
Correct.
Okay. Now on the updates here, what's your understanding of what the process is? I mean, when EPA adopts new methods, is your understanding that's through a promulgation, through a rule promulgation?
I'm not a chemist. I don't get into that.
Not sure that would happen. Okay, so when it is updated, so whatever methodology, whether it's a rule promulgation or some sort of announcement or notice, would there be a process by which the division would notify the regulated community that a new method is now applicable under the rule?
I think the methods are there. If there's updates to those methods, the division does not notify parties that another agency has updated something.
Okay. So it would be incumbent on all parties to track EPA's updates about what new analytical methods have been approved or authorized under the EPA's system.
I would assume an operator would, when they sent the sample to the lab, it would be the lab that would be keeping up with those methods. But that would be an assumption.
Okay. This definition, I understood OCD's experts to explain that this definition that's proposed at least the first sentence, came partly from a paper, and I forget the author's name, but it was a paper that was prepared by scientists who were supporting the OECD, which is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Is that your understanding?
That's what I heard, yes.
Yeah. Do you know if any other states or federal agencies have adopted this OEC definition?
That would have been something to ask the chemist. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Same kind of general question. I presume you would defer to them, but you're not sure why they wouldn't have chosen EPA or TSCA or one of the federal agencies to adopt or follow one of the existing definitions that were proposed or followed by EPA.
I believe that was in their testimony why they picked what they did, but I wasn't part of that review.
Okay. And just to confirm, I think you covered it, but these two methods down here, the OTM 45 and 50, you're recommending that those be withdrawn from the OCD's proposed definition, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, I'm going to skip around a little bit here. I want to talk about the trade secrets issues and the petitioner's disclosure requirements. The division opposes the proposal to ban the use of any undisclosed chemicals or chemicals that fall within the protections of the New Mexico Uniform Trade Secrets Act that an operator elects not to disclose because they constitute trade secrets, correct?
Correct.
And because such a ban would prohibit the use of non-toxic chemicals if they are proprietary and the operator elects not to disclose them. Agree?
Correct.
And the ban could extend to non-PFAS substances if they're not disclosed or if they constitute proprietary information.
Correct.
And you agree that petitioner's proposal would potentially prohibit the use of effective hydraulic fracture chemicals, even if they're non-toxic and non-PFAS, just because they're not disclosed due to trade secret protections.
Correct.
And the division and the commission have a duty to prevent waste of hydrocarbon resources, agree?
Correct.
And so such a ban could potentially contribute to waste of resources if operators had to use less effective hydraulic fracturing fluids.
Yes, if they weren't effective and you didn't get as much resource recovery, it could be deemed as waste.
Mm-hmm. And on the sort of more general position of the division, in your testimony, you basically, I think you say that, I'll read it to you, that this is OCD Exhibit 2, Bates, page 14. The OCD does not support the proposed ban on trademarked chemicals, as this type of ban would not align with state statutes providing for the protection of proprietary and trade secret information. Do you recall being that being your testimony?
Yes.
And that, do you mean by that that you believe an outright ban would be contrary to the statute?
Correct.
And even against public policy?
Yes.
Yeah. As to a technical basis, you also state in your testimony that you don't believe there's a technical basis that would justify banning non-PFAS proprietary compounds. Agree?
Correct.
Okay. And I mean, generally, we like the industry to be able to have innovation and come up with new methods, better methods of developing oil and gas, even methods that may be more environmentally friendly. And would you agree that if operators were required to disclose their trade secrets, that there may be a disincentive to innovate?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm going to move on to the heart of the proposed rule, which I'm very grateful that you walked through, Mr. Powell, because it was very helpful to me, and I'm sure it was helpful to the commission. But you did a very good job of going through it in fairly good detail. But there are a few questions that I want to ask because I think it's important to clarify exactly how the rule is proposed to be implemented. Let's see. So looking at this provision 1617, let me get down to the division's red lines. I'm going to do my best to highlight the language I'm talking about. Okay, first question, just for clarification, under this language here in 1915, 16, 17, subpart A2, okay, if damage from the shooting, fracture, or treating of a well has the potential to impact surface or groundwater. Just for clarification, Mr. Powell, the reference to surface here, is it intended to be surface water? That's the intent?
That was my understanding, yes.
Okay, just want to make sure that's clear, that I understand. And would it be helpful to include the word water there, just to clarify that?
Yes, this is the red is from Wild Earth Guardian, so OCD didn't change that, but that was my understanding. That was surface water and groundwater.
Now, in Namoga's proposal, and I won't pull that up right now, but I think we had proposed to term these events where there's a potential impact to the well, and I think you as a well integrity event. Do you recall that language?
I do.
Okay, so I'm just going to use that as a shorthand to describe what's described here in subpart A, which is when there's a completing, shooting, fracturing, or treating event that has the potential to impact fresh water, where there's a potential casing impact. Okay, I'm going to call that a well integrity event. I understood you to say that one of the reasons the division was looking to limit this rule to well integrity events is that there's many occasions where operators use fluids downhole in downhole operations, and it would essentially overwhelm the division having to review everything that comes in, right?
Correct.
And there's thousands of such operations a year, or tens of thousands of operations a year, depending on how broad you look. Do you have a sense for? And I think yesterday you testified that the well integrity events that would qualify under this rule are relatively rare, right?
That they are.
Do you have a sense for how many that would be in a year?
For completion and recompletion activities, I know I believe it probably typically once a year at most. If we expand that to downhole operations, you're still looking at probably a very small number, but it would be more than that one a year.
All right. Coming back up to subpart A under this provision, I'm going to look at the first sentence here, and I just want to ask you it's more a little bit. I think I understood what you were saying, that it's the burden that is, or the obligation is on the operator to make these determinations, but I want to make sure I understand. So in the first sentence here, if completing, shooting, fracturing, or treating a well has the potential to negatively impact the producing formation, injection interval, communicates with other strata, casing or casing seat, or may create underground waste or contaminate fresh water, I'll stop there. Who makes the determination that one of those events has the potential to negatively impact? Who makes that determination in the initial instance?
It should be the operator that makes that initial determination.
So if something is to occur, then it's incumbent on the operator to make that determination.
Yes.
Okay. And it would be the operator also that has the obligation to determine whether there's a potential to impact surface water or groundwater.
Yes.
Okay. Now on the question here, because I also want this to be very clear. When we're talking about surface water or groundwater, as I understood you to say, this rule is connected through later provisions to parts 29 and part 30 of the division's regulations, correct?
Correct.
And parts 29 and part 30 are promulgated as you understand under the Oil and Gas Act, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And under part 30, is there a standard by which the division determines what freshwater, or rather what groundwater is protectable?
I didn't review 30 as far as extensively for that, but protectable waters of the states are 10,000 TDS or less.
And when the rule here refers to freshwater or groundwater, is it your understanding that it would be referring to waters that are below 10,000 TDS?
Yes, those are the protectable waters of the state.
Now, I think that I want to make sure I understand some other elements here as we walk through this. The changes that the division made here in blue, I'm going to highlight this language in the applicable fluid stream. The way I understood the Wildlife Guardian's proposal to read is that they would require the operator of the well to disclose all fluids ever put into the well. Do you agree?
Yes, that's the way it was phrased.
And the division is proposing to limit that to only the fluid stream that was being used during the operation that may have immediately preceded the well integrity event.
Yes, the division's looking for what fluids could have impacted the water, so it'd be the fluid stream at the time of the well integrity event.
So when I under this highlighted language here, where it says in the applicable fluid stream, that would be limited to only what was being used at that moment or right before the well integrity event.
Yes.
Okay. And as Mr. Tremaine ably elicited from you, what is, oh shoot, what did I just do? Did I delete the whole page? I don't know what I just did. It's the problem of not having a mouse. I just did. Control C. Oh. Yeah. Let me just see what I did. Sorry. Apologize. This is why not having a mouse is bad. No, did I lose it? I left it. Would you mind sharing it? I'm so frustrated with that. 16, 17. What did I just do? That's all right. No, I like to be able to drive. Do you have it up? Okay. 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 So in that same sentence there, it refers to, and Mr. Tremaine pulled this out in your testimony, but what the division is focused on regulating here are the additives that are used in the stream, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that term additives, the division has not proposed a definition for that term, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to come back to that because I have a separate line of questions on it, but I want to have everyone kind of put a pin on that term. Okay. And then in addition, in the same provision, the division talks about what is potentially harmful, right?
Say that again. I apologize.
Sorry. Let me pull up this. The division references, the focus here on the division's investigation would be what would be potentially harmful, correct?
I believe so. In the blue section of 2.
Yeah.
Towards the end of the main paragraph that's in blue.
Yeah. It's hard when I don't have it right in front of me. Let me pull it up again. I'll get to it. Thank you, Jesse, for trying to help me. Okay. Do you mind if I go back to sharing? I've recovered my. Okay. So in the same provision in subpart paragraph 2, the division has proposed this language, potentially harmful chemicals. Agree?
Correct.
Okay. And my question to you is, and I don't recall you touching on this with Mr. Tremaine, but what does the division mean by potentially harmful? How is that determined?
It would be determined through discussions between the operator and the division, looking at all chemicals. If there's chemicals that are deemed that could be potentially harmful to the water, those would be what we would test for. Such as the PFAS constituents under the methods could be potentially harmful. So that would be something to test for. Something that is an inert wouldn't be potentially harmful. It would be not needed to test for those.
Okay. And in addition to the PFAS chemicals referenced, you also referenced some testing requirements under Part 29, right?
Correct.
And that Part 29 that you referenced gives the division some additional discretion to identify additional chemicals that aren't necessarily listed by any regulation. Agree?
Correct. Yes.
So the division could require, it's fairly expansive, what the division could require the operator to review or to sample for or to look for. Agree?
Correct.
But the intent here is to base the investigation off what is in the additives, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the triggering event for this investigation would be what I've been calling a well integrity event, right?
Yes.
And that would be, as I understand it, it's sort of a two-part question. Number one, if damage from the shooting, fracturing, or treating of a well. So number one, you have to have damage, correct?
Correct.
Number two, it would be from shooting, fracturing, or treating of a well, correct?
Correct.
And then three, it has to be have the potential to impact surface water or groundwater, correct?
Correct.
And that groundwater that would be potentially impacted would be water less than 10,000 TDS. Agree?
Correct.
And I think I heard you say that it would be the investigation would only be triggered when the impact was outside of the strata that's being targeted for development for oil and gas.
For this provision, yes.
For this provision, yeah. Okay. I'm just going through, you address a lot of these questions, so I'm ticking off the ones I don't have to ask. So even while it feels like it's taking me a while, it's actually saving a lot of time. Okay. Okay. Now, under this rule as proposed, under this rule with the modifications proposed by the division, when these events are triggered and there's an investigation triggered, the disclosure requirements provided here by the division, the only disclosure would be to the division, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the disclosure would be only the additives used in the applicable fluid stream, which we described would be the fluid stream that was being used in the well immediately preceding the well integrity event.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in the step, I'm just kind of trying to step through the process here. Assuming all the triggers are met that we just referred to, the operator will then test for all identified potentially harmful chemicals and will use a third-party verified lab to conduct any appropriate testing to verify any potential impact. Agree?
Correct.
Okay. What I want to make sure is clear, because I don't think it was clear, but I exactly clear. It came out very well, I think, in your testimony. It may not be as clear in the language of the rule, but what's being tested here is the applicable fluid stream, or rather, what's being tested here is the applicable fluid stream. Is that correct?
Correct.
Not the formation fluids.
Correct.
Okay. So if looking at this proposed rule, the division's language, with the language from Wild Earth Guardians, I'm looking at subpart A, subparagraph 2, where it says the division, the operator will test for all potentially harmful chemicals. Would it help clarify the intent if we put in some language there? We'll test the applicable fluid stream or something along those lines, so it's clear what the division is expecting the operator to test.
In the first part of blue, it has the additives used in the applicable fluid stream. But if you want to restate that down lower, I don't think it would hurt anything.
I guess that's a separate sentence, and it wasn't clear to me when I'm reading these sentences together what is being tested, what the intent is for the operator to test.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's why I'm asking the question, just to be clear that the division's intent here is that the test would be of the applicable fluid stream, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I just want to pin that thought too, okay? So we're talking about additives, pin that thought, which is the focus of the division's regulation here, right? Because we're worried about what's in the additives. And I also want to pin this idea of having to sample the applicable fluid stream, right? Okay. Okay. Now, one thing I heard yesterday, I just want to kind of touch on this because I want to, I think I heard it. I want to make sure I understood what you're saying. I heard you say yesterday that in this process of evaluating or assessing a potential impact, that the division might require an operator to engage a third party, a consultant or a third party to help evaluate the potential to do the potential sampling. Is that correct?
Depending on the additives used and how extensive that list would be, it may be appropriate through OCD's other investigation powers to request an operator get a third party to help perform that evaluation.
Okay. All right, I'm going to come back to both concepts of testing, of regulating the additives, and then also sampling the applicable fluid stream. Okay, but I'm going to move on to a couple different topics first. And I'm going to talk just briefly about produced water. Mr. Powell, you agree that it's the policy of the state and the division to encourage the reuse and or to reuse and or recycle produced water within oil and gas operations in the field?
Correct.
Because that allows operators to use to replace the use of freshwater resources and instead use recycled or reused produced water for their well operations.
Correct.
And the commission promulgated a rule back in 2015, which was updated in 2020, that addresses the reuse and recycling of produced water under 1915-34 NMAC.
Correct.
And under that rule, operators are not required to have a permit or register if they want to just reuse produced water in the field for certain things, including drilling, completing, producing, pressure maintenance, secondary recovery, or enhanced recovery.
The only restriction to that would be if you're drilling through a freshwater zone, the OCD requires that that be done with fresh water.
Okay. But there's no other restrictions on the reuse of or recycling of produced water in oil field operations for the provisions enumerated under that rule, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's because the division and the state encourage the reuse of produced water in the state.
Correct.
Okay. I think I heard you say that division does not support any screening or testing of produced water prior to reusing or completing wells under this rule.
Correct.
And that produced water rule is not being addressed or sought to be modified under this proposal.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. On produced water, I want to talk about I'm going to move to NMOGA's proposal, which was to address, to limit this proposed rule to PFAS that was intentionally added. Okay. So we talked about the division's proposal for the definition, and what NMOGA did is they proposed to further limit essentially the definition of PFAS to, for purposes of regulation under this rule, to PFAS that was intentionally added. And I'm going to pull it up on your rebuttal slide. It's probably the best place to review it. See if I can get to that. There we go. The mouse. I'm missing my mouse. Now, the division does not agree with this proposal, right? To further limit it to what's intentionally added.
Correct.
Okay. And this slide essentially gives your explanation, because the concern is that we get into an argument over whether it was just merely negligent or whether it was willful or not. And the concern is if this sort of sets a threshold that if it's not willful, then it can be allowed.
Correct.
Right. Okay. That's understandable. Now, in your explanation here, you offer the example that you guys don't have authority over the suppliers of these chemicals, and your authority is limited to the operators of the wells. Agree?
Correct.
And so my question to you is, and here I'm highlighting this language that as proposed by NMOGA, we're not proposing that the supplier certify that the chemical additives do not contain PFAS, right?
We're not. We're requiring the operator to certify.
How would it make a difference if instead NMOGA were to propose, or the rule were to propose, that the certification included a certification that the supplier had confirmed that PFAS is not in the chemical additives?
I think for what OCD, as far as our enforcement, we're looking for that certification from the operator. If the operator wants to have, for their legal purposes, wants to have the chemical company certify that to the operator, for the operator to make that certification, I'm not opposed to that. But ultimately, for the OCD, we want the operator to provide us that certification.
Okay. So if the operator were to provide a certification that confirmed that the additives being used are certified to be PFAS free from the supplier, that might suffice from the division's perspective.
as long as the operator still provides that certification that they certify it's.
As long as it's the operator that, because the operator is the one who's subject to the division's regulations, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the reason I'm interested in there's lots of reasons I suppose I'm interested in this intentionally added language, and I was interested to hear OCD's own experts engage with that concept, and I recall them saying that it's an important thing to consider, right? Whether to regulate it as an intentionally added component or not, and they just kind of touched on it and they didn't go into too much detail about why it's important or why that's an important consideration. But I understand that rather than address the regulation through what's intentionally added or not, for the concerns I think you've identified in your slide, the division took a different approach to try to narrow the target of the regulation, right?
Correct. The division looked at the chemical additives added to the fluid stream.
Okay. Now, as I mentioned, I wanted to come back to it, and here I am coming back to it. The division, by targeting the additives to the stream, you didn't define the term additives, right?
No, we did not.
What does the division mean by additives?
They're chemical additives. So I want to use those two synonymously in the description that was given in the definition. It would be chemical additives that's added in their general form.
So maybe it might be helpful if I ask you what it's not. That may be a good way to do it. I'm gonna walk you through, and maybe we'll see what we can do on that. Okay, I'm gonna go back to your testimony, and I'm gonna pull up. Oops, 1 second. What's this? Okay, yeah, 58. That's the one I'm gonna get to. Okay, this is one of your exhibits, Mr. Powell. I think this is a frac focus disclosure.
Correct.
You recognize it?
Yes.
And this is starting at Bates page, OCD Exhibit 5, Bates page 58. And basically, you pulled this from frac focus, correct?
Correct.
And it's representative of the types of disclosures that are made by companies when they complete a well.
Correct.
And it lists out the components of the applicable. This would be what be determined to be the applicable fluid stream if there were a well integrity event.
Correct.
Okay. So on this list of items identified in the disclosure, I've highlighted 3 things. I think Mr. Tremaine pulled this out from your testimony, that the division does not consider water to be an additive, correct?
It would be an additive, but not a chemical additive.
Not a chemical additive. So the target of this regulation would not be targeting the water as identified in this frac focus disclosure. Agree?
Correct.
So a chemical additive that the division is targeting in this regulation would be essentially everything but the water that I've highlighted on this exhibit.
I probably wouldn't include sand in that either.
Okay. Okay. That's very helpful. Now, this water that's used in this in these frac focus disclosures, it doesn't discern between municipal water, produced water, well water. Doesn't discern, right?
Not on this notice, no.
And as far as the division is concerned, the division isn't distinguishing between those sources either. Agree?
The division under their water use reports actually get a division of different water types, but the division didn't include any of that into this rule. Produced water is regulated under 1915-29 as far as its impacts if there's a release. So that wasn't something the division included into this rule because it was already included in another rule.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I guess I should say the division maintains and will continue to maintain the authority to regulate produced water throughout oil and gas operations, right? No matter how it's used or where it's used.
Correct.
Agree? Okay. But for purposes of this rule, and evaluating impacts under this rule, banning PFAS and regulating PFAS, the division is intending to regulate only the chemical additives that are put into the applicable fluid stream. Agree?
Correct.
Okay. So now we're going to go back to the rule. Sorry for my slowness. That same approach is used, or the same understanding of what the division is regulating would be applicable under, let me get to the language, 1915-716A as well, where you talk about, sorry, 6. Not it. Apologize. 7. Okay, here it is. So under this 1915-716 subparagraph A, under the second sentence here, in addition, the operator shall file a certification that no PFAS chemicals were added to the fluid used in the completion or recompletion of the well. The division is not proposing to use the word additive here, but you're using a similar word, added, right?
Correct.
And the intent here is it would be to target what you're defining as or referring to as chemical additives, right?
Correct.
Okay. And it wouldn't be the water we discussed, right?
Correct.
Okay. And on the section dealing with applications, same thing here, as I understand, where again you are using the word additives, but in a different context, the division's limitation here would be that it's only chemical additives, if any, used during drilling operations or any downhole operations would be applicable.
Correct. That was the intent.
Okay. And because this one's a little bit, just going to walk through a couple examples and see if you can help me out. But, would that be drilling mud? Would that be a chemical additive or would drilling mud be the base and anything that might be added to the drilling mud would be a chemical additive?
I would not consider drilling mud chemical additive.
Okay. And just to be clear, the water used, right, any water used during the drilling operations would not be deemed to be a chemical additive unless there was additional additives added to the water, right?
Correct.
But and brine, if brine's being used, same thing. Brine would not be a chemical additive.
Correct.
What about oil-based muds? If there's oil-based muds being used during drilling operations?
I would say whatever oil or what type of oil you add would be an additive.
Okay. Are there any other circumstances you can think of, Mr. Powell, where you would want to distinguish between what is an additive, chemical additive or not during drilling operations?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Now I'm going to circle back to the intentionally added here, because this is where I think it's important for the commission to understand why NMOGA was concerned about or promoted or proposed this language. And maybe the issue, I guess, Mr. Powell, as I understand you to say, is that the division is focused on regulating the chemical additives that are applied to the applicable fluid stream prior to a well integrity event, correct?
Correct.
But what the division is requiring operators to test or sample after a well integrity event is the entire fluid stream, which would include any water used for that operation. Agree?
I would be the fluid stream. The mixed fluid stream is what would be to test.
Agree, right?
Yes.
And so while the division is focused solely on regulating and preventing the addition of PFAS into as a chemical additive, operators are being required nevertheless to sample the entire mixed fluid stream. Agree?
Correct.
And as we heard from all these experts, and we'll hear from our experts, the PFAS out and about in the world are fairly ubiquitous. Agree?
Correct.
They're in our food. They're in the municipal water streams. They're in almost every well that's been tested. Agree?
That's what was testified to earlier.
Okay. And so the concern, I guess, Mr. Powell, is that if the operators are being required to do all this work, and potentially, if there's a well integrity event that they have to sample for or review, how do we distinguish between what may be in the municipal water versus what is a chemical additive?
I think it's important to understand in OCD's proposed rule that what we're testing for isn't for everything that's there as far as or could be there. It's testing for specific potential harmful chemicals that have been added through that review of that information. So if in that review of that information, it shows that there could be PFAS that was added through the chemicals that the operator used, then that's what we would be testing for. And if there's a hit, then that's what we would be looking at. But it's based on the chemical additives in the review at the well integrity event that OCD would be looking for.
Okay. Now, as we sit here today, we don't have a very good understanding just yet about whether or not what chemicals are out there and how there may be any overlap, right? I think let me see how to phrase this. Okay, let me stop there, and I may shift off to a different set of questions. I'm hearing the officer. May I take a brief break to ask, confer with my client about a couple different additional questions I may want to ask?
Yeah. The other thing we could do is break early for lunch and come back. What's your preference?
I think an early lunch would be great because I don't think I have very many questions left, but I want to make sure that I have everything covered.
All right.
Okay.
Let's come back at 12:30 then.
Thank you.
When we broke for lunch, Mr. Rankin was asking his questions of Division Witness Brandon Powell. I know, Ms. Nanesi, you said that your witness would be available at 1 p.m. Going forward from that time, I would certainly prefer not to interrupt a witness to take another witness. Is your witness available as well tomorrow if we couldn't finish her today?
No. She has prior commitments, which is why I asked for this time certain, from 1 o'clock all the way till the public comment. And so I'm wondering if we could finish with Namoga, and if there's a chance that somebody else could do cross-examination of Mr. Powell. And then at 1 o'clock, we start with Dr. Hanson.
Okay, parties. It's a small window.
Madam Hearing Officer, I defer to the division as Mr. Powell is their witness. I think having the questions fresh in the commission's mind might be helpful to have them be able to question Mr. Powell, but I leave it to the divisions. It's their witness.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I don't think it's ideal. Mr. Powell is available for the rest of the week, and we serve at the pleasure of the commission. So I do, my only contribution would be that based on previous questions and the amount of material that we covered, I do expect that, I mean, I won't speak for the commission, but I do expect many more questions for Mr. Powell. I think this is going to go for a while. So if it's absolutely necessary and the commission, this is what the commission wants to do, we will accommodate.
All right. Yeah, I think the commission, based on the previous questions they've had of previous witnesses and some of the discussion there, that there will be extensive questioning by the commission of Mr. Powell. All right. Let's keep going, Mr. Rankin, and we'll find a good stopping point around 1.
Madam Hearing Officer, thank you very much. Commission, members of the commission, good afternoon. I've had an opportunity to review my copious notes. I believe that Mr. Tremaine has listed in most of the questions that I myself would have asked. I believe I've covered all the topics that I had intended in my cross, so I have no further questions of Mr. Powell. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of Mr. Powell? Okay, thank you. I saw Ms. Kessler in the room earlier. I don't see her right now. She may be on the platform. Ms. Kessler, if you can hear my voice, do you have questions of Mr. Powell? Okay, let's move then to Ms. Nanasi. Ms. Nanasi, do you have questions of Mr. Powell?
I do. I don't think that I will be able to finish within 25 minutes.
Let's
okay.
Make good use of this time.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Mr. Powell. First, my name is Marianne Lanassi. I represent New Energy Economy. Good to meet you in this setting. First, I'd like to discuss the statutory provisions governing OCD's authority. You are familiar with these laws, correct?
Generally, I didn't prepare anything for this hearing, but I'm generally aware of them.
And pursuant to 70-13-3, the statute says it is the jurisdiction of the Oil Conservation Division of the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department to regulate produced water as provided in the Oil and Gas Act. Is that your general understanding of that part of the law?
Yes.
This gives the OCD broad authority to make rules and orders to regulate produced water on the oil and gas field, correct?
Yes.
You are familiar with NMSA 1978 section 70-2-12B7. Is that correct?
Not to memory, but it sounds like part of the Oil and Gas Act.
If it states the Oil Conservation Division may make rules and orders for the purposes and with respect to the subject matter stated in this subsection, that's sort of the broad 70-2-12B, and then there's many subsections. That's what your recollection is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and so Part 7 of that is, quote, to require wells to be drilled, operated, and produced in such manner as to prevent injury to neighboring leases or properties. Does that sound correct?
That sounds correct.
Do you agree that under 70-2-12B7, the law gives the OCD broad authority to make rules and orders requiring wells to be drilled, operated, and produced in such a manner as to prevent injury to neighboring leases and properties.
I'm not a lawyer, but I would say in whole, it would contingent on the other parts of the Oil and Gas Act.
And I'm not asking you as a lawyer, sir. I'm just asking you in your capacity as the director.
I understand that.
Okay, thank you. Referring you now to 70-2-12B15. The Oil Conservation Division may make rules and orders for the purposes, quote, to regulate the disposition, handling, transport, storage, recycling, treatment, and disposal of produced water during or for reuse in the exploration, drilling, production, treatment, or refinement of oil or gas, including disposal by injection pursuant to authority delegated under the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act in a manner that protects public health, the environment, and fresh water resources. Does that sound like what you understand section B15 to state?
Yeah, I believe you're reading it, and that sounds familiar.
As an expert for the OCC, can you explain what authority you believe OCD has under that provision that I just read to you to regulate produced water?
I would say I'm not an expert on OCC. I'm an expert for Oil Conservation Division, so I would flip those acronyms a little bit. As far as being an OCD professional, our charge is to enforce the rules that the OCC promulgates.
Okay, and with that caveat, and I thank you for that clarification, can you explain what you believe the OCD power to regulate produced water is?
The power to regulate produced water is through the rules that the OCC promulgates. So the produced water recycling rule, the spills rule, anywhere where produced water is used in the OCD's rules that have been promulgated.
And so that's a broad authority, the overarching meta rule, and then a more specific thing about how do we deal with produced water, whether it's with disposition or handling or transport or storage or recycling, treatment and disposal. That broad authority regarding produced water is under the OCD's purview.
Correct.
Referring you, Mr. Powell, to another section, which is 70-2-12B21. And this also says that the Oil Conservation Division may make rules and orders for the purposes, and then section 21 or paragraph 21 states, quote, to regulate the disposition of non-domestic wastes resulting from the exploration, development, production, or storage of crude oil or natural gas to protect public health and the environment. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
Could you please tell us, how do you define non-domestic wastes?
I didn't prepare that for this. I would say non-domestic wastes are handled, I believe, under 1915-35. That's going to be your pit liner, your filters, those kind of things.
Drill cuttings, right?
I don't know if those fall under the non-domestic or domestic. I would have to look through the rules. That's not something I prepared for this.
Okay. As an expert for the OCD, can you explain what statutory authority you believe OCD has under 70-2-12B21 to regulate non-domestic wastes?
Objection, calls for a legal conclusion.
Yeah, I think I understand your questions of Mr. Powell as a regulator, but a lot of the questions have skirted on legal conclusions. So, Mr. Powell, you know how to answer that question, which is that you're not answering as a lawyer. To the extent you have some other answer as a regulator, for example, you can answer it.
My general understanding is Oil and Gas Act provides the overarching statutory language that the OCC follows in promulgating rules. So that would allow the OCC to promulgate rules, which then the OCD would enforce.
Perfect. So in this subsection, specifically 21, when it says to regulate the disposition of non-domestic wastes resulting from the exploration, development, production, or storage of crude oil or natural gas to protect public health and the environment. As a regulator, could you explain what your job to regulate the disposition of non-domestic waste? What does that mean?
I go back to, I think it's really hard as a regulator saying how I utilize that to regulate that provision, because that's not a provision I directly regulate. It's a provision that gives us authority to create rules. And to know what rules were created using that provision, I would have to go back and look through the rule book to see which rules were promulgated as part of that act. I would say for non-domestic waste is part 35. The exploration stuff may be part 36, which is your surface waste management facilities. But knowing extensively how the OCD uses that to enforce, we don't use that statute to do that direct enforcement. We use the rules promulgated from that. And each time we do rulemaking, we use what statutes are that overarching authority to promulgate the rule, but OCC or OCD doesn't use the act as far as enforcement.
Okay, would your answer be generally the same for the last provision under that section, which is 2270-2-12B22, which states to regulate the disposition of non-domestic wastes resulting from the oil field service industry, the transportation of crude oil or natural gas, the treatment of natural gas, or the refinement of crude oil to protect public health and the environment? Would your answer be same?
Yeah, it would be the same. That's the overarching authority granted to the OCC and the division through the OCC for those rules. And OCD enforces the rules promulgated from that.
Thank you. Is it OCD's position that an operator shouldn't have to certify that it is not using PFAS contaminated produced water in its operations under this proposed rule?
OCD is not looking for a certification that they're using PFAS-free produced water under this rule.
Why not?
It's not seen as a chemical additive. It's also regulated specifically under 1915-29, which is the release rule that regulates produced water as a whole. And it's very explicit in its regulation of produced water. So therefore, we didn't extend that to this rule because it's already regulated by another rule. And it wasn't a rule that Wild Earth Guardians proposed to modify as part of this rulemaking. So it wasn't under the purview of the OCD to look at that change.
Do you think that that is potentially a huge loophole, though?
I would say that produced water was specifically looked at by the commission under 1915-29 at that time. And the commission designated what produced water, when there is an impact, would be tested for. So it wasn't something that we looked into because it was already addressed by another rule.
Do you have an opinion about whether there is more PFAS in municipal treatment facilities versus produced water?
I have not studied PFAS in any of the waters.
It appears that NMOGA is concerned about the ubiquitous nature of PFAS in water. Whether the water comes from municipal treatment facilities or produced water, wouldn't it be easier to identify what chemicals are additive if the operators were required to disclose them up front rather than having to distinguish where the PFAS chemicals came from in the event of a spill or a well blowout or a well casing failure?
I think that would be extremely broad. For example, municipal water supplies are regulated by the Department of Health. If there's testing of those waterways, those things, that would be something that I would expect the Department of Health to do. Otherwise, potentially oil and gas would be testing for something that people may be drinking.
Do you know that PFAS laboratory analysis is expensive and time intensive?
I don't know that.
I'd like to propose a scenario. There's a well blowout, and then the OCD demands that all chemicals, including what Namoga claims is trade secrets, must be divulged to the commission. And PFAS is detected in significant amounts. So just assume that scenario. If OCD sought to hold the operator accountable without initial disclosure, there may be a fight between the operator and OCD as to whether the PFAS contamination was additive in the fracking fluid or whether the PFAS pollution was inherent in the PFAS contaminated fresh or produced water, correct?
I'm sorry, I just need to object here. I'm gonna object to that question. One, it calls for speculation. Two, it's a compound question. And three, I'm not even really sure what's being asked.
All right. Mr. Powell, I certainly would instruct you not to speculate in your answer to the question to the extent, well, let me ask you, did you follow it? It was compound. Did you follow it?
I believe I followed it. To answer it, there would be a clarification I would need to make to be able to answer it, but I think it's what authorities OCD would take. And I followed that portion. So if that's what we're looking for, I can answer that.
All right, go ahead.
The first question I do need clarification on, as you mentioned, well blowout. We're talking well integrity. A well blowout, it potentially is something entirely different. So I would ask, if you want it for a well blowout, what kind of event are you talking about?
Okay, well, let's do what you just said instead, well integrity.
Okay, so if there's a downhole well integrity event and there is an impact to water, OCD has jurisdictional powers under the Oil and Gas Act for subpoenas, request investigations. So ultimately, if the operator is fighting OCD, the director, I believe, has emergency powers to take action. And then there's also enforceability powers that the OCD has that they can take.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is if that scenario were to happen and OCD did use its enforcement powers and did get at that time the operator to divulge the chemical constituents, whether they were alleged trade secrets or not, couldn't there be, or wouldn't this situation invite like a fight between the operator, and let's say there was lots of PFAS that were found, wouldn't it invite a fight between?
Sorry, I have to object. Again, I'm not sure what's being asked. When she says lots of PFAS being found, it's also a compound question. And I think the witness has already stated that he's answered the question to the extent that he can.
All right. So, Ms. Nanasi, if we could get to the question perhaps more directly. Mr. Powell, do you have the clarification you wanted?
I did receive the clarification to provide the last answer.
All right. So this is a new question. All right. Go ahead.
If there was significant PFAS that was discovered, wouldn't the fact that there wasn't initial disclosure invite a fight between the operator saying, hey, this just came from the municipal water, we didn't add it?
I think under the OCD's proposal, looking for PFAS as a whole comes from the chemical disclosures that OCD would receive. So we would be testing that based on if it was disclosed as one of those chemicals. So if it's found, then I don't think it would be a surprise. And at the same time, I believe any like remediation efforts, those kind of discussions would be under Part 29 and Part 30 and would not be under this rule as far as evaluation, enforcement actions, and where to go with it would be under other rules.
In my scenario, wouldn't systematic initial disclosure actually be more protective for both operators and first responders, health professionals, and the public?
I don't believe so. As we stated before, this rulemaking isn't creating additional personnel for OCD to perform this. So even if OCD received all of those disclosures up front, OCD doesn't have the manpower to address those. We feel if that type of disclosure is being pursued, that needs to be a legislative proposal, which OCD could respond to and ask for additional personnel if passed.
And if the OCD felt that initial systematic initial disclosure was more protective of human health and the environment, couldn't the division go to the legislature like in a couple months and ask for some more money to make sure that you had proper staffing in order to regulate on behalf of New Mexicans' health and the environment?
I think at this point, OCD hasn't made that determination because roughly 2,000 wells are drilled every year. And we're talking completions, recompletions. Very few of those, if ever, have a direct impact to water or surface water, groundwater or surface water. So those notifications wouldn't be going to an impacted party in those scenarios.
But I'm not talking about notifications. I'm talking about initial disclosure of chemicals used in those in the downhole operations.
But that would be the initial disclosure. The initial disclosures would be unneeded in, say, 99.9% of the time.
I see that it's 12:58, and I would go into a different line of questioning if you want to switch.
Do you have
Thank
a
you,
lot
Mr.
more
Poe.
questions, or can you estimate?
I didn't number them, but I have 18 or so.
Okay. Well, let's turn then to Dr. Hanson. Do we have her in the room or on the platform? Mr. Powell, thank you very much.
Thank you. I do have an opening statement, Madam Hearing Officer, but we could wait. I could postpone that till after Ms. Hanson if you'd like, or
Yeah. Let's move to Dr. Hanson. Oh, I'm sorry. An opening statement, which would, I think, probably help the commission get an idea of where you're headed.
Correct.
All right.
May I approach, and I do have copies of it for
the opening statement. I did
Yes.
distribute the hard copies of Dr. Hanson's rebuttal that you handed me earlier.
Thank you. But this is a copy of my opening statement, which I would like to give to you and the commissioners, and I will give it to the corporate.
Yes. Thank you.
May I proceed?
Yes, please. Thank you.
May it please the commission. I am Mariel Nanasi, lead counsel and executive director for New Energy Economy. I would like to address certain issues with you. The need to ban PFAS, the importance of the definition of PFAS that Wild Earth Guardians, which I will be referring to as guardians throughout, proposes, and why full chemical disclosure is necessary to protect public health and the environment. But first, I'd like to address NMOGA's rather combative and disingenuous stance in this case. Right off the bat, NMOGA is challenging your authority. Never mind that the legislature has explicitly endowed this commission with the authority and responsibility to regulate produced water and non-domestic waste to, quote, protect public health and the environment, and to protect landowners and properties in, quote, such a manner as to prevent injury. What this means is that if you find that PFAS pose harm to human health and the environment because of its toxicity, mobility, and persistence, and PFAS contaminated produced water and non-domestic waste can cause the degradation, if not permanent contamination of property, then it is your regulatory authority to do everything in your power to ameliorate these dangerous threats. 23 states have done just that, and we should join them. This case raises the very critical question if a claimed trade secret, where secrecy is generally preserved for the sake of business competition, must yield to a more paramount concern: the health of our bodies, our waters, our water, and our communities. New Energy Economy submits that it must. Colorado and California have already made this sound determination. As Dr. Hansen, New Energy Economy's expert witness, stated in her rebuttal, quote, between 2010 and 2024, the numbers of self-reported spills by the oil and gas industry indicate over 10,000 instances of produced water spills totaling over 1 million gallons of produced water spilled. Of those spilled, 187 reached a water course and 99 spills affected groundwater. Given that PFAS has been demonstrated to be present in produced water and the persistence of PFAS compounds in the environment, it is likely that essentially all the PFAS ever spilled in surface or groundwater during this 14-year reporting period is still present and mobile in the environment, or present in a living being, either in its original form or as a terminal PFAS degradation product. It is your moral and legal duty to disrupt the pathways of further contamination. Given that, according to the New Mexico Environment Department, 78% of New Mexicans depend on groundwater for drinking water, 81% of New Mexicans are served by public systems with water derived from groundwater sources, and over 170,000 New Mexicans depend on private wells for drinking water. The Commission must embrace this opportunity to use its authority to protect New Mexicans and our water from even greater dangerous contamination. The public is counting on you. Number one, NMOGA's first objection is baseless. Well within the Commission's authority is the regulation of PFAS in non-domestic wastes and produced water. The Commission is authorized to prevent oil and gas waste from contaminating New Mexico and to protect public health and the environment. NMOGA's pre-hearing statement alleges that Guardian's application and proposed amendments seek to have the OCD regulate, quote, the generation as opposed to the, quote, disposition of non-domestic wastes or produced water, arguing that because Section 70-2-12B15 provides the Commission with the authority to regulate disposition and other activities associated with it, but doesn't specifically use the word generation in the statute, thereby, OCD's regulatory authority is limited and may not act to regulate the, quote, generation of PFAS contaminated produced water. In other words, according to NMOGA, the OCD is free to regulate produced water once it emerges from a well, but cannot regulate or even learn the content of the fluid that becomes produced water that represents a threat to our health and the environment. No one involved in this proceeding, including NMOGA, is confused about the process that results in produced water and waste. Drillers use fracking fluid made up of water and chemicals, set off explosions underground to release gas and oil. What comes back out of the earth as a result is fracking waste or produced water, which includes all the chemicals in the fracking fluid plus whatever else comes up from below. NMOGA's position is that despite the Commission's explicit responsibility to regulate produced water and its explicit authority to regulate its disposition to prevent injury, protect public health and environment, it does not include the authority to regulate what goes downhole in oil and gas operations. NMOGA's position is wrong for several reasons. First, as this commission understands, the only way non-domestic wastes or produced water exist is via oil and gas production. Guardian's application and proposed amendments do not ask the OCD to exceed their powers or exceed its statutory authority by regulating generation of produced water and non-domestic waste. Guardian's application and proposed amendments seek to ban PFAS contaminated produced water and PFAS contaminated non-domestic waste. How is that accomplished? By banning PFAS in oil and gas downhole operations. If PFAS is banned in downhole operations, then when produced water and non-domestic waste is disposed, handled, transported, stored, recycled, or treated, it won't contain PFAS. Even NMOGA concedes that the, quote, common understanding of disposition is the disposal or discarding of something, the power to make decisions about disposal. The OCD has the power to make decisions about produced water and non-domestic waste disposal, including what is in them and whether they are contaminated with PFAS. Second, NMOGA is trying to sow confusion when there is none. Pursuant to Section 70-13-3, the legislature gives OCD broad discretion to regulate produced water, and the OCD may make rules and orders explicitly pursuant to 70-2-12B7 to require wells to be drilled, operated, and produced in such a manner as to prevent injuring to neighboring leases or properties, to regulate the disposition, handling, transport, storage, recycling, treatment, and disposal of produced water during or for reuse in the exploration, drilling, production, treatment, or refinement of oil or gas, including disposal by injection to authority delegated under the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act in a manner that protects public health, the environment, and freshwater resources. 70-2-12B21 to regulate the disposition of non-domestic wastes resulting from the exploration, development, production, or storage of crude oil or natural gas to protect public health and the environment. And 72-12B22 to regulate the disposition of non-domestic waste resulting from the oil field service industry, the transportation of crude oil or natural gas, the treatment of natural gas, or the refinement of crude oil to protect public health and the environment. Third, it is beyond dispute that PFAS is a toxic substance that is harmful to public health and the environment, and Guardian's application and proposed rule amendments seek to ban PFAS used in downhole operations. Quote, NMOGA supports a science-based prohibition on the use of PFAS, unquote. How that is accomplished is important and a legitimate area of legal debate. But for NMOGA to challenge this Commission's authority to regulate PFAS with such sweeping language and via confusing and baseless arguments should be rejected. Number two, NMOGA's second objection is another red herring injected to confuse and sow doubt, and two is without merit. The Commission and Guardians understand the difference between produced water and non-domestic waste. NMOGA claims that, quote, WEG is attempting to implicitly or explicitly redefine or reframe produced water as either a waste or non-domestic waste through this rulemaking process, and any such attempt is legally and procedurally improper. Despite this baseless claim, Guardians is not trying to conflate these terms, redefine or reframe these different oil and gas waste streams. This bogus claim should be dismissed without further ado. Guardians is requesting a rule change to prohibit the intentional use of PFAS by the oil and gas industry in downhole operations so that there will be no further PFAS in both produced water and non-domestic waste. NMOGA is trying to create legal chaos, conflating two different waste streams when there is actually none. 3. NMOGA's third objection is Guardian's reference to the Colorado law that prevents any further PFAS use by the oil and gas industry and requires chemical constituent disclosures. NMOGA makes an obvious point. Legislative action is not equivalent to rulemaking, yet its point is irrelevant here. The vast body of scientific peer-reviewed science points to research about the health impacts of PFAS. Exposures to PFAS may lead to decreased fertility, development delays in children, and raise the risk of certain cancers, including kidney, testicular, and breast cancers, and more. Our body's immune and vaccine response and hormones may also be negatively compromised. Guardians points to Colorado laws regarding a PFAS ban and a chemical disclosure as critical precedent, not to confuse the difference between statute and rulemaking, but critically because the oil and gas industry just across the border has adapted to a PFAS ban and chemical constituent disclosure and continues to operate and profit. Quote, anything Colorado did or failed to do in its most recent legislative action is irrelevant to the present rulemaking, says NMOGA. Colorado's law is not irrelevant because it demonstrates that when our neighbor to the north required a PFAS ban and chemical constituent disclosure to protect public health and the environment, the oil and gas industry was able to accommodate the more stringent standards. There is no evidence that NMOGA has submitted that changes Guardians propose that the changes Guardians propose to ban PFAS and require chemical disclosure can't be accomplished here in New Mexico, or that the changes are not well within OCD's broad regulatory authority granted by our legislature. 4. NMOGA urges rejection of many of Guardian's definitions, but these are necessary to effectuate the proposed rules. I will not go through why each of these definitions are necessary to implement the proposed rule changes and their respective legal underpinnings. I will save that for briefing, but I would like to highlight one very important one that is critical for you to ponder as you go through this hearing process. That is the definition of PFAS. NMOGA urges the Commission to reject Guardian's definition of PFAS chemical, though this is the definition that has been adopted in 23 states and has been used by Congress in promulgating laws. Guardian's definition, which is the widely accepted definition, is PFAS chemicals means a perfluoroalkyl or polyfluoroalkyl substance which with at least one fluorinated carbon atom. Dr. Hansen testifies that the definition, quote, ensures an accurate understanding and monitoring of PFAS risk. NMOGA argues for an extremely limited definition of PFAS in the rulemaking, an attempt to exclude thousands of toxic compounds in this class of chemicals from the rule. Again, Dr. Hansen testifies against both NMOGA and OCD's definitions. She explains that their definitions are, quote, too narrow to be protective of humans and the environment. The specific PFAS used by the oil and gas industry are not pure compounds, but are available with measurable levels of residuals, impurities, and breakdown products. It is environmentally and chemically simplistic to say that adequate control is achieved using a definition only relevant to a particular industry. PFAS are exceptionally stable in the environment. Most are highly mobile. Recent research suggests that toxicity of PFAS compounds is additive. These characteristics of the class indicate a need for a broad, inclusive definition to describe existing and potential risk. Unquote. You will have a world-class expert testify before you. Dr. Hansen's research has been cited thousands of times by other scientists and researchers, and I urge you to explore why Dr. Hansen is emphatic about a clear and broad definition of PFAS and believes that inclusion of PFAS, even compounds lacking in robust toxicological information, is necessary. It is critical that we get this right, and Dr. Hansen's testimony provides the substantial evidence that you need to adopt a rule that is comprehensive and the most protective of human health and the environment, just as the legislature instructed is to be done. And this is last. Chemical disclosure is needed to verify compliance with the PFAS ban and to provide information necessary for risk assessments and monitoring by regulators, first responders, health professionals, and the public. As you are aware, Guardian's rule changes require the disclosure of all chemical constituents in downhole operations. That means the oil and gas industry would have to divulge their chemical ingredients, not their recipe. Why is this necessary? Number one, the stakes are high and we must disrupt PFAS pathways. The health of our bodies, our water, and our communities is at stake. Scientific studies have linked exposure to PFAS with high cholesterol, ulcerative colitis, testicular, liver, pancreatic, and kidney cancer, preeclampsia, liver damage, thyroid disease, decreased vaccine response, asthma, decreased fertility, low birth weight, delayed mammary gland development, developmental problems, effects on brain development, and diminished immune system response. As NMED Cabinet Secretary James Kennedy has repeatedly stated, given the toxicity, mobility, and persistence of PFAS, we must disrupt the pathways of further PFAS contamination because it is more advantageous to prevent PFAS pollution than to try and clean it up at enormous cost. Number two, right to know. One of the fundamental underlying policies behind the idea of environmental protection in this country is that the public has a right to know certain things, such as basic health information about substances and compounds to which our residents are being exposed. When regulations compel disclosure of such substances and health studies thereof, the public can actually better protect themselves by making an informed decision about whether or not they want to voluntarily expose themselves to such a risk or how best to manage the risk of involuntary exposure. Number three, accountability. Disclosure is the chief method of holding fracking companies accountable. With chemical disclosure, it is easier to identify and quantify chemicals that may be present in spilled fluid. Without chemical disclosure, one has to use non-targeted methods, which are harder to measure and do not allow for quantification until they are positively identified. In other words, with chemical disclosure, it is easier to know what you are looking for and increases the ability to characterize human health risk. Number four, policy driven by science. Full chemical constituent disclosure will provide the agency and the public with more data. The more data we have, the better equipped we will to make scientifically based policy decisions to protect our waterways from contamination and protect the health of New Mexicans and our environment. I'll close by acknowledging that PFAS are a pernicious threat to wildlife and human health because of their long-term stability, non-biodegradability in the environment, biopersistence in tissues, and documented serious health effects. New Energy Economy thanks you, Madam Hearing Officer, and Commissioners for your attention to this extremely important matter. We would never want to look back at this moment and say that when we had the chance to reduce toxicity in the environment and reduce harm, that we did not act. And with that, I present you with Dr. Hansen.
Thank you, Ms. Nanasi. That was exactly 20 minutes. Dr. Hanson, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Ms. Nanasi.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Kristen Hansen, KRISTENHANSEN.
Did you prepare direct technical testimony and exhibits that New Energy Economy has designated as Exhibit A?
I have.
Is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would you give the same answers?
I would.
Did you prepare rebuttal technical testimony and exhibits that New Energy Economy has designated as Exhibit B?
I have.
Is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would you give the same answers?
I would.
Could you please provide a brief summary of your technical, direct, and rebuttal testimony?
Yes. I support the ban on perfluoroalkyl and perfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS, defined as a class of compounds, including chemicals with at least one aliphatic perfluorocarbon moiety. The EPA recognizes at least 10,000 PFAS, though experts in the field estimate the class includes up to 15,000, many of which have not been identified, much less characterized. There are 6 well-characterized PFAS compounds that the EPA has recently listed maximum contaminant levels for in drinking water. The list is limited to 6, not because these are the only 6 of 15,000 that pose a threat to human health, but because these are the compounds for which sufficient data exists to characterize deleterious effects to human health. Other members of the PFAS class are not well studied. However, emerging evidence suggests potential similarities in toxicity for many members of the class. Emerging evidence also suggests the potential for additive toxicity amongst different members of the class. That is, exposure to more than one PFAS may result in health effects greater than exposure to a single PFAS alone. The potential for additive toxicity is reflected in EPA's utilization of a health index when considering the effects of PFAS on water quality. The definition of PFAS should not be limited to those compounds for which there are specific analytical methods. Given the uncontrolled nature of PFAS manufacturing processes and the variety of PFAS chemicals in the environment, a definition limited to specific compound would leave the vast majority of PFAS unmonitored and uncontrolled. The production, utilization, and discharge of PFAS compounds includes significant PFAS impurities and residuals, all of which may be present in an overall formulation discharged to the environment. Many PFAS, as well as the PFAS impurities and residuals present in a PFAS product, contain a hydrocarbon portion, which may undergo some level of degradation in the environment. The product of that partial degradation is a smaller, persistent perfluorinated compound that may have different environmental mobility and toxicity. These residuals, impurities, and degradation products, known and unknown, are covered by the definition I have proposed. A comprehensive PFAS ban will protect public health from apparent PFAS, as well as the impurities, residuals, and partial breakdown products. My proposed PFAS definition is not just my expert opinion, but is the definition adopted in 23 states and in federal legislation as well. I disagree with the non-scientifically based perspective that insufficient toxicology data for a particular PFAS should disqualify that compound from inclusion in the comprehensive ban. Such logic is characterized in social science as, quote, undone science. It's defined as, quote, areas of research that are of concern for members of the public, yet are not an area of focus for industry researchers, often due to deliberate or tacit avoidance, unquote. Many PFAS compounds pass through the placental barrier from mother to infant via breastfeeding. These are 2 examples of routes of exposure that have been toxicologically characterized for the first time in the last 10 years, although PFAS have been present in our consumer products and environment for over 50 years. The defining characteristics of PFAS is their environmental persistence. Many are highly mobile and many are biologically active. Many PFAS move quickly and widely from their point of discharge or disposal via air, water, dust, sediment, or biota. The potential for PFAS spills by the oil and gas industry on the ground or in waterways, volatilization of PFAS from surface ponds, spills, or discharge of produced water underscores the significant risk to communities and the environment. Any one of these PFAS exposure routes could lead to wider environmental or human exposure. It's my expert opinion that full chemical constituent disclosure is a necessary companion to the PFAS ban. This provision is necessary to verify industry compliance with the PFAS ban and to provide information necessary for risk assessments, monitoring by regulators, first responders, health professionals, and community members. Thank you for allowing me to provide this summary, and I look forward to further examination.
With that, Madam Hearings Officer, I move the direct technical testimony and exhibits of Kristen Hansen as New Energy Economy Exhibit A, and the rebuttal technical testimony of Kristen Hansen as New Energy Economy Exhibit B. And I do have for the court reporter a copy of both of those testimonies that I can tender to him afterward. And with that, Dr. Hansen is available for cross-examination.
All right, thank you. Are there objections to the admission of any E exhibits A or B? No? Okay, they're admitted. Thank you. Ms. Mulcahy, will you be doing the questioning?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Hansen. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Yes, thank you for being with us in the virtual world. We appreciate it. I am just wondering, Dr. Hansen, you are not a toxicologist, correct?
That is true.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, thank you. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of Dr. Hansen based on her testimony? Thank you. Ms. Kessler? There you are. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Kessler shook her head no. Mr. Tremaine?
No cross.
All right. And Mr. Davis?
I have a few.
All right.
Hello, Dr. Hansen. My name is Tim Davis. I represent the petitioner Wild Earth Guardians. I have just a few questions for you. First, I wanted to know if you were familiar with a study that's was authored by Siegel et al., and it's entitled Investigation of Sources of Fluorinated Compounds in Private Water Supplies in an Oil and Gas Producing Region of Northern West Virginia.
I am familiar.
That's marked as Wild Earth Guardian Exhibit 53. Have you read this study?
I have.
And this was a study of wells in West Virginia?
Correct.
And there was some discussion a couple of days ago about this study, and I'm wondering if you could opine on whether and why you think this study from West Virginia would be relevant to the proposed rule.
Certainly. I read the study, and I feel like there are three main points that were brought out in this paper that are relevant to the discussion. The first is that the authors were able to demonstrate a link between PFAS concentrations in private drinking water wells and unconventional oil and gas. The second is that the authors measured non-targeted analytes, non-targeted PFAS compounds, that is specifically PFAS compounds that are not laid out by EPA methods, and in some cases found extremely high levels of these compounds in the private drinking water wells. I think that goes to demonstrate the importance of having a very broad definition of PFAS so that we are looking for all the compounds that could potentially impact a water supply, not simply those that have been well characterized already. The third point that I thought was relevant is that as the authors tried to refine their model and understand the impact of unconventional oil and gas on private drinking water wells, they were hindered somewhat by the inability to know specifically what compounds the oil and gas industry had used. So since these compounds were uncharacterized or non-targeted, they used sophisticated analytical tools to develop an understanding of what the compounds are, but without having a specific compound named by the industry, they were unable to fully confirm those compounds. As a result, the accuracy and the fidelity of their method was hampered by this lack of information. So I think this also speaks to today's discussion in terms of the importance of having the industry be completely transparent with the chemicals that they are using.
And on that last point, I'd like to ask you a little bit about targeted versus non-targeted testing. Are you familiar with those terms?
I am.
So can you...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt you. Please go ahead.
No, I wasn't sure if you just wanted me to start or you had a specific question.
Oh, the specific question related to that is when you have a sample for analysis and you have full disclosure of what's in that sample, can you talk about the accuracy of using targeted testing on that sample versus a sample in which you don't have disclosure and you must start with non-targeted testing? Can you compare those two scenarios?
Absolutely. When an analytical chemist knows the compound that they are looking for in a targeted analysis, there is a standard available and there is an understanding of the structure of that compound. And so it's much easier for the chemist to go in and compare what they have found to what they know they are looking for. And it is the case that in the targeted analysis currently in methods that EPA has, there are specific standards that are available. In non-targeted analysis, when an analyst does not know what they're looking for, they have to use much more sophisticated analytical equipment and secondary clues to help them try and understand what a molecule can be. Even if structurally they're able to say that they know the identity of the compound, without having that absolute confirmation, it makes it difficult for them to provide accurate quantitative data. They need a standard of that material in order to measure exactly how much is present.
Is it fair to say that when you know what you're looking for, you can more accurately identify?
That's a much simpler version of what I said, yes.
Is it also accurate to say that when you know what you're looking for, you can use targeted testing to quantify a compound?
Absolutely.
You hit on this a little bit in your opening summary, but I just want to ask you a couple of questions about the toxicological data that we have currently on PFAS compounds. I believe you said there are 6 that you would consider that we have toxicological data on currently.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to emphasize, while I am not a toxicologist, I think that the statements that I'm making about toxicology are really, they're conclusions that have already been well developed by other toxicologists. So it's not work that I've done, but it is conclusions that are well understood in the industry. And yes, the six compounds that the EPA has chosen to designate for maximum contaminant limits are compounds that I think are well characterized toxicologically.
And so the absence of toxicological data on the universe of PFAS compounds other than those 6 does not mean that the ones that are other than those 6 are safe.
Absolutely. The statement that there is no evidence that this compound is toxic does not mean that there is evidence to prove that it is non-toxic.
For the PFAS compounds that have been studied for toxicological purposes, those compounds have shown to be harmful to human health. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you think it's any coincidence that the ones that have been studied have all shown those harmful properties?
I don't think it's a coincidence. I think it's a very complex area to understand the toxicity. And as I stated, one of the things that toxicologists are studying right now and learning is that there are, in fact, even the opportunity for additive toxicological results amongst these compounds. It's very complicated to study them, and it's very complicated to study in general chronic toxicity, which is what most of these compounds impart.
And the body of scientific literature.
So I'm sorry, Madam Hearing Officer.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to object here because Dr. Hansen is not a toxicologist, and I don't mind her talking about stuff that has already been found in studies. I think perhaps she has the expertise to be able to read that. But once she gets off into opining on stuff about toxicology, I think that's outside of the scope of her knowledge.
All right. So, Mr. Davis.
I'm happy to ask my next question within the scope of the scientific literature that exists.
All right. Thank you.
Dr. Hansen, the current body of scientific literature around PFAS toxicity, does that tell us anything about additive toxicity?
The current body of scientific literature tells us that there is potential for additive toxicity. An example of how this is reflected is the EPA's decision to use a health index as part of their MCL drinking water guideline, which accounts for the potential of additive toxicity amongst 4 of the targeted PFAS compounds.
In the current body of scientific literature about the toxicology of PFAS compounds, does it tell us anything about sensitive populations like infants, the immunocompromised, pregnant people?
Yes, the current body of scientific literature does talk about those sensitive populations, particularly, for example, the gestational repercussions and also health implications for infants. That's something that has been studied relatively recently because, as you might imagine, that is a difficult population to study. And as a result of those studies, the toxicological literature reflects things like preeclampsia in pregnant people, as well as developmental challenges in gestation and immune suppression of infants, for example.
I'm going to ask you about another one of Wild Earth Guardian's exhibits that's labeled as WG Exhibit 88. This is a study authored by Zhang et al., and it's entitled Characterization of Produced Water and Surrounding Surface Water in the Permian Basin, United States. Are you familiar with that study?
I am.
And you've read this study?
I have.
With regard to the use of PFAS, what did you take away from this study?
I took away 2 main points. The first is that PFAS can be linked to produced water. The authors demonstrated the presence of PFAS compounds in produced water. The second thing that I took away is that this is an area that has not been studied and requires much more study. The authors used a small number of samples and spent a good deal of time in their text documenting how additional studies are needed to better understand this phenomenon of PFAS in produced water.
And the samples in this study were taken from New Mexico.
True, yes.
I want to ask you really quickly about persistence in the environment and breakdown of PFAS. You do agree that PFAS is persistent in the environment?
I do.
And can you talk about the constituents that result from the breakdown of PFAS? Specifically, I'm wondering if the constituents break down to further PFAS compounds.
Mm-hmm. So many PFAS compounds start off as molecules that have a perfluorinated component and a non-perfluorinated component. When those molecules are in the environment or in humans or biota, the non-PFAS component often breaks down, leaving a terminal, very persistent PFAS component in the environment. So an example of this that is fairly well known is that in the textile industry, the PFAS compounds that are used to coat a textile have molecules that are half hydrocarbon and half fluorochemical. And when those molecules leave the textile and end up in the environment, the hydrocarbon part of the molecule falls apart, leaving the PFAS. And in the case of 3M's textile, for example, that PFAS is a molecule known as perfluorooctane sulfonate that is probably present in over 90% of the blood of every human in the United States.
So when these PFAS break down, you often still have a PFAS after the breakdown?
Absolutely, yes.
And that new PFAS post-breakdown remains persistent in the environment?
Yes, it does.
Are you aware that this rule seeks to ban PFAS in downhole oil and gas operations?
I am.
And you're aware that it also seeks to ban undisclosed chemicals in oil and gas operations that are downhole?
I am.
And you also understand under current law in New Mexico that operators do not have to disclose all chemicals that they use downhole?
I do.
And you also understand that the basis for this proposed rule is to protect the public health and the environment?
I do.
Do you have experience with non-disclosure of chemical compounds?
I do.
That are claimed to be trade secrets? Can you tell us about that experience and how it relates to protection of human health and the environment?
Certainly. I worked at the 3M company for over 20 years, and part of that time was in understanding and tracking fluorochemicals in the environment. Following my employment at 3M and reviewing documents that were released to the public as a result of litigation, I could understand more about what was going on around me at 3M at the time and also what happened historically. In 1975, researchers came to 3M and provided a detailed chemical description of a molecule they had found ubiquitous in the US population. They described that molecule to 3M and they specifically asked for disclosure of the identity of the compound. 3M refused. That compound had the identity and a standard of that compound been made available to those researchers in 1975. I can tell you, as an analytical chemist, they would have immediately been able to confirm the identity of the compound that was present in the blood of the population in 1975. As it was, 3M did not disclose that until 2000. The result of that is that 25 years of scientific research was delayed because of 3M's unwillingness to share that confidential information.
So if there was a version of the proposed rule in which chemical disclosure was only provided to regulators, would that also prevent the type of research that you say we missed out on from 1975 and forward?
Absolutely. If researchers don't have the details about the chemicals that are being used, they can't effectively study them. As an example, that paper we talked about at the beginning from West Virginia with contamination of private drinking water wells. That's absolutely true.
And you agree that there's a very limited amount of toxicological data on most PFAS compounds?
I do.
Yeah.
So full public disclosure would allow us to start doing more science.
Absolutely.
I want to ask you about Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 8. In your rebuttal testimony on page 3, lines 9 through 12, you list 23 states that use the single fully fluorinated carbon atom definition. Is that correct?
That is true.
Have you looked at Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 8?
I have. I've skimmed it.
And that's a compilation of state law definitions that define PFAS as a substance with one fully fluorinated carbon atom.
True.
Is that exhibit consistent with your understanding of the 23 states that have used that definition?
It is.
And is that definition consistent with the one you're proposing for this rulemaking?
It is.
Are you familiar with the precautionary principle?
I am.
Could you briefly explain what that is?
Sure. The precautionary principle asks people who are in the position of making decisions to encourage caution in decision making, especially when there is some evidence of risk. And with extremely persistent contaminants like PFAS, the precautionary principle is especially important. There is plausible risk to the environment and to human health based on what we know about this class of compounds. So the precautionary principle would urge decision makers to make decisions cautiously and on the side of public health.
In the context of the precautionary principle, do you believe that the one fully fluorinated carbon atom definition is consistent with the precautionary principle?
I do.
And could you briefly explain why?
The one perfluorinated carbon atom is the broadest definition that we have of PFAS. And as a result, it allows us to look at the complexity of the class and to take into account the largest potential for risk to human health and to the environment. Putting restrictions on what that definition is just narrows the view of what we can control and what we can measure and what we can monitor. And we know this is a class of compounds that carries significant risk to humans and to the environment.
Do you agree that these PFAS compounds are harmful to human health and the environment regardless of the source?
Oh, I do.
So in your rebuttal testimony on page 2, lines 3 through 5, you state, it's the responsibility of the industry to control the use of both the compounds produced for their purposes and additional PFAS compounds that are part of that final formulation, including residuals and impurities. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
That's an accurate statement of your testimony?
It is.
Can you explain a little bit what you mean by that?
Sure. The process by which fluorochemicals is produced is extremely messy and hard to control. And even in the best of circumstances, we don't produce one specific compound, even when we're targeting it. We end up producing compounds that come with partially reacted or unreacted components and other things that we didn't target, but that are present in those formulations. I could give you plenty of examples of products that we encounter in our everyday life. A product like Teflon, for example, leaves the plant carrying with it a whole series of impurities and residuals that pose human health risks. And those come out, even though Teflon is the product, what the consumer experiences is Teflon with these impurities and these residuals.
There's been some discussion about quote unquote background PFAS. Mm-hmm. That is maybe also could be characterized as PFAS that is just present in the environment. Are you familiar with that term, background
Sure.
PFAS?
Sure, yeah.
And so, whether, let me strike that. If an oil and gas company injects PFAS through a frac fluid into the environment, do you agree that that could be a potential pathway of exposure to PFAS?
Again, I'm going to object to any hypothetical questions about toxicology.
Right, that sounded like a toxicological conclusion to me.
If an oil and gas company uses a PFAS containing frac fluid and it's put down the hole, I'm not asking you about toxicology. I'm asking you about persistence in the environment of the chemicals, mobility in the environment of those chemicals. So when PFAS is injected downhole from a frac fluid, could it remain in the environment?
Yes.
Could it move around in the environment?
Yes.
Now, if that same PFAS compound was coming from a background PFAS source, would it persist in the environment?
Yes.
Would it move around in the environment?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Ms. Nanasi, do you have any redirect before I go to the commission?
I think I just have one question, and that was when, do you recall when Mr. Davis was asking you about failure to disclose means that essentially it would hamper the availability to do more science. Do you remember that?
I do.
It also, failure to disclose would also impair the ability to characterize human risk. Is that right?
It
I'm
is.
gonna object on that. She's, again, not a toxicologist, and questions about doing human health risk assessments are toxicology questions.
Yeah, Ms. Anassi, would you rephrase that, please?
To the extent that you know, based on your professional expertise, do you believe that failure to disclose would also impair the ability to characterize human risk?
Again, that's a human risk assessments are all in the field of toxicology. Those are toxicological questions and conclusions that you need to have an understanding of human health risk assessments, exposure pathways, and Dr. Hansen is not a toxicologist.
That was my understanding of her background, was in chemistry, not toxicology.
Can I follow up on a question for a foundation then?
Go ahead.
Do you have an understanding of how risk has been characterized regarding PFAS?
I do.
And now to ask you again, to the extent of your personal knowledge, would failure to disclose mean that that would impair the characterization to human risk?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, is that it before I go to the commission? I'm wondering if it would help to take a short break before we begin with commission questioning. All righty, let's come back at 10 after 2. We took a short afternoon break and we turn now to the questions of Dr. Hansen by the commission. Mr. Chair, would you like to start?
I would. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Thank you, Dr. Hansen, for your testimony today and for appearing before us. We appreciate the information that you shared with us. Dr. Hansen, just to get clear, I know it's been harped on that you're not a toxicologist, so I got that much out of the testimony. If I understand correctly through your CV and through your testimony and rebuttal, you're an analytical chemist, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so a PhD in analytical chemistry, is that exactly? Okay, excellent. Thank you for that. Doctor, I have a couple questions for you. And it kind of all revolves around PFAS, but let's start off. Mr. Davis had asked you about targeted analysis and if it's easier to identify the analyte if you know what's in the compound. And I think we understand that if we know that compound X is in the solution and the test can find compound X, it makes it easier for everybody. But if you don't know that compound X is in the solution and yet the actual analytical procedure does test for compound X, is it really that hard to identify compound X?
That's a good question. I think to separate it out, if you're looking for something that there isn't a standard for at all and you don't know what it is challenging. The paper that was cited is an interesting example of how they came to the identities that they did, and they had to use several complementary analytical techniques to develop that final answer. They use a technique, for example, called high resolution mass spectrometry that provides the molecular weight of the molecule down to the thousandth of an AMU. So it's not trivial, but it is possible.
So, and when we say high resolution, are we talking mass spec with a liquid chromatograph? What are we talking about?
Sure. As it sounds like you're familiar with these techniques. So certainly HPLC, and there's either high resolution mass spec just with one mass spec, or the mass spec, so you can look at the fragments of the molecule as well.
Okay. So, but again, if the analytical procedure in front of us tests for compound X, whether or not we know it's in solution makes no difference. You can still see compound X and you can quant off of compound X. And I apologize, I said quant because I do have some chemistry experience. You can quantitate off of that particular result, correct?
Yeah, if I'm understanding your question correctly, I think what I'm hearing is if a molecule is in solution and you have a standard that you're testing for, you can quantitate the level of the molecule in solution based on what you know with your standard. Is that what you were questioning?
Yeah, that's exactly
Okay.
what I was saying. So it's if our testing procedure can see a specific compound, it doesn't matter whether it's disclosed or not. It's still easy for the machine, the instrument to see it because you're already testing for it, correct?
Yeah. So again, let me just clarify to make sure I understand. So if you tell me I have a mixture here and I want to know what's in it, and I say, well, compound X is likely to be present in this mixture, whether you've told me or not, I can go in and look for compound X and find it because I have some other knowledge that tells me probably compound X is present. Is that it?
Yes. So in the questioning that Mr. Davis had given you, it was more the concern because your answer was it does make it easier to know if it's unknown. We're doing some screening. We're looking to find stuff. If we know that the solution has various compounds, it makes it easier on the screening, especially if the test is not necessarily a standardized test that's used across industry like an EPA test, correct?
Yeah, I think so. Again,
Okay.
I think I understand your question.
Okay, I appreciate that. Second of all, you made the statement, and I value your statement as a chemist that these compounds are harmful, and I definitely believe in that as well. Yesterday, we had an analytical chemist tell us that some of these PFASs are inert and really don't interact with anything. Is that statement, as an analytical chemist yourself, is that statement a correct statement? I'm trying to see as a governing body here, the information that's coming into us.
Sure, absolutely. So it's not something that I can answer yes or no. It requires a little bit more exposition around it. And that is that there certainly are examples of polymeric PFAS compounds that are inert. However, the production of these compounds, both where they're made at the manufacturing facility and how they are submitted as products, are rarely pure. They come with them with residuals and impurities in them. And I was trying to use the example previously of Teflon, for example, where there are other molecules that are riding along with that polymeric material. And those molecules may not be non-toxic and they may be extremely mobile in the environment. So I think it's important to separate the fact that even though such a pure compound may exist, practically speaking, it doesn't really exist in the products that are purchased.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. That I appreciate it. Another thing that you mentioned, and you've relied on it, and other witnesses have relied on, is this Jang paper that was published in 2021, I believe, if I'm correct.
I think it's 22, but
22. Sorry, I was off by a year. My apologies. In looking at the Jang paper, and this was a concern I had yesterday as well, when we're looking at the PFAS information that was submitted, and if you have that paper in front of you, it's page 8 of that particular paper under 3.4 PFAS analysis. They did analytical sampling. They did analysis on samples that came from produced water and from the Pecos River. Now, Dr. Spear yesterday said he thought that they were 12 samples. I only read 2. I reread it yesterday again, and it was only 2 samples that they did, 1 and 1. Now, as an analytical chemist, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the results that they mentioned, especially for the produced water, they noted that there were 5 PFAS compounds that were found in the produced water, and they state the levels that they found them at. But then they also said that PFAS was indicated in the blank samples. Now, as I'm sure, tenured and professor that has written, authored, professor yourself, would you base your data on something that also has PFAS in the blank? I mean, a blank's supposed to be zero, right?
It is, and yet within this area, as you can imagine, given the ubiquity of these compounds, that how to handle blanks in environmental analysis associated with PFAS is a huge area of study, and researchers really go to great lengths to define the limits of their blanks. And I hear what you're saying. There were some blank contaminations that the authors noted. Not every PFAS that was found in the blank. To me, the value of this paper, more than simply saying, oh, there's 0.25 nanograms per liter of PHXS, is more to say that there are fluorochemicals in this sample, and we need to do more testing. As you pointed out, one sample is not really sufficient to make any great conclusions on, other than to say this is an area that definitely needs more study, and the data indicates that there is at least the potential for risk that should be followed up on.
And I appreciate that. Thank you, Doctor. And again, I also agree with you, because you said the paper brought two main points to you. One, that PFAS can be found in produced water, and two, that more study is needed. And I definitely agree with number two. I have a hard time. I appreciate that the authors actually wrote that PFAS was in the blank. Sometimes you don't get all that information. So I appreciate their truthfulness in this. But as a body, we're asked to kind of put our trust in, or put some weight onto, not necessarily trust, but put weight into the fact that this was found. But it seems that as ubiquitous as PFAS is, unfortunately, it's in everything. You just have to pull it up and you can see what it's in. It's, I think, also very difficult to be able to say with assuredness, when your blanks are also contaminated with PFAS, that what you're finding is really from produced water. Also, the river had it as well. And they did not indicate whether the river blanks had PFAS in them or not. But in my mind, I'm trying to coalesce this paper to try to see how it's really supporting. And I'm reading it and I'm saying, yeah, the part I get out of it that I agree wholeheartedly is more research needs to be done. I can't really put myself and say, well, the blank has it. This could be systemic. They could have been using Teflon toppers on their vials. This could be the water was contaminated from some other source. There's a variety of things, but we're asked to definitely put all of our trust in it as if it's Bible. And I'm having a hard time kind of bringing these two things together. And as I said, you're the second or third individual that has based their information on this. And I don't see how, as an analytical chemist, you could tell me that these results are spot on.
I don't think I actually said that.
You didn't. You're right. You didn't. I'm just making that extrapolation. As scientists that are basing their data on this, you're kind of telling us, yeah, you should put trust in this.
Oh, I feel like maybe you've put some words in my mouth, because I would never use the word Bible to say that this data, that reflects my belief in this data. I believe what I said is that this study, more than anything, demonstrated the potential for PFAS compounds to be present in produced water. And I think there is, although it's certainly the case that of the 5 PFAS compounds identified, I believe 2 of them were in the blank, but I don't believe all of them were.
Correct.
I also believe that the authors, for example, said that they didn't use Teflon caps, as you brought out. They did their best to control this.
As a matter of fact, I was trying to read that. Could you tell me where that is?
Can I finish my statement, please? And
folks, one at a time, please.
Right.
Yeah, I thought I was talking, so.
My apologies.
So I would like to finish that and say that, again, there was some compounds that were not in the blank. And so the main point that these compounds, that this analytical work reflects the potential for PFAS to be present in produced water, which I think is what I said, and that it's an area that needs more study, is not negated by the fact that there is some PFAS in some of the blanks, and that it is in fact dealt with very professionally by the scientists in this paper.
And as I mentioned, I agreed with you on all of those, but we're still asked to put some trust in this particular, maybe you didn't say it, but we're being told that by 3 different people that paper is something that we should put some trust in, and that's where I'm going on. Correct, you didn't say that it was the Bible. I'm saying as a whole, we're being told that we should follow this. So I appreciate your candor on that. The next part that I wanted to ask you is that on your exhibit, let me make sure I get it. On page 7 of your rebuttal, you state that the OCD definition is inadequate. It is too narrow and leaves many PFAS compounds unregulated. Can you expound on that for me, please?
Yeah, you're going to need to give me a second here.
Yeah.
It's on page, I'm sorry, of the rebuttal.
Of your rebuttal, page 7, line 11. This is exhibit B.
I think I must have different page numbers. I apologize. So, but nonetheless, I can find it on here. The OCD definition, right. Okay. I know where this is. All right. Because the definition went on to suggest, for the purposes of completing environmental investigation, specific PFAS chemicals that can be included, and it listed several methods, several EPA methods. Those methods list several PFAS compounds, but not a complete list. I think I went through these methods and kind of loosely counted up, and I think all of the methods listed in this definition, taken comprehensively, include on the order of about 50 different PFAS chemicals. Given that, the EPA recognizes that there are 10,000, 50 is a very small number, and so that's why I said that the definition proposed is too narrow.
Okay, my question then to you is, as an analytical chemist, can we see all of the compounds that the EPA is saying?
When you say see, do you mean like a list, or
do we have targeted analytical procedures for them?
No, I mean, that's the point, right? Because some of these compounds are not even characterized by the industries producing them. It's a very messy process, and so we are forced to rely on advanced analytical techniques, like, for example, high-resolution mass spectrometry, to try and elucidate what these compounds are. But it's not something that is necessarily the case that all of these molecules have been adequately characterized such that they can be written into a method.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Bloom.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hanson.
Hello.
I'm Greg Bloom. I'm the Assistant Commissioner of Minerals from the Land Office. Thanks for your time today. Putting the JANG study aside of produced water in the Permian Basin, would you still have concerns about PFAS in oil and gas?
I do. I mean, and the other scientific paper that we spent some time on, I think, is actually a better example than the Jiang example, although I recognize the geographic proximity of the other is more relevant. But that other study, really, I think, even more definitively proved the risk and potential between unconventional oil and gas and drinking water contamination. My main concern with these compounds is that they are so persistent. Anywhere they end up in the environment, they're there. It's not like you spill a cup of coffee on the carpet and you can just wipe it up. Once it's in the environment and it's moving, you can't go back and pull it in. So I do have concerns.
So you mentioned the persistence. Does the literature around PFAS toxicity also suggest that these compounds be banned from oil and gas production?
Yeah, I guess the toxicologists that I work most closely with are of the mind that we need to ban the use of these compounds for any non-critical use, in part because they go into the environment and they don't go away, and because of things that are around, for example, the additive toxicity. So it gets very hard to talk about the exposure of an individual when you have to take into account things like additive toxicity. What else are people coming into contact with?
You mentioned critical uses. What does that include? Just curious.
Well, the definition that I support on critical uses is something for which there is absolutely no other alternative, something that is very well controlled, both in the sense of how the fluorochemical is used, but also how the fluorochemical is produced. So as an example, there may be, for example, the need to use a perfluorinated compound on some component of a medical device. I don't have a specific example. I'm just using this in general. And in that case, the fluorochemical that is produced for that critical need for which there is no other chemical can be produced and cleaned, and all of the waste associated with that chemical from manufacturing until use can be controlled and captured and dealt with appropriately.
Thank you. Dr. Hansen, are you familiar with the spill data that Ms. Troutman presented from Wild Earth Guardians?
I am.
Any thoughts on that? Does anything there give you pause?
Yeah, I mean, as I put in my, I believe it was the rebuttal there, the spills that happen as a result of the oil and gas industry's use and the exposure then to surface water and groundwater is particularly concerning, as it aids in the mobility of these compounds in the environment.
And I think lastly, is there anything in the literature about PFAS entering the air through oil and gas operations?
There is, and there are examples of that both from flare-offs as well as from volatilization of PFAS from settling ponds and from spills.
Did you cite any of those in what you provided us?
I did not. Interestingly, I was reading about them last night, and if it's possible to add those to you now, I could certainly follow up with that. But I did not cite any of those specifically.
Is that a possibility, Ms. Hearing Officer?
I would ask if Ms. Nanati would like to offer those. The other side of that is then the other parties have a chance to object to it. We kind of go through another round of, if you will, rebuttal. Any comments from the council here?
Madam Hearing Officer, I don't know if Dr. Hansen can cite to at least the names of the studies that she's referring to, and that could therefore be dealt with right now. So we could avoid what you just suggested might happen.
Any other comments? No.
Madam Hearing Officer, I'm just not, first of all, I don't think it's been properly noticed under this rulemaking. So I have that issue. Second of all, the commission doesn't have any jurisdiction over air quality. That belongs to the Environmental Improvement Board in New Mexico. And so I'm just not really sure of the connection here and how a discussion and rebuttal on air quality issues is appropriate.
It is a more attenuated connection here to the record we're making.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it because I think there's been some a presence in the record that PFAS can get into not only the earth and water, but also air. And we've seen that, I think, throughout the record. least in a couple spots. I don't know that any further information on this would change my thinking on the case. So I'm fine to let this go at this time.
If I may, Madam Hearing
Mr. Nancy.
On page 9 of Dr. Hansen's testimony, she does specific line 7 through 12. She does specifically mention that the way that PFAS can travel is through volatilization of incompletely combusted PFAS during flare-off, volatilization of PFAS from surface ponds, spills, or discharges of produced water, and the presence of PFAS on and from surfaces and machinery encountered during transport, use, and disposal, etc.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for pointing that out, Ms. Nancy. Commissioner Bloom, I think you have something on the record if you'd like to base some kind of conclusion on that sort of testimony. You just don't have the, if you will, the background research on that.
Yeah. Thank you. And let me check. I think that was maybe my last question. That was. Thank you very much, Dr. Hansen.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Commissioner Mpoma.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hansen, for being with us. I am Dr. William Mpoma, a professor at New Mexico Tech. I do have a couple of questions. So in your Exhibit A, or the Exhibit A for new energy economy, on page 6, you made reference to EPA including about 6 PFAS compounds in their ruling. I want to know, do you know why, do you have any knowledge as to why EPA resulted in focusing on these 6 chemicals?
Yeah. So this has been a very long process for EPA, and those 6 compounds, they felt that they had sufficient information on the on both the presence of these compounds and the toxicology associated with these compounds, as well as enough data to understand a bit about the mechanism of action. And so it was quite a high bar, if you will, for these compounds to have sufficient data for EPA to choose to regulate them. There was plenty of people that wanted to include other compounds, and at this time, EPA suggested that more data was needed. EPA also has a roadmap in place for PFAS compounds and committed to continually review the limits that they have put in place as more data becomes available.
Thank you for that. So then definitely you believe that they based their decision on actual scientific study, to back the decision that they made. Would that be a fair statement?
Absolutely.
Now you talk about the definition of NMOCD, the definition that NMOCD is proposing. So even you look at EPA, they are looking at 6. Now, from NMOCD's definition and based on the experts that they work with, they are thinking about, or at least based on their definition, they are looking at about 40 to 70 compounds. So don't you believe that even they've really tried to include more compounds?
Unfortunately, no. I think that when you consider that there are 10 to 15,000 members of this class, having the ability to monitor for 50 to 70 is not adequate to fully address the class of compounds. With EPA's decision to look at only 6 in drinking water and requiring a huge amount of toxicological data for those 6, I think that's very different than suggesting that there should be only a small subset of the overall PFAS molecules that should be monitored in the environment. As we discussed, most of these compounds, there is no toxicological data or insufficient toxicological data present for these compounds because the amount of scientific effort needed to develop those tox profiles is enormous.
So even when NMOCD, based on their definition, they say that the list will evolve as more scientific information becomes available. Is that still not sufficient, at least based on the current scientific knowledge?
Absolutely. It's, in my view, a backwards looking assessment of risk to say, when they're in the environment and we can detect them and they're showing up in people's drinking water, then we'll start caring about them, right? That's how I read that statement. I feel that this is an area that we need to be proactive in because, as I stated, once these molecules are in the environment, we can't call them back. And we are still understanding the various ways that they can additively or with other underlying health conditions cause repercussions for humans and the environment.
Are you familiar with any examples of PFAS that has been used in the oil and gas industry?
It's not something that is easy to find information on, but I have searched and I understand that molecules like Teflon, for example, and PTFE are often used in the oil and gas industry. As I've said before, I'm not an expert, so I'm gaining that knowledge just from what I read in the literature. I've also read that surfactants, fluorochemical surfactants, are also used.
Thank you. So with reference to Jean's paper, Professor Zhu, who is the corresponding author from NMSU, that paper has been referenced a lot, and the chair more or less alluded to this. Is there any other reference that you are familiar with that supports the claim that there is PFAS found in produced water?
I did do a literature search in preparation for this, and I could not find another peer-reviewed scientific paper. I did find reference to fluorochemicals in produced water, but because they were not in peer-reviewed scientific data, I didn't consider those as I tried to learn about this. However, I guess my feeling was in looking for this is not that dearth of papers implies that there are no PFAS in produced water, but it is not an area that has been studied very much.
Okay, so in the pre-hearing statement of new energy economy, I just want to understand, or probably is it your understanding that produced water should not be used, in downhole operations? Is that your understanding too?
That is my understanding.
Okay, then let's go back to Jean's paper one more time. So in that paper, that same paper looked at produced water samples and then also looked at surface water samples from the Pecos River.
Mm-hmm.
Now, both samples, there were PFAS in that,
Mm-hmm.
right? And looking at the scarcity of water in the state of New Mexico, I mean, how do we say that let's say the commission should more or less not allow the use of produced water because probably there might be PFAS in there? It sounds like PFAS is everywhere. So can you comment on that?
Yeah, I guess my feeling is that while there are low levels of PFAS in the Pecos River and other places for sure, that doesn't give us an invitation to continue to add fluorochemicals into the environment to raise those levels. So the Pecos River is an example of a water body that it's going to be extremely difficult to take fluorochemicals out of. We can't control that wild river now. We can control the compounds that we put into the environment that will ultimately end up in a water body like that river, for example. So I think it's important to distinguish between the fact that there is damage that has been done to the environment, but that doesn't mean we should continue to do more damage to the environment and say, you know, it's a lost cause. There's fluorochemicals everywhere anyway.
You know, the reason why I was making that point, you know, I'm trying to understand, you know, from NMOCD's point of view, they believe that, or let's based on the testimony, PFAS can be within our municipal water. It can be in the surface water. So they want to really focus on additives that are added to downhole operations. So don't you believe that is enough, you know, other than more or less putting strict restriction on produced water usage?
I don't, because I just think that the use of fluorochemicals in this industry, in produced water, but also in all of the things that happen along the way. For example, spills, for example, volatilization from settling ponds and that type of thing. There's a lot of opportunities for environmental contamination, as has been pointed out by other experts, that go along with these operations and introducing fluorochemicals into the environment. So that's why I think they need to be prohibited from the operations.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any reason not to excuse Dr. Hansen?
I do have one.
All right.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Are you familiar with the frac focus?
Vaguely, I am.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to read some statement from the pre-hearing statement, and then I want to get your thoughts on that. That will be on page 8 of the pre-hearing statement. Lastly, as you are aware, guidance rule changes require the disclosure of all chemicals, constituents in downhole operations. That means the oil and gas industry would have to divulge their chemical ingredients, not their recipe. Now, I want to ask you, so they do disclose some information on the frac focus. So how do we do this? Let's say as a commission, how do we more or less enact this rule, and still maintain trade secrets provisions without a legislative change?
I think it's a very pertinent point that what is being requested is disclosure of the ingredients, as you say, and not the recipe. And so this isn't, tell me exactly how to make the fluids that you're using. It's just disclosure of the chemicals that go into those. I also think it's important to recognize that the designation of confidential business information is ostensibly put in place to protect competitive information from other people in the field. But it's my understanding that, for example, in Colorado, it's not allowed to protect this. So the competitors are already exposing all of their ingredients. And so it really seems to lower the risk for anything that is truly of proprietary value to be released to competitors if simply a chemical profile is shared so that the chemicals can be monitored by community members.
So when NMOCD says that they do not have the authority to support that, unless through a legislative change, what would be your response to that?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know enough about the legislative process to be able to comment on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mpoma. Any reason not to excuse Dr. Hansen at this time? No? All right. Thank you very much for your testimony, Dr. Hanson.
Thank you.
Let's go back to Mr. Powell. Mr. Tremaine.
I do have some redirect from Mr. Powell, if that's possible, but I think
Actually, you know what? Sorry, I just messed up. I just looked at my notes and I realized I messed up. Ms. Nanasi was questioning Mr. Powell. And then, of course, we go to Mr. Davis and the commission. Yeah. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I updated it. Yeah, because we didn't change the slides.
Thank you, Sheila. Yeah.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Powell. Referring you now to page 1 of your direct testimony. You state at line 19, New Mexico has been very proactive regarding PFAS, and the OCD sees this proposal as the next necessary step in protecting the citizens and natural resources of New Mexico. Is that a fair reading of your statement there?
It is.
Can you elaborate how New Mexico has been proactive regarding PFAS?
As a whole, I don't have all the details, but I do know that it was a governor's initiative. I believe the Department of Health has been active, and this commission itself took upon the rulemaking when requested.
So you are familiar with the fact that the governor, Governor Lujan Grisham, advocates for, quote, all New Mexico communities to have reliable access to clean drinking water, unquote.
I don't know that I've reviewed that statement or where that statement came from,
but
generally that's my understanding.
Do you also understand that Governor Lujan Grisham calls for, quote, science-based health standards, and that this policy principle is consistent with both the EMNRD, EMNRD, and the division itself?
I didn't cite any of those speeches. I would take you for what you're saying on it.
But generally, that's what EMNRD follows, as well as OCD, which is science-based health standards.
Correct.
Okay. And that it would be consistent for if the governor says that that's what she wants, which is science-based health standards, that EMNRD and OCD should act consistent with that principle.
Generally, yes.
Are you aware that Governor Lujan Grisham has advocated to, quote, require mandatory disclosure of what chemicals are used in hydraulic fracturing to better protect groundwater, unquote?
I have not seen that statement.
Is it your position that OCD doesn't have regulatory authority to require chemical disclosure, except in the instance if an oil and gas company has already violated the PFAS ban by poisoning the water, and then it can mandate disclosure of trade secrets pursuant to OCD's enforcement authority?
Objection, compound, and misstates the record.
And I'm going to join in that objection.
Yeah. Ms. Danesi, where's the basis for that question?
Well, I believe that, I can just break it down and ask Mr. Powell.
You can give it another try.
Let's just first start with, is it your position that OCD doesn't have regulatory authority to require chemical disclosure?
I don't think we stated that we don't have regulatory authority to ask for chemical disclosure to the OCD.
Great. Is it your understanding that in the human body, modest tissue concentrations of...
Objection. Again,
I haven't even finished my question.
she's
I'm
asking,
here
well,
to
she's
start.
asking, first of all, she's asking Mr. Powell questions about chemicals in human body tissue. That's not in his direct, nor in his rebuttal that he gave. It's outside the scope of both of those. And I don't believe he's been presented as a toxicologist.
Right, Ms. Anasi, if that's where you're going, is human tissues, I think that is outside the scope of Mr. Powell's experience and education.
What is your understanding of the effects that PFAS has had in the human body?
Ms. Anasi, I have to ask you to move on.
On page 1 of your direct testimony, you state at line 21, the primary goal of the OCD's modification to the proposed amendments is to ensure that changes are protective. Can you explain why you believe that that is the primary goal?
I think with the rules OCD performs and what we ask the OCC to adopt is generally protective of human health and the environment.
And the reason why you support, to some extent, the PFAS ban is because you believe that that would be more protective of human health. Is that right? And the environment.
Correct.
On page 3 of your direct testimony, you state at line 21, the final but most important change is OCD's proposed definition of PFAS chemicals, as this definition will shape the implementation and effect of the remaining rule changes. OCD attempted to address the PFAS definition using 2 general criteria. First, the definition must be a technical definition to detail what PFAS is chemically, while allowing the division to appropriately implement the definition as the scientific understanding of PFAS continues to develop. Is that your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Is it your testimony that Dr. Hansen's definition of PFAS is not chemically accurate?
Objection. It's outside the scope of Mr. Powell's direct.
Yes, sustained.
You stated earlier that you are not a chemistry expert, correct?
Correct.
I noticed on your CV that you had hazardous waste management certification. Is that true?
Yes, roughly 20 years ago.
Are you familiar with the New Mexico's legal definition of hazardous waste?
Objection.
Ms. Anasi, where are you going, or what of his testimony are you referring to?
Well, it was in his CV, and so I'm following up on it.
Okay. He said he had hazardous waste training 20 some years ago. All right. And now you're looking for a definition of hazardous waste?
Well, I could provide that definition to him. I haven't gotten there yet.
Okay. But then what line of questioning would you be pursuing on the basis of that definition?
Well, if he has a certification in hazardous waste management, what I wanted to ask him was if this is the definition of hazardous waste that is has been adopted by the New Mexico legislature, which I would then read, and then I would ask next, does PFAS fall within this definition?
So I'm going to object to any line of questioning about this on multiple grounds. The first of which is it's not in either his direct or his rebuttal. It's also irrelevant. The commission has no jurisdiction over hazardous waste. That rests entirely with the Environmental Improvement Board. And Mr. Powell, while incredibly knowledgeable on a ton of things, has not been qualified here today to speak about hazardous waste. And the fact that he has a HAZWOPER certification does not mean that he's familiar with the New Mexico specific definition of hazardous waste.
And he's not a lawyer. So for all four of those reasons, I'm sustaining the objection. Please move on.
I'd like you to refer to OCD Exhibit 11, slide 118. And there is, I'm specifically calling your attention to the fourth line there that states that third-party verified laboratory. Do you see that?
I don't have the slides up. In the bottom right-hand corner, can you tell me what slide number it actually says on the slide? I don't have the exhibit up in the page numbers.
Okay.
I believe I know roughly what you're referencing. I believe it's in Rule 1617. Is that correct?
I'll tell you in 1 minute.
Where it states, and will use a third-party verified laboratory?
Yes.
Okay, I found it.
Would the commission, or sorry, would the division have any objection to changing that language to delete the words third-party verified and insert the word accredited laboratory? Or the word laboratory is already there. Just delete third-party verified and insert accredited.
I don't have a problem with that as long as OCD is not viewed as that accrediting agency. And with the caveat, I'm not a chemist, so I don't know what accreditations are needed for the methods that we've provided in our definition.
If the OCD bans PFAS as defined by Guardians and the oil and gas industry complies, and their chemical constituents disclosures reflect the same, why is it harder for OCD to regulate the oil and gas industry with a narrower definition of PFAS?
Can you restate that question to make sure I fully understand?
I think that on your direct with Mr. Tremaine, you said that it would, if you expanded the definition of PFAS to what Guardians has suggested, that it would be harder to regulate. Do you remember that?
I do. And it would be harder to regulate because there, as discussed by multiple doctors that have set up here so far, there are PFAS compounds that can't currently be tested for using a known method. So with the OCD, we regulate components and rules that we can verify or find violations to without known methods and processes of what to test for. There would be no way to essentially verify whether there was a violation or not a violation without performing that testing. And my understanding is the OCD, other than the error that we're asking to strike, included all the verified methods that are currently available. So the other compounds that haven't been evaluated are not included. Sounds like EPA, based on the last witness, did something similar and eliminated it down to 6 compounds through that process to ensure that it was a verified process. OCD is proposing a larger scope than that, just simply so it can be verified through proven means.
But let me ask you something. I mean, right now, there's lots of chemicals that let me just ask you, strike that. Who determines what is a proprietary chemical or not? The operator, right?
I believe that determination is determined by the chemical company, not the operator.
And so OCD doesn't have that information, correct?
No.
No, OCD doesn't have that information.
Doesn't have
The proprietary information.
We do not have the proprietary information. We haven't asked for the proprietary information.
Right. So in that case, OCD still tries to regulate oil and gas, right?
I would state OCD still does regulate oil and gas.
And so if this division determined that to have the most protective rule, it would adopt Guardian's definition of PFAS, even though not every PFAS compound is known.
Again, I'm not a chemist. I don't know if it would be the most protective to adopt that, because I don't think the literature is out there to state whether those other compounds are studied to see if they're toxic. And I'm not a toxicologist, so I can't get into all of that. That's what the other doctors were for. So I can't say if the other compounds one doctor said it was millions, one doctor said it was 10,000, if those compounds are toxic or not.
Wouldn't more information help the OCD regulate the oil and gas industry?
I think when it comes to PFAS, that's why we define PFAS the way we did, is as more information and more testing methods are proven, they're automatically added to those lists and those methods.
On page 5 of your direct testimony, you state at line 2, the OCD does not support the banning of trademarked chemicals. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Unless these trademark chemicals are PFAS, Guardian's proposed rule does not seek the ban of trademark chemicals either.
The way I read Guardian's proposal, it's banning all trademark chemicals because no undisclosed chemicals could be used.
The Guardian's proposed rule change seeks the disclosure of all chemical constituents, but not the banning of what are trademarked chemicals.
I could go in and look, but I believe it says that no undisclosed chemicals could be used in Guardian's proposal.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Davis, do you have questions of Mr. Powell?
I do. And I'll just pick right up where that last line of questioning left off. Your understanding is that the proposed rule would ban undisclosed chemicals, correct?
That is my understanding.
Is there anything that you see in the proposed rule that would prohibit a company from voluntarily disclosing a trademarked chemical?
No. With the caveat, the operator typically isn't the one that trademarks. That's the chemical company. So the operator couldn't disclose that without authorization from the company that provided it.
In that situation, the chemical manufacturer would be the holder of the trade secret.
Yes.
So I'll rephrase my question. There's nothing in the proposed rule that prohibits the holder of a trade secret from voluntarily disclosing that trade secret.
Not that I'm aware of.
If the holder of a trade secret voluntarily discloses the chemical identity of a chemical it wants to use in New Mexico, that chemical could then be used because it's no longer undisclosed.
As it was proposed by Wildlife Guardians, that's my understanding of that proposal.
And I'm going to ask you about the Trade Secrets Act, and I don't want to ask you about anything that you don't know regarding the law. But are you familiar with the fact that the Uniform Trade Secrets Act provides a cause of action for the misappropriation of a trade secret?
Objection.
Yeah, Mr. Powell, same instruction as yesterday. If you feel like this is asking you for a legal conclusion, don't go there.
I would simply say I haven't read the Trade Secret Act, and I've relied on our legal counsel to make those determinations.
Fair enough. I'll move on to a different topic. You were asked by Counsel for Namoga about Dr. Brown's testimony. You were present at the hearing when Dr. Brown testified?
I was.
And I believe the question earlier was whether Dr. Brown's testimony was that the DOH or the Department of Health was more appropriate to regulate PFAS. Do you remember that question?
Vaguely. It's been a long day.
Would you agree that Dr. Brown's testimony on that subject was actually that the DOH would be potentially a better agency to communicate chemical disclosure and risk to the public than the OCD?
Objection. I'm sorry. I just have to object here because this is calling for Mr. Powell to speculate on what Dr. Brown actually meant, which I think is inappropriate.
Yeah, would you rephrase, Mr. Davis?
I would just respond that the original question from Counsel for Namoga, which I did not object to, was also calling for speculation of what Dr. Brown testified to.
Okay, rephrase this last one if you would.
I'll just move on. We can look at the record of what Dr. Brown said. I won't test your recollection, Mr. Powell. The OCD provided in its exhibit packet some sample frac focus disclosure forms. Do you recall those?
I do.
And these disclosure forms were provided to show that additives other than PFAS are declared as trade secrets?
They were simply to show the commission what's being provided currently through frac focus, where the proprietary designations are being used as a whole.
Do you agree that there are chemicals that may be present in frac fluids that are not PFAS but could be harmful to the environment and public health?
There's chemicals in the frac focus link that I wouldn't want to drink that's being reported.
There's been some discussion about the term downhole operations, and I'm just going to ask you a few questions about whether something qualifies in your understanding of what downhole operations are. Are completions part of downhole operations?
Yes.
Are recompletions part of downhole operations?
Yes.
Is treatment of a well part of downhole operations?
Yes.
Is maintenance of a well part of downhole operations?
Yes.
Is drilling part of downhole operations?
Yes.
There was some earlier cross-examination about the term applicable fluid stream in the proposed regulation. Do you recall that testimony?
The proposed testimony for applicable fluid stream, in what part?
I believe Mr. Rankin was asking you about the testing protocols in the proposed rule and whether the testing would be applied to the quote applicable fluid stream.
Yes, I do remember that.
The applicable fluid stream would be the additives that immediately preceded a well integrity event.
Yes.
Is it possible that there would be constituents downhole that were not part of that applicable fluid stream, which could contaminate or pose a risk to groundwater?
There would be contaminants coming from the formation. There would be that are coming up that may not be chemical additives. Is that what you're asking?
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is, could there also be contaminants that were from a prior frac?
I haven't studied it, so I don't know if that would be the case. Typically, when you frac a well, you pressure it up, you open the top, you flow back your frac fluids to a point where then you start flowing back your natural fluids that are in the formation. I don't know how long the frac fluids stay in that well, but the intent is to recover the frac fluids and start producing out the native fluids that's in the formation.
Is it possible that, if I could use the word post flowback, is it possible that post flowback that some of the constituents of the frac fluid may still remain in the well downhole?
I would think so for a period of time, but I don't know what that period of time would be.
How many times can a well be fracked?
There's no limit.
Are wells fracked multiple times?
Yes.
I want to ask you really quickly about CAS numbers. Are you familiar with that term?
I know what a CAS number is, but I don't have a lot of knowledge in that.
And the question I wanted to ask you is whether that's a unique chemical identifier.
Yeah.
It's a number that is assigned to a chemical. You agree that it's a number assigned to a chemical?
Yes.
And if you have that number, you could perform a simple Google search to see what that chemical is.
Yes.
I want to ask you about the frac focus database. Is that run by a third party?
It is.
And does OCD maintain the disclosures that are on that website?
We do not.
So if someone wanted to see those disclosures, they couldn't get them from OCD.
They're publicly available.
They would have to go to frac focus.
Yes.
If frac focus shut down, OCD would not have that information.
OCD could download that information periodically so that they would have access to that information.
Is there any requirement for OCD to periodically download that information now?
I believe there may be. That wasn't part of something I looked at it in this rule, but I believe there was some language about periodically downloading that information, but I don't have that info.
Do you think that may be in OCD's regs?
Potentially, yes.
I'm going to ask you a question that I also asked Dr. Hansen. Do you agree that the purpose of the proposed rule is one of the purposes, strike that. Do you agree that one of the purposes of the proposed rule is to protect groundwater?
Yes.
And do you agree that PFAS could be a threat to groundwater contamination regardless of its source?
Yes.
Do chemicals that are put downhole come back up?
I would assume they would come back up in the fluids that were produced from the well.
So they could come back up and flow back?
Yes.
They could be present and produce water that's brought to the surface?
Yes.
Are flowback and produced water mixed together for purposes of disposal?
Yes.
Could the chemicals that go downhole and come back up be used for enhanced oil recovery?
Yes.
Could they be used for further fracking?
Yes.
Were you in the room during this proceeding when Ms. Troutman testified?
When who? I'm sorry.
Ms. Troutman testified.
Yes, I was.
Do you have any reason to dispute the numbers in her testimony and exhibits?
No.
Again, I'm going to ask you about a Colorado legal provision, and if you are not aware of it, just tell me. Okay. Are you familiar with the Colorado law that requires chemical disclosure of chemicals used in downhole operations?
I am not.
Okay. Are you familiar with the California chemical disclosure law?
The only statements is what I heard here earlier, that both of those were done through legislation.
Your knowledge of those laws is just from what you've heard during this hearing?
Yes.
Can You testified that OCD is concerned about the implications of holding proprietary information as that relates to the Inspection of Public Records Act, correct?
Can you state that again to make sure I fully understand?
Sure. There were some questions earlier today, I believe from OCD Council, about the numbers of disclosures that OCD would have to retain under Guardian's proposed rule. Do you recall that?
I do. I believe council was stating that if OCD received those records and an IPRA was conveyed on those, OCD would have to make a determination whether those were or were not trade secret.
And in that line of questioning, I believe that OSHA regulations at 29 CFR 1910.1200 were mentioned, and that's related to safety data sheets.
I don't remember discussing OSHA sheets.
Are you familiar with safety data sheets?
At a high level, and not with the regulations that surround them.
Are you aware that there is also a provision for maintaining confidentiality of proprietary information on those sheets?
I would take your word for it.
There was some testimony earlier today about administrative burden related to retention of those records that we just talked about. If Guardians removed the provision in the proposed rule for chemical disclosure lists, and the disclosures were all made to frac focus, meaning OCD would not retain the actual chemical disclosure list, would that ease your concern of administrative burden?
We actually approached frac focus to see if that was possible. And being a third party, they do not do that for any other states, is our understanding, as far as keeping proprietary information in that avenue.
And I'm going to, so I'm going to ask you to make an assumption that Guardian's proposed rule related to the ban of undisclosed chemicals was promulgated. In that situation, there would be no proprietary information on frac focus because it would be voluntarily disclosed. So making that assumption, if OCD was not holding the chemical disclosure lists and receiving that information, and instead the discloser was providing it to frac focus, would that ease your concerns of administrative burden?
I believe there would be no administrative burden as far as holding that, because it would be effectively eliminating the proprietary information.
And then I would have the same question about your IPRA concerns. Would that also alleviate or resolve your IPRA concerns?
Well, there would be no data to hold.
Thank you. I want to ask you about 19.15.16.17A2. And if anybody in the room can recall that from memory, I'm going to guess it's you. But this is the part of the proposed rule that talks about the loss of integrity and disclosure in the event that there's a loss of integrity for testing purposes. Do you agree that I'm in the right section here?
Yeah, as proposed.
I just want to ask you if these provisions, strike that. Are you familiar with the recent events in West Texas and the Permian Basin where there have been well blowouts related to injection activities?
I believe there have been well issues. I have not studied those to what caused them or what effects they've had.
Would the provisions of the proposed provisions of 19.15.16.17A2 apply in the event of a well blowout?
As we discussed earlier, a well blowout being an integrity loss downhole, that we discussed earlier, then as proposed A2 would apply to those scenarios.
And would it also apply to the loss of integrity of a plugged well?
For a plugged well, the way it's defined at the top, both in Wild Earth Guardians and OCDs, it's if damage from shooting, fracturing, or treating of a well has the potential to impact. A plugged well, I don't believe would be treated at that point, so I don't know that a plugged well would apply.
Thank you for that clarification. And just to clarify, I think I know the answer to this, but that section also would not apply to any spills that potentially affect freshwater resources.
State that again, I apologize.
Sure. The same section we're talking about, loss of a well integrity. That does not, those proposed provisions do not apply to spills that affect groundwater or freshwater courses.
Unless the spill happens because of a loss of integrity.
If an operator requests proprietary chemical information from a manufacturer and the manufacturer refuses to provide that information to the operator, does OCD have the ability to get that information from a manufacturer?
I would have to check with OCD's legal counsel, but OCD does have subpoena power, and at that point, there would be a threat to water.
Last question. Is there currently any regulatory restriction that you know of that prevents a company from using PFAS in future downhole operations?
Currently or after this?
Currently.
No.
And I said that was my last question, and it was. Thank you so much, Mr. Powell.
Thank you.
All right. Oops, thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Tremaine, do you have any redirect before I go to the commission?
I just have a couple questions. They'll be very quick. Thank you, Mr. Powell. Briefly, in your testimony today, you've had some questions about produced water reuse and potential PFAS in produced water. So I want to ask you generally, like, how much produced water was reused in oil and gas operations in New Mexico in 2024?
So far this year, there's been approximately 7 billion barrels reused.
Is that a B?
Yes.
Billion? Reused. Okay.
Or no, let me correct that. It's 7 billion gallons, not barrels, because the water use report is in gallons.
Thank you for that clarification. So barrels would be what, 7 billion divided by 40? Is that
42.
correct? 40. Okay. I shouldn't even have tried. Should have just asked.
Even I know that.
Lawyer math. Do you know what percentage of total strike that. Do you know what percentage of total injected water was injected for completions volumes?
I don't know the total volume, but I know produced water accounts for roughly 50 to 70% of what's injected. So you could extrapolate that out. You're probably looking at 10 to 12 billion gallons that's injected. Just rough numbers.
Okay. I think, so just to clarify, because I butchered my question, I was asking you for the percentage of water that is injected that was reused. Do I understand that you answered that as 50 to 70?
Yeah, generally, it to my knowledge, the last couple of years, it's averaged between 50 and 70%.
Okay. If produced water was not available for use in downhole operations, what would an operator have to do with it?
Inject it downhole in an injection well.
And if operators chose not to use produced water, what would they use instead of produced water?
Typically, I believe before we started reusing produced water, it was using freshwater supplies.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tremaine. Mr. Chair, do you have questions of Mr. Powell?
Madam Hearing Examiner, may we take just a few minute break?
Absolutely. Let's take 10 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, we are back after a short break. And when you get back to your chair, I'm going to invite you to ask questions of Mr. Powell.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, and thank you, Mr. Powell, for your testimony today. We appreciate it. I just have a few questions. Yesterday, there was some concern that came up about being able to test for PFAS even in the future. And I believe you had said that if in the future there was some necessity to be able to do some testing on an area, and we found PFAS, we would keep the original operator of the well, or the last operator of the well, or whoever it was that caused the spill, responsible. Can you go into that a little bit for us, please?
Yes, thank you for asking that. It probably needs to be elaborated a little bit further. So as far as this rule that we're asking, the initial testing would be at the time of the well integrity event. If things are found in the waters later as far as part of a groundwater cleanup, groundwater investigation, that would happen under 29 and 30. So it wouldn't necessarily be under this rule. It would be under a separate set of rule. This rule, the way it's spelled out, would be looking for that initial wellbore integrity event, and would be identifying the chemicals as written in this rule at that time. If things are looked for or found later, that would more than likely happen under Part 29 or Part 30 investigations.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that one. Then there's a lot of conversation about the PFAS definition. And again, just so I understand, and I think so the commission understands, the PFAS definition that has been proposed by the OCD is basically a two-part definition, if I kind of understand it correctly. The first part is the actual definition that chemists use across the world about what PFAS is. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. And then the second part is how the OCD would be able to implement PFAS after testing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the notion that the OCD is precluding single carbon compounds that are perfluorinated is really not true. It's there. It's just right now the OCD wouldn't be able to see it in its testing protocols.
I think the way the definition is there would be a preclusion of things you can't test for at this point.
Okay.
In an attempt to not be arbitrary in what that definition would encompass, because we wouldn't want to encompass something that hasn't been founded, hasn't been at least studied to a certain extent, and can't be tested reliably. And so if there's a concern that comes up or something that you need to test for, we want to be able to test for that.
Okay. Thank you. I know it's been mentioned that you're not a chemist, you're not a toxicologist or any of that, but you are a regulator and you are the deputy director of the Oil Conservation Division. So help this body understand how the way that the definition and the changes, just so we hear it in your voice, we saw it in your PowerPoints and stuff, but how does all of this help us make this decision on which way to go? Why is the OCDs the more well-rounded?
So as far as in actual implementation of it is why OCD is looking there. So if you have a wellbore integrity event, you're going to ask for all of that information for the chemicals that are used in that. You're going to identify what chemicals are used in that, and then you're going to go test for those chemicals. With having chemicals you can't test for, it would be difficult to identify what chemicals to test for in performing that evaluation. So having what chemicals were used and then comparing them to a method that can be tested for is necessary to identify those potentially harmful chemicals, to then transition into the other parts of the OCD's rules and their applicability. So in identifying those early chemicals, if you identify something, you would have a method to test for.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And testing, and it did pique my interest as well. The OCD submitted that it would be a verified third party. Currently, does the OCD use that phrase, verified third party laboratory?
I don't believe so. I think we provide methods, but I don't know if that's included in Part 29 or not.
Okay. That may be something that the OCD may want to look into. Maybe rewording.
Typically, when we receive the results, we look at what's supplied with the results. We ensure that background, the blanks, those kind of things are relayed. So if there is questions, we can look at those qualifiers. But we don't ask for the accreditation because I don't know if, well, the OCD doesn't oversee any of those accreditations.
Okay. Great. Thank you. And I must admit, I apologize, Mr. Davis, your questions sometimes were a little compounded. I was having a hard time following. So please also jump in if I've got the question wrong on this or what was said. Mr. Davis had asked you about 19.15.16. Let me just start that over. He asked you about 19.15.16.17.82. And that particular one is the one where WEG proposed it starts off, if damage from a shooting, fracturing, or treating of a well has the potential to impact surface or groundwater. And Mr. Davis asked you something along the lines about blowout affecting fresh and groundwater. And I must admit, I missed the answer. Do you by any chance remember what the question was, and do you remember the answer?
I believe the response was if there was a well integrity event, and that's what I believe he was elaborating to as a blowout. If it affected surface water or fresh water, would this rule apply during production, those kind of things? And the answer was yes.
Okay, I wrote down, does it apply or not with a question mark? So thank you for answering. No further questions for me. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Powell.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bloom.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Powell.
Good afternoon.
It's been a long day. Thank you for your testimony and sticking with this. I first wanted to look at this question of management of disposition or generation of waste. It's been brought up. If the OCD, would you agree that the OCD regulates the disposition of produced water?
We do.
Do you believe that the OCC can regulate PFAS in produced water?
We do.
I'll leave that there. There was an issue about notice that was brought up. And I don't remember if it was brought up by Mr. Tremaine, so I'll ask you, but did OCD say in its opening that the OCC should not rethink this? Strike that.
I believe I know where you're asking if you'd like me to answer.
Yeah, please go ahead. Thank you.
The OCD, when we started, and I believe in Jesse's opening statement, didn't feel like the downhole operations as a whole, so drilling other production operations had been noticed. In re-reviewing the language from Wild Earth Guardians, they did use downhole operations. It was the OCD that had changed that to completion and recompletion because that's the extent of a lot of the conversations circled around. So there was a misunderstanding there whether downhole operations as a whole and whether they encompass drilling or production operations were encompassed. After further evaluation, as this was ongoing, we feel that that was noticed properly.
Okay. And actually, I think it was a different issue that I was thinking of. I was going to ask about that one as well, so thank you. But did Mr. Tremaine say in his opening, or is it the OCD's belief that the OCC in this hearing process shouldn't get into issues related to disclosure of other chemicals besides PFAS.
Boy, I don't remember that in OCD's proposed language. If there is a well integrity event, we would be looking for disclosure of all chemicals used in the well.
Okay. And I think specifically my question was more along the lines of, did the OCD believe that Guardians properly noticed this? And I looked at the notice and saw that it said there are 2 points, and the second one said, quote, that the commission adopt new chemical disclosure and reporting rules to ensure reasonable transparency around substances used by the oil and gas industry and to ensure industry compliance with the prohibition on the use of PFAS.
This may be a better question to ask Jesse if you're asking if he stated it, but I believe OCD is under the assumption that that's what Wild Earth Guardians was asking, was full disclosures.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, Mr. Tremaine, if you had anything to add there, if that's proper to ask you.
Well, I mean, if you're asking me, I'll answer. Commissioner Bloom, I think it's possible that I misspoke in the opening. It's possible. I mean, we can go back to the record. I think OCD's position, I think there's a couple different things going on. One, OCD's position was that notice, we did not support notice to like third parties that OCD has not communicated with and that OCD does not regulate. To the proprietary question, OCD was supporting potentially upon triggering events, disclosure of all proprietary information to the OCD. OCD is taking a position that it is arguably in conflict with state statute to require disclosure of proprietary information to the public. So there's a distinction there. Did that answer your question?
I think so. And it led to my next question. So thank you.
And Commissioner Bloom, if I may, if you have any questions about Guardian's position on this matter, I'm happy to articulate it.
Please go ahead.
So there has been some question about whether Guardians is requesting the banning of undisclosed chemicals on the oil field in addition to PFAS. The answer to that is yes. And the way that would work is that Guardians is not asking for a specific ban on any chemical other than PFAS, but we are requesting that if you will not disclose those chemicals or you cannot get the chemical identities from the manufacturer, for instance, then you just simply can't use that in New Mexico. So in effect, it would mean that all chemicals used downhole are disclosed.
Very good. Thank you. As I reread this morning, the New Mexico law for uniform trade secrets, Chapter 57, Article 3A, and it's 7 short paragraphs. And I didn't see anything in there suggesting that rulemaking by this body or others couldn't ban the use of undisclosed and or trade secreted chemicals. My understanding is that we can't force anyone to reveal trade secret chemicals, but it doesn't mean that the OCC can't prohibit the use of undisclosed chemicals. Does OCD see this differently, Mr. Powell?
I think where OCD was coming from when it's talking about undisclosed chemicals is there's chemicals outside of PFAS that could be used downhole that operators have declared as proprietary. I believe on the examples that were provided, mineral oil was one of them. That's non-PFAS containing. We don't feel that that's a chemical we're looking at today of banning, but it would effectively ban that unless that chemical provider would provide that information. OCD is also seeing things like special grit sands that an operator is using that they've requested proprietary knowledge on because the grit of the sand is better. So there's things that have been declared as proprietary that we feel aren't harmful to the environment and therefore shouldn't be banned. And it was OCD's stance that we felt that at this level, if we were banning trademark chemicals, it may not be explicit in the statute, but that would be an effect that could be large reaching, and it would probably be better done through legislation as described potentially as they did in other states to ban those. So that effect could be more widely researched, because in this petition, we are looking specifically at PFAS as a chemical, and essentially banning those other chemicals could be a lot more far reaching than what's been presented here.
Yeah. I mean, why do you think we would need legislation here?
I think because of the far-reaching effect of banning trade chemicals and proprietary chemicals across the board, should be something that we feel may be something that's better tackled at the legislative level, because you are negating the need for the trade secret. I think the legislature, through the Trade Secret Act, has understood that some chemicals need that protection, and we're essentially saying, well, we're stripping that protection away.
I follow you now. Okay. Clearly as regulators, we struggle with trying to balance the oil and gas industry and our other charges, which are protection of public health and the environment. I asked this question yesterday. We heard a claim, I think it was in the opening from NMOGA, that PTFE hasn't been used since 2020. FPEG's not been used since 2015. But how do we know that with certainty when there are chemicals that haven't been disclosed? Do we know with certainty?
I don't think we know with certainty. That's why we built in the ability to get those trademark chemicals to the OCD for that full evaluation. The chemicals previously supplied, I didn't look up to see if there was a well integrity event in those. I know they were detected at those locations, or I've not detected, they were reported to be used at those locations, but I don't know if there was any exposure of those chemicals through any well integrity events or any exposure to the environment because of those. So getting the full disclosure to the OCD to perform that evaluation at the time of a wellbore integrity issue, I think is pertinent, and it's critical, and that's why the OCD has asked for it.
Okay. I think yesterday, I think we heard a little bit today too. Does OCD believe that Wild Earth Guardians is proposing moving away from frac focus? I didn't see that explicitly, but is that a possible outcome of what we've been hearing?
I believe frac focus, as it's there, does not handle the proprietary. If we were building something to handle proprietary, we would have to move away from frac focus. They also proposed giving a chemical disclosure list to entities. Frac focus, I don't believe, supplies those to any entities. So you would have to create a new way to put those chemicals down and then distribute those to those entities using their proposal.
Okay. But again, if we banned or not permit this exemption for proprietary information, we wouldn't have that issue at all, right? Frac focus could continue to handle everything.
It could continue in that format, but you would still have to find a way to distribute that if you took their distribution list of who would need to be notified in each of those cases, because they're looking for, I believe, a more positive distribution to those entities. It doesn't define how that would be distributed, other than they would have to provide it to those entities.
Oh, okay. Now you're talking about, I wasn't following you for a second. So you're talking about providing notification to third parties, which I think included residents within a mile, police departments, fire departments, et cetera, BLM, state land office.
Yes. I was looking at it as a whole, because I believe they had a full chemical disclosure list that they would be providing to those. And that's not a service frac focus provides that I'm aware of.
Okay. All right. again, back to this issue of as regulators trying, and I want to get into PFAS and the definition of PFAS now. I just spoke about this yesterday, but as regulators, again, we struggle with regulating the oil and gas industry and also protecting public health and the environment. The proponents, Wild Earth Guardians, definition of PFAS as a fully fluorinated carbon atom would give us a pretty wide ban on a group of chemicals that have not been, I think, widely tested. I think there's ample evidence of that in the record. Some of it toxic, the ones that have been tested. Why does OCD want a definition that narrows this to around 70 to 100 chemicals? I guess that's my question. Why narrow this?
I think what OCD was looking at is not necessarily an intent to narrow, but an intent to incorporate all that could be tested for through approved methods. It was incorporated with the methods, so as far-reaching as we could find those methods in water that can be tested for, it's there to ensure that, one, we're not arbitrarily eliminating something that may not be toxic. Two, limited it in a way where we can't prove one way or another something has been used. If somebody says, well, you use this, we have to be able to test to see if it was used or was not used. And without a way to quantify that, it would be extremely hard as a regulator to do that. I understand the intent as a whole to protect ourselves from bad chemicals, but unless we can quantify those and say it is or isn't there, as we've heard, I believe only 6 or 7 of them have been quantified at this point to be toxic. We're much larger than that in what we're requesting by going the 40 to 70 different chemicals. So we're trying to incorporate a large swath of those chemicals, but do so in a way that it can be tested for and verified. Because as regulators, I think there's times where the intent is good to have all of them banned, but the reality at the end of the day, to be able to prove one way or another, I think it's incumbent on us to be able to do that and to hold companies accountable if they are using something that you can't quantify and test for.
So I feel like, just looking at an analogy, if I were trying to stop people from poisoning other people, I think I would say you can't poison people by any means. I don't think I would only list the poisons we have tests for. See where I'm going?
I do, and I think that's part of what we're trying to do by the full disclosure of all the chemicals that are used, to identify everything that's used in those when we get them. I see what you're looking at, but at the same time, say a medical examiner, if you're poisoned with a chemical and they try to identify the chemical, that examiner is going to have to test for what chemical was used as the poison.
So back to disclosure, I mean, if we end up with a narrow definition of PFAS, there could be other PFAS chemicals that follow, or other ones outside the narrower OCD or NMOGA definition of PFAS that could be disclosed and could be used. Correct?
I think that's what we were going for by keeping that open-ended for updates to the methods that are there. I think if other methods were to be developed, absolutely, we'd probably have to look at additional rulemaking to incorporate those. But based on the experts that we had, the thought process is they wouldn't be creating new methods. They would be using these methods to add to those chemicals as those chemicals become known, become studied, and the reliable analytical methods were developed for them.
I think my last question, just to clarify something, I believe maybe yesterday you said that OCD in the future could find spills that had PFAS in them that weren't banned today, but we could force cleanup even in that situation in the future. Is that right?
So that was a very broad comment that was asked. So for this rule, we would be looking at it at the time of the well integrity event. But if there was contaminants found later under Part 29 or Part 30, we still hold operators accountable for contaminants that are found underneath those rules and clean up underneath those rules.
So wouldn't it be easier to have this broader definition based on Guardian's proposal that would just ban a wide swath of PFAS chemicals at this point, and then in the future, if you found out that those things were used or spilled, then you have a stronger case for enforcement?
I don't know that you would, because New Mexico's got 100 years of oil and gas activity. If it's already out there, if it's already in those areas, having that broad ban today, I don't think would bolster down the road if you found it and look for that cleanup. I think you would still be detecting those PFAS through analytical methods. I don't see how you would detect a PFAS constituent, say 20 years from now, without running an analytical method that would discover the PFAS in that water. Because you have to have a trigger point to be able to find that.
Yeah. I lied. One last question. Something you've heard me struggling with is if we change notification to include people living within a mile, fire departments, police departments, the whole list that Guardians proposed. Your thoughts on that? Helpful, not helpful? If we did it, how could those people best be notified?
The initial thoughts on it is you're sending it to a lot of people that may not understand it. Your fire departments, your police departments, there's HAZCOM, and I'm not an expert in that, where I believe different companies have to file the MSDSs with those departments, that they're in those areas. That's outside of my realm, just general knowledge on that. But sending it to preschools, schools, people at houses, I can barely understand half of it. And I work in this environment. If you start sending it to people that don't understand it, either one, they're not going to understand it and throw it away, or they're not going to understand it and feel like, I think, create some hysteria over it. Without that understanding. And at the time of a frac, there's not an exposed person inside of that area at that time, unless there's a well integrity event. I believe in the state, there's roughly 2,500 wells currently completed a year. And this would affect everything that OCD is over. So it's state lands, federal lands, private lands, all of those. So those 2,500 completions per year, plus any well that's being treated, if we include all downhole operations, every well that has scavenger, corrosion inhibitor, all of those are a treatment. So now all of those wells, you're talking potentially 10,000 events a year, or tens of thousand events per year. You're going to be sending out full disclosures to the entities that don't know what a disclosure or what these chemicals are.
Yeah. This reminded me, I had one other question I forgot to ask. So Frac Focus does not get doesn't preserve the proprietary information, right? That's all. If somebody claims it's proprietary, that company that applied is the only one that knows what it is.
Correct. They don't receive it. All they receive is the information provided, or it's marked proprietary on that submission.
Have there ever been issues with companies not being able to find that information after a series of mergers and acquisitions and failures and things like that?
It's listed as a trade chemical. I haven't been aware of anything where they had issues, because you're looking, it gives the chemical name, or the mix name, I should say. It gives the mix name. We haven't been requiring that at this point for those events. We're looking for it when the integrity event happens. So I don't know that because it's happening at that point that there would be an issue of it being old enough where it wouldn't be accessible by the company.
Yeah, I was thinking about, I mean, I know you know the San Juan intimately, and I started working at the land office the first time around in 2012. And I think of, logo sold out to maybe WPX, and then WPX sold probably to Enduring or DJR.
Yep.
Enduring bought DJR. WPX was bought by Devon. I mean, who knows what was in that frac job at this point?
So I think that's where the key is we would be looking at it at the time of the integrity event. So if when you're fracking, you have a loss of integrity of your casing, that's when we would be taking that action. Is at that point, we would be asking for full disclosure of all the chemicals used in that fluid stream and testing for that. If there is some concern over what to be tested for, OCD did have in there, OCD can request additional chemicals to be analyzed for, depending on the situation. I think that's currently in OCD's powers under their investigatory powers. But that is there if there really is a concern of what's being used downhole and if we're getting full disclosure.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Powell.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Mpoma.
Thank you. Please, do you have a copy of your direct testimony with you?
Do I have a copy of it? Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to walk through that. So I'll start on page 1. OCD Exhibit 2. And I think page 13. So, but that is page 1 of your direct testimony. On line 17.
Okay, let me get to that, please.
Okay.
So direct testimony, page 2 or page 1?
Page 1, line 17.
Okay.
OCD supports action regarding the banning of PFAS as defined through the testimony of other division witnesses as a completion chemical additive. What about enhanced oil recovery? What about drilling?
So that's what I mentioned earlier. A lot of the discussion up to this was around completion and recompletion activities. So that's why that was stated that way. But after re-looking at how Wild Earth Guardians proposed it, OCD supports the ban of PFAS in all downhole activities.
So in the final rule that we will get, it's going to be downhole activities, not necessarily completion.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is, so looking at the entire rule, more or less suggested by NMOCD, how ready is OCD to implement these proposed rules?
So I think it would be using, as proposed by OCD, current staff. If there is a well integrity event, we would be getting with the operator to see if that well was chemically treated or it was part of a completion activity, and asking for which chemicals were being used for evaluation. Depending on what chemicals were being used, OCD would be looking at that and potentially having the operator give more details, or if needed, reach out to toxicologists, those kind of things, to identify harmful chemicals. But it would be using the current OCD staff to do that, because those cases would be limited just to those wellbore integrity events.
So then it means that OCD can easily implement this without additional burden.
Without what, I'm sorry?
Additional burden?
Correct.
Okay. But what about if the commission decides to go with strictly what the petitioner or the applicant is suggesting?
It would be extremely difficult for OCD to manage that. And we would be pulling resources that we're using other places, such as reviewing permits, those kind of things, spill reports, and we would have to pull those into processing those full disclosures on every well, those kind of things.
Will OCD be willing to provide that information to the commission to guide us as we make decisions?
I don't think we have a full evaluation of what that would be. We evaluated based on OCD's proposal, and where we stated that it would be hard for OCD to implement what is in the slides.
Okay. On page 2, I do have some few questions there.
Okay.
So on line number 12, the first is that OCD does not support the proposed ban on trademarked chemicals, as this type of ban would not align with the state statutes providing for the protection of proprietary and trade secret information. Based on the discussion with Commissioner Bloom, do you believe this is the main reason why OCD is not supporting food disclosure at this time?
Yes. We feel that the trade secret ban was enacted in New Mexico and provides protections, and eliminating that would effectively be going against those protection provisions.
Okay. And based on your earlier response on line number 18, so you're saying these changes ensure that the rule can be effectively administered and not unintentionally conflict with other OCD rules. So definitely that is just to the trade secrets. And then also I think you responded that based on your evaluation with regards to the changes that NMOCD is proposing, is more or less going to also support with the effective administration of the rule. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Thank you. Let's go to number 3, page number 3. So on the first 2 lines, I want to ask, what are the current limitations on the reports filed to the FRAC Focus that you know of?
The current limitations are where they mark proprietary. We gave a couple examples in our exhibits of what come from FRAC Focus, which give some marked proprietary information. One of them I remember offhand as being mineral oil. They use a proprietary blend of mineral oil in their use. So it's just ensuring we get all those chemical disclosures if there is an integrity event.
So I do have a couple of questions on the FRAC Focus. Is there a way to verify the information that is going in there?
That is operator reported. If there was a well integrity event, that would be something OCD would be working with the operators to ensure that there was full disclosure.
Okay.
And if they didn't give full disclosure, they could be subject to an enforcement action.
Okay, thank you. So still on page number 3, on line number 5 to 7, the exhibits also show examples of what operators are marking as proprietary and the types of additives other than PFAS, which would be banned from use under the Guardian's amended application. So that is for OCD. Do you believe OCC 2 do not have the authority to ban undisclosed chemicals?
I'm not a lawyer and I'm not OCC's counsel. I would say that it would be what OCD is stating is OCD feels that it would go against the protections provided under the state statutes for trademark chemicals.
Okay. We will seek counsel. Thank you. Okay. So if we go down to 17 to 23, it sounds to me that OCD do agree to full disclosure, or was more or less implementing full disclosure, but only when there is an incident. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Okay. Page number 4. So OCD supports, I'm reading from line 15, OCD supports a certification that no PFAS containing chemicals additives were added to the completion fluids. Can you explain to us how this process will work?
So how that process would work, there's actually 2 certifications written in the proposal. One would be with the initial APD, so they would certify in the APD that they will not be using any PFAS-containing chemicals. And then there would be an additional certification with the completion report that they did not use any PFAS in the completion or recompletion of that well. The APD certification, I could see potentially covering all downhole operations if that's changed by the commission. The 105 would still be just for the completion and recompletion.
Okay. Let me ask, so how effective is the frac focus as of now? How effective is it in your regulatory duties?
As far as what I've used it for, I found it very effective. You can pull it up. The public can pull it up. They can zoom to specific areas. They can search for specific API numbers and see what completion information's been entered for those wells or wells in a certain area that have been filed.
And based on your experience with the frac focus, oil and gas industry has been more transparent?
I think since the enactment of from the OCC to use frac focus, and previously using OCD's website, which had complications, I actually think it was smoother under frac focus because you had less downtime, those kind of things. It was more reliable. Has been very transparent as far as the chemicals being used in those wells and which chemicals were listed as proprietary.
Okay. So I want to ask you, as a deputy director, definitely you were heavily involved in the preparation for this rulemaking or the hearing. I want to know the process that MOCD went through, in assessing what the petitioner provided, and what more or less preempted all the changes that NMOCD has made to the current proposed rule.
Boy, that was quite a process. I would say from the first application, OCD reviewed that, reviewed it with OCD Council. There was there was outreach with the other parties on that first proposed draft. There was definitely some issues OCD felt were in that first application jurisdictionally, as OCD felt it was outside the scope of what OCD could regulate. So we got with the applicants, we drafted a potential outline frame of what rules that could be used that currently are in the rules to accomplish the main goals that we've seen from the petitioner. We provided that to the applicants. Generally, that outline is what was used by the petitioner in their current outline. They made modifications to it, obviously, to what they felt they needed in that proposed rule and what they were looking for, but they were using that structure as a guide. And then OCD took what the applicant provided in the current application and made modifications to it for what OCD determined they felt they needed for the implementation of that rule and what goals OCD needed to meet on that.
Thank you for that. So on page 5, line 17, 18, and 19. Okay. OCD believes the changes to this rule should establish a process for the detection of potential impacts, not for the remediation. Now, with this statement, I'm thinking it sounds like OCD is more or less focusing on the detection and not necessarily the prevention. Can you comment on that?
I believe that detection is also prevention in the review. If we're evaluating for potential impacts, we're doing that detection. If it's found that they're using a chemical in that initial detection that wasn't allowed, that violates that rule, there is a potential for enforcement there. I think what OCD was pointing out here is if there is an impact, that the remediation would then fall under Part 29 and Part 30, which are separate rules than what's being opened here today. But that initial detection or evaluation would happen at the time of impact, and that full disclosure happen at that point to see. And if it's determined that the chemicals are being used that were previously banned, that is a potential enforcement action.
So, assuming there is a problem, or let's say there is a case in integrity issue, and then the operator reports that to OCD, help me understand how this becomes more like a preventive measure, than a detection measure with regards to underground source of drinking water.
I think the prevention measure is because the operator wouldn't want enforcement action against them. Because if there is a well integrity event, we would ask for a full chemical disclosure. We would get all of those chemicals. And if it was found that they were using one of those PFAS chemicals, they would be subject to enforcement action from the OCD because they're using something that's banned. So the prevention is because they wouldn't want the enforcement action taken against them. It is where the prevention would be.
Based on current technology, do we have any way to clean PFAS contamination?
To clean PFAS contamination? That wasn't something I looked at.
Yeah, because the way I read this, it's more like if there is a problem, then the operator will quickly work on it to avoid any enforcement action against them.
It wouldn't be quickly work on it. It would be quickly identifying what potential contaminants are there. And if it is identified that there's PFAS there, they would then move to Part 29 and Part 30 for the evaluation and remediation. And those theoretically could be looking at long-term remediation of the water, what has to be done with that water, those kind of things.
Thank you. Okay. Page 6.
Commissioner, may I make a brief announcement to those on the platform? This is Felicia Orth, the hearing officer. We do have a public comment session coming up very shortly. I'm going to invite the commissioner to finish his questions of this witness, and then I will turn to those on the platform who would like to offer public comment. Thank you.
Yeah, let me wrap up quickly. Yeah, because I have tons, but I'll wrap up quickly. Okay, so on page 6, line number 6, OCD feels that the inclusion of most of the entities is unnecessary, and I know there was back and forth on this with my other commissioners. Let me ask, whose responsibility is it to get consent from these entities that the petitioner is more or less including in the rule?
To receive concern if they have concern?
No, so I think it was more on the list that they've provided, and OCD strike most of them out, just focusing on the state and then also the federal agency, the State Lands Office, and then BLM. So I'm asking, who is responsible to notify?
So it would be the operator's responsibility to notify those agencies in those scenarios.
Then why would that create a burden for let's say OCD? Why are you striking them out?
OCD would be concerned with sending them to entities that wouldn't understand what they were receiving, and then OCD would get the follow-up questions from that. You're receiving a list of chemicals that can be quite extensive, and you're sending them to places like childcare facilities, daycare facilities. They wouldn't have even a basic chemist potentially on staff to evaluate it or even understand what they're getting. So we kept those limited to other regulatory bodies that would understand at least what they're receiving. The frac focus chemical information is publicly available to everyone. So if people are interested what's going on in their area, they can pull up a map in frac focus to see what wells have been completed in the area, pull up those frac focus reports. OCD's concern was those disclosures going to entities that wouldn't understand that and causing concern. And then those entities would be reaching out to the OCD, and OCD would be providing that information. Where, as stated, frac focus has a map where if an entity does have concern about what's going on in their area, they can go to that map and find the completions generally in that area.
Let me ask. So, assuming OCD do have the budget and then the staff, will your proposed changes be different, or is just mostly just effective operations?
I think for that section, it would be the same whether you had budget or staff, because again, we believe that you're sending information to entities that wouldn't understand what they're receiving. And some of those are additional government agencies that don't regulate oil and gas. And would they have some requirement to take some action with that? I think you would confuse those entities as well.
Okay, so I was asking a different question. I was asking that, so you talked about it's going to create a lot of burden if, let's say, the commission is to more or less go straightly with what the applicant is giving us with regards to the entire rule.
Okay.
So I'm asking you that, assuming you do have the staff and then the budget, would your proposed changes be a little bit different from what we have now?
I don't believe so. I believe where OCD comes at it, even with full staff, full budget in that scenario, strikes a balance with effective regulation, because at the time of a wellbore integrity event, that's when you need to know all of those chemicals. The majority of operations in New Mexico aren't going to have those well integrity events, so that information would be unneeded at that point. So the way it's proposed, if you're looking strictly at budget and staffing, OCD, I don't believe would change what we're recommending. The full disclosures, I don't think that is a budget or manpower concern. That is more of a regulatory legislative body concern.
With regards to the full disclosure, based on your testimony, the companies put that through frac focus, and if there is a problem, then you ask for more information. Is it that OCD is trying to move away from office of record? You know, that let's say if there is a FOIA, you are requested to provide all this information, or I just want to understand why OCD feels like they cannot enforce the full disclosure right prior to, let's say, any operation.
I'll try to address that. I'm not sure I fully understand. But OCD feels the full disclosure that comes in. If it doesn't come in through frac focus, OCD would have to be maintaining that if it's a full disclosure for every well. And then if OCD received an IPRA on each individual well that came in on, they would have to be doing an evaluation for each individual scenario. So that could be extremely cumbersome for a scenario that there would not be an impacted party on, unless there's a wellbore integrity event. So OCD feels that's unneeded. And frac focus doesn't have the ability to get the proprietary information. So if it was a full disclosure, that would have to come to OCD to manage that information in OCD's records. As far as the public records and how Frac Focus works, I believe that's not something I reviewed here. I'm sure that was reviewed by the commission when Frac Focus was the platform initially decided to be used by the commission.
Yeah, due to time, I'll ask you one last question.
You know what? I don't want to stop your questioning, but if you're at a good stopping point, we can pick this up again tomorrow morning.
Now, last one, and then I'll be done. So assuming there is a problem on the well and you ask for food testing, can you explain to the commission the verification process of what you receive?
So if there's a well integrity event, OCD would be asking for full disclosure first from the operator. The OCD would be working through that full disclosure with the operator to identify any potential contaminants of concern, such as PFAS, as well as other chemicals, say formaldehyde, acids that are used in the well that could be detrimental to that water. Once those chemicals are identified, the OCD would then be asking the operator to have testing performed on that fluid stream. And it's important to test the fluid stream first because as it moves out in groundwater, it could dilute. So chemicals that could be in the fluid stream may not have migrated out into the water at that point. So OCD is looking at testing the fluid stream as close to that event as possible to look for those chemicals, to identify any potential chemicals that could have a negative effect to that water. Once that happens, OCD would review that and the operator would review that. And if there's chemicals of concern in that fluid stream, that would be marked and then moved to Part 29 and Part 30.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Mpoma. Is there any reason then not to excuse Mr. Powell? No? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Powell, for your testimony.
Thank you. Madam Hearing Officer, before we start public comment, I was wondering if it was possible to get some direction as to whether we need to prepare closing remarks for tomorrow potentially, or if we're leaning more towards a brief. And I wanted to bring that up now so that if the commission wants to give us any direction, that they have a little time to discuss.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, my impression from comments I've heard behind the dais is that you would prefer to have written briefs following the party's receipt of the transcript such that you would be deliberating at a meeting in, for example, January. Is that a correct impression?
That'd be my preference. Yes, thank you.
That would be mine too.
I could go either way, so I would go with it with the majority.
All right, thank you very much, parties. We will talk about post-hearing submittals and deadlines and all of that when we're actually at the end of the hearing.
Thank you, Commissioners. Madam Hearing Officer, thank you.
Thank you. All righty, I am turning to face the platform. We've come to the public comment period for today. There will be at least one more public comment opportunity tomorrow morning at 8:30. And by the way, for that public comment period, we will have an interpreter, a language interpreter between English and Spanish. So if you would prefer to make your statement in Spanish, please join us tomorrow morning at 8:30. So I have three folks who signed up ahead of time, and I'll call on those three folks first. The first one there you see on your screen, Sarah Knopp, and then Aria Chiodo and David Munoz. And then the administrator will follow those on the screen who've raised their hand. And we'll go until everyone has gone. Just a couple of things. I can accept oral comment from you just once. So if you've already made an oral statement, I would ask you to put additional thoughts in writing. All written public comments can be submitted to Sheila Apadapa Apodaca until 5 o'clock tomorrow. I will ask you to state and spell your name, and I will ask you if you swear or affirm to tell the truth. And then I will set my stopwatch for 3 minutes. So let's get started. Ms. Knopp, and if I mispronounce your name, please correct me.
Yeah, thank you, hearing officer. It's Sarah Knope. So Sarah, and the last name is Knopp.
All right, thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
All right, I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to speak to you today in the matter of case number 23580. My name is Sarah Knope, and I'm a policy specialist with Amigos Bravos. Amigos Bravos is a statewide water quality protection and restoration organization based in Taos and guided by social justice principles, dedicated to preserving and restoring the ecological and cultural integrity of New Mexico's water and the communities that depend on it. While rooted in science and the law, our work is inspired by the values and traditional knowledge of New Mexico's diverse Hispanic and Native American land-based populations with whom we collaborate. My colleague who contributed to these comments co-chairs the New Mexico Toxic Pollutants Working Group. Amigos Bravos wholeheartedly supports the proposed rule change. PFAS chemicals are a major health concern in New Mexico, and saying this is not a scare tactic, as we recently read in an op-ed piece in the New Mexican. Here are some of the things that we know from working with affected communities. PFAS substances threaten the integrity of New Mexico's water quality and directly harm our land-based peoples, the sovereign native nations that reside within New Mexico, as well as our agricultural, traditional, and cultural ways of life by the continuous introduction and exposure of these dangerous chemicals into our agriculture and then into our bodies, from the food we eat to the milk and water we drink. We're particularly concerned about the oil and gas industry injecting these forever chemicals into dangerous and highly pressurized underground wells, putting all the groundwater resources in the area at risk. Concentrations of non-regulated PFAS have been found in New Mexico's groundwater. In La Cienega, New Mexico, private water wells have tested positive for industrial types of PFAS. Subsequently, the citizens there have found the same types of PFAS in their blood from drinking and being exposed to PFAS. The groundwater plume in Clovis has migrated to the Oglala Aquifer, which is one of the world's large aquifers underlying 8 U.S. states. It also provides over 21 million acre-feet of irrigation for agricultural, traditional, and cultural use. PFAS wash into water systems and are not always captured by wastewater treatment plants. Disclosure of chemicals used in fracking, both in PFAS and other chemicals, should be part of the cost of doing business for the oil and gas industries in this great state because we have so much at stake. The industry claims that they already have to disclose chemicals through Frac Focus, but as you've been hearing, according to Frac Focus itself, in the section of their website that explains trade secrets, it says companies that create proprietary formulas, methods, techniques, or processes for hydraulic fracturing are protected by these trade secret laws and are therefore not required to reveal the chemicals used. In addition, that third-party database has no legal authority or capacity to verify what companies are self-reporting. So much more stringent reporting regulations are badly needed. We can learn from Colorado and California, just to give 2 examples, which both require full reporting of fracking chemicals. So I sincerely hope that the commission approves this rule as proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Knope. Do we have Aria Chiodo on the platform? Aria Chiodo? No? Okay. No. One more screen. No. Okay. So perhaps just go to number 2 at this point, right? Or, yeah. This is Dr. Stephen Conrad. Dr. Conrad? You're muted. You're muted.
Okay, unmuted.
Okay, if you would spell your name for the record, please.
Sure. Stephen Conrad, STEPHENCONRAD.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So by way of introduction, I have a PhD in groundwater hydrology from New Mexico Tech, and I worked at Sandia Labs for 26 years, working on groundwater cleanup issues. I worked on safe radioactive waste disposal, a variety of groundwater cleanup projects, and DOE and EPA funded research. Like many others, I agree that we need to know all the added constituents that make up fracking water. But beyond that, we also need to know the composition of the water that is produced from these fracking operations. Yes, we need to know what goes in, but importantly, we also need to know what comes out. The oil and gas industry has a waste problem, 5 to 7 barrels of wastewater produced for every barrel of oil, and it's running out of disposal options. And there remains big, unanswered, contentious questions about what to do with all this produced water. This extracted water contains all the constituents of the injected fracking fluid. Plus, it also contains a far greater quantity of water concurrently it's extracted from the geologic formation. So fracking fluid goes in, and then what comes out? Well, the injected fracking fluid comes back out. Also, petroleum products, which is great, that's the objective, but also a large quantity of connate water. That is the water that's trapped in the sedimentary rock at the time of its formation. So in the aqueous phase, we have a mixture of fracking fluid mixed with a far greater quantity of formation water. This produced water comes from a whole host of dissolved petroleum hydrocarbons, and because it's sitting in contact with petroleum for many millennia. This water can also carry dissolved radionuclides and other solutes from the rock in which this water resided. And often it can be far saltier than seawater. Most of these salts are relatively benign, but some are quite hazardous. No matter how we decide to either dispose or treat of this produced water, we need to know exactly what's in it to do it effectively and safely. Yes, we need to know all the constituents of the injected fracking fluid, but we also need to know all the constituents of the produced water coming out. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Conrad. Next, we have Dave. Oh, Munoz. Great. Thank you. If you would please spell your last name.
M as in Mary, U, N as in Nancy.
I can't hear what you're saying.
Munoz. Can you hear that?
Increase your volume.
Munoz.
Okay, that was almost impossible to hear, and we'd very much like to hear your statement. Do you have a way of increasing your volume?
Just the output. How's this? Is this better?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Munoz. David Munoz.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, I guess this isn't going to work.
So I have a couple of suggestions. One is that I could go to someone else and come back to you. Another is that you could put your comments in writing.
I have.
You want to try again?
I have my comments in writing. I could send you.
Oh, you know what? I can hear you right now. Just keep your voice way up. Go ahead, okay. Please. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is David Munoz. I have a PhD in mechanical engineering and a career as a professor of engineering at Colorado School of Mines. I currently reside in Taos, New Mexico, and I serve as treasurer for the Acequia de los Lovatos, and Acequia, one of the oldest acequias here in the Taos Valley, also on the board of Renewable Taos. PFAS, which resembles a hydrocarbon, except that fluorine atoms instead of hydrogen atoms are attached to the carbon atoms, do not occur in nature. Therefore, no known biological organisms have yet been developed that have the ability to break down these chemicals into individual elements. As citizens of the United States, we are now in a tough situation. We've been using PFAS for several decades, unaware of the potential dangers to the human body. Now we learn that the US EPA has classified it as a carcinogen. We have recently learned that the oil and gas industry has also been using these chemicals, in addition to our precious water, for the production of oil and gas. This same industry is now suggesting that we clean up the produced water and use it for growing food. This is yet another cost to the public is being asked to bear to maintain a lower price of fuel at the gas pump. We are already forced to breathe the air laden with exhaust emissions from the production and burning of these fossil fuels. As I understand it, removing PFAS from wastewater stream will likely involve filtering with activated carbon or some kind of soils. However, these PFAS-laden filters will then have to be disposed. Here in the US, it is apparently legal to dispose of these filters and other O&G waste in public landfills. I hope this isn't the case. However, in doing so, we only managed to relocate the toxins and distribute them throughout the state, making the problem more widespread and available to inoculate other valuable aquifers. Another proposed technique is to incinerate the PFAS material. However, the process of heating merely breaks down these long chain molecules into shorter chains that maintain their dangerous nature. This is due to the fact that the carbon-fluorine bond is the strongest known in organic chemistry. If we try to dispose of it in this way, it ends up in the air. And the truth is, we do not currently have ways to destroy these chemicals, thus the adjective forever. In 1998, I lost my 9-year-old daughter to a rare bone tumor of the cervical spine called atypical chordoma. We tried every potential remedy, resection, chemotherapy, radiation, but 9 months after discovering the disease in her, we said goodbye for the last time. This cancer, I had read in medical journals at the time, was supposedly very rare, 1 in 80 million odds by some estimates. But later I became aware of several cases in Denver alone, a metro population of about 1 million at the time. We may never be certain about what the causes are of the cancers and respiratory illnesses that are killing us and our children, but that's the sinister nature of this business. The oil and gas industry is responsible for the disposition of this waste stream. The waste stream should not leave the areas of its production. It comes with an additional cost that should show up at the pump instead of being inequitably subsidized by the state or the lives of our children.
Will you wrap up, please? Yes.
That's all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Munoz.
Thank you.
We have Wendy Volkman.
Hi, I'm hoping you can hear me.
Oh, very clearly. Would you spell your last name, please?
Wendy Volkman, V like Victory, Olkmann.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do. And I want to say,
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. I want to say I have a very unstable internet connection, so I can't have the video on. And if I'm cut off, I'll just put up front that I'm here to ask you to support the rule change and to make mandatory the disclosure of chemicals used in hydraulic fracturing. So here are my comments. I'm not here to testify as an just a regular Mexican.
Ms. Volkman, we can't hear you. I think we may have lost you.
Michelle Lujan Grisham released a water plan during her gubernatorial campaign in 2018, and it promised that as governor, she'd want to require mandatory disclosure of what chemicals are used in hydraulic fracturing to better protect groundwater. I think it's time for us to live up to that promise. As you well know, the chemicals are known as forever chemicals because our bodies can't break them down, can't expel them once they're ingested, and because they persist in the environment, including in water, which the human body needs daily just to live. Water truly is life. It grows the food we eat, keeps us clean. And water's my personal trade secret for health. My trade secret is stay well hydrated at all times and avoid all kinds of health problems. Meantime, corporate trade secrets are harming us, sometimes even killing us. I ask you to think of the children who will grow up drinking this water. What will it mean for their health? Not to mention health of livestock and crops and everything that depends on clean water and that we in turn depend on. We know these chemicals are dangerous to all living organisms. We know chemical disclosure requirements passed in California and Colorado. They haven't slowed drilling. We know New Mexicans deserve at least the same protections. So I'm asking you to support the rule change and make mandatory the disclosure of chemicals used in hydraulic fracturing. And I really appreciate your taking my comments today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Volkman. Next, we have Beth Ensign. If you would spell your last name, please, and you're muted right now.
Hi.
Hello.
My last name is Enson, E-N-S-O-N.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer and Commissioners, for hearing my testimony today. Citizens United accelerated the fracture of our democracy, especially here in New Mexico, one of the foremost fossil fuel producing states. The voices of the fossil fuel corporations appear to carry a lot more weight than the voices of us, the citizen opposition, and of simple common sense. I hope you will prove me wrong with your yes vote on the PFAS prohibition rule. Despite the election of Trump, there are still values more important than money and corporate profit. Long, healthy life supported by pristine water and land count as the basis of community well-being in New Mexico and on the planet. Why are fossil fuel and chemical corporations allowed to permanently contaminate our irreplaceable groundwaters with literally thousands of unidentified chemicals, many proven and or suspected of being highly toxic and carcinogenic? Food corporations aren't allowed to include unlisted toxic chemicals in their products. PFAS are finding their way into our bodies as easily as food does. The fossil fuel corporations doing business in our state should pay the state for the cost of monitoring each well for the chemicals used there. The CDC states that 97% of Americans have PFAS in our bodies. Rates of cancer and other diseases have skyrocketed since these chemicals came into use in the 1960s. Spills and waste from fracking have already poisoned some of our state's groundwaters, and members of communities there who use it are poisoned as well. Are you, our lawmakers, so blinded by the promise of tax revenues that you would sell our health to fill your coffers? Are you so certain that climate change is a myth that you are willing to risk the lives and futures of all of our children and grandchildren for the sake of short-term gain? Is our entire state a sacrifice zone? Our governor promised in 2018 to require these corporations to disclose the chemicals they use in the extraction process. Clearly, the New Mexico OGA has bought her off. We are counting on you. Please use the precautionary principle and act to protect us. Remember who elects you, not who donates to your campaigns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ensign. Next, we have Eileen O'Shaughnessy. Ms. O'Shaughnessy, would you spell your last name, please?
O'_SHAUGHNESSY.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Eileen O'Shaughnessy, and I'm a college instructor, a PhD candidate, and I'm also the co-founder of the Albuquerque-based grassroots collective Demand Nuclear Abolition. And I'm speaking today in full support of the Wild Earth Guardian's proposed rule to prohibit the use of PFAS, as well as any additional undisclosed chemicals in oil and gas drilling in New Mexico. I noticed that, we're all required to take an oath to tell the full truth, those of us that are giving public comment. So it seems only fair to require oil and gas companies to also tell the full and complete truth about what chemicals are in their drilling fluid, proprietary or not. especially considering that many of those chemicals carry serious health consequences for New Mexico residents. So I teach courses about social and environmental justice, and one of the core concepts that I discuss with my students is the precautionary principle, which essentially states that if a product, an action, or a policy has a suspected risk of causing harm to the public or to the environment, protective actions should be supported before there is complete scientific proof of a risk. So essentially, first, do no harm. The Wild Earth Guardian's proposed rule is one way to enact this common sense approach. The last thing I'll say is I just want to offer a historical perspective here in terms of thinking about ways that New Mexico has been overburdened by other forms of environmental harm and injustice. So we can see that if we look at the devastating history of uranium mining during the Cold War in New Mexico, and it's really basically a cautionary tale in terms of what happens when extractive industries are not held accountable to public health and environmental regulations. Uranium companies knew full well the health risks to miners and to surrounding communities, and yet they allowed Pueblo and Dene miners to be overexposed to radon and other radioactive decay products, which have a direct connection to lung cancer and many other life-threatening diseases. And as a result, there are currently hundreds of abandoned uranium mines that continue to haunt the landscape of New Mexico and poison communities. Those private uranium companies have largely avoided any accountability for the long-lasting harm that they caused. So in conclusion, commissioners, by supporting this proposed rule, you have an opportunity to avoid repeating history or to at least prevent more generational harm from happening here in New Mexico. And we all know that that's what we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Shaughnessy. Next, we have Chris Peskuski. Would you spell the last name, please?
Peskuski.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the commission. Thank you for your time. My name is Chris Peskuski. I'm a decorated combat veteran, and I've previously spent over a decade as a hydrologic technician with the New Mexico Water Science Center, where my work included PFAS data collection projects at Cannon Air Force Base. But today I'm here as a father committed to ensuring a safe, healthy environment for my son and future generations. PFAS contamination is a clear threat, and I support the recommendations outlined by the Wild Earth Guardians to protect New Mexicans. First and foremost, New Mexico must follow the lead of other states like Colorado by enacting a ban on PFAS chemicals in oil and gas operations. These substances used in fracking persist in our environment indefinitely, contaminating our groundwater and accumulating in our bodies, where they are linked to cancer, reproductive harm, and immune dysfunction. Second, transparency is essential. We need to require full disclosure of all chemicals used by the oil and gas industry, closing loopholes that allow these hazardous substances to remain hidden under trade secrets. This ensures that communities know exactly what chemicals are being used near their homes and water sources. Finally, we must enhance our monitoring and regulation of PFAS in New Mexico to prevent further contamination. Protecting our state's water and environment cannot take a backseat to short-term gains. The most valuable gift I can give my son is a future where he too can raise his children in a healthy New Mexico. I urge the committee to take decisive action, prioritizing long-term safety and health over temporary benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peskuski. Is there anyone else on the platform who would like to offer public comment at this time? We will have at least one more opportunity to comment, 8:30 tomorrow morning, and there will be a Spanish language interpreter available at that time. You can also submit written comment of any length to Sheila Apodaca. I see a gentleman who has turned on his camera. Sir? Oh, Lara Silva? Would you like to offer comment?
Yes,
It's very hard to hear you. Can you increase your volume?
Yo me llamo Lauro Silva.
Can you make it even a little louder so we can hear you?
Yo me llamo Lauro Silva.
Yes. If you'd like, can you join us tomorrow morning if you'd like to offer your comment in Spanish?
Well, I think it's going to be very difficult for me to do it in Spanish tomorrow morning, and I was going to take this opportunity, but I can do it in English if you want. It would be good if we had Spanish interpretation all the way through. Nonetheless, my name is Lauro Silva. I live in the South Valley of Albuquerque, and I wish you a wonderful evening. And the commission, I thank you for listening to us. I think that we're facing a very difficult dilemma with the PFAS that are contaminating a lot of our drinking water, a lot of our irrigation water, particularly the acequias that are not monitored for contamination. PFAS AS with over 9,000 different constituents. I have been a degree in biology and chemistry. I've been to medical school, although I'm not a medical doctor. I am an attorney, and I've been an attorney for 32 years. I'm now retired, but I also have been the principal investigator for the South Valley Partners for Environmental Justice. The dangers that we face with the PFAS, not only in oil, drilling and fracking, a lot of farmers in southeastern New Mexico have been selling their water rights, artesian wells, to the oil companies, and it's endangering a highly agricultural based valley in the Pecos Valley. But I'm very concerned about my children, my grandchildren, and my great-grandchildren that are drinking contaminated water and irrigating their gardens with contaminants. All of these contaminants that we face today are a very great dilemma for our future generations, and we need to have some really tight regulations to make sure that we're protecting the health and environment and health, especially the health disparities that are already ongoing for different kinds of pollutants in the air, not only the water, but this is very, very important. The acequias, especially over 800 acequias in New Mexico that depend on acequia clean water that is not being monitored for their growing their crops, their crops for their communities, for their families, and other larger agricultural products. And I respectfully request that you consider passing some really good legislation and advocating for legislation that is going to bring a lot of this investigation of all of these constituents in our water to make it public and to protect the environmental health and the public health in this state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Silva. Is there anyone else on the platform who would like to offer non-technical public comment in this session? Our next session is at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you very much for raising your hand, ma'am. I'm turning now from the platform to the room. If you would come up to the microphone at that stand, please. And if you would state and spell your name first.
Stephanie Camfield, StephanieCamfield.
Thank you very much. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
SJ, Stephanie Camfield, Chihoja Skadosa Shtongo. I'm Stephanie Camfield. I'm a Muskogee woman. I'm native to this continent. I live in New Mexico. I work as a clinical social worker in tribal and rural communities. I want to express gratitude to the Tewa people who came here before us and who love this land and care for this land and still love this land and care for this land. anybody wants to join me in one conscious breath so that we can clear our minds, open our hearts, speak and hear truth today. Thank you. I'm not an expert in PFAS, and I hope that everybody here that is holding our future in your hands, that you have listened with your heart to what the experts have said, and that you listened with your heart to what people are saying about how these chemicals are affecting them. Yeah, I'm just a being who's grateful for clean, healthy water. Water is sacred. Every one of us is mostly water. And if these chemicals are in our water, they're going to be in us. And I don't know any other way than to ban them. We can't live with them. Humans, sometimes we have a tendency to create problems for ourselves, and we don't realize it at the time. And it looks like this is a big problem. And so the only way is to just ban it. And yeah, there needs to be full disclosure, but there better not be any PFAS chemicals being used. It's ridiculous. We can't be healthy. Why bother with any of this? Y'all are in a position to make decisions that will affect all of us, all beings. And I speak for the ones who crawl and the ones that fly and the stones and the trees. We all deserve clean water. It's basic. I ask you to listen deeply to the most wise and loving part of you, okay, when you make this decision. Yeah, water is sacred, Maro.
Thank you, Ms. Camfield. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to offer public comment at this time? No? Okay, we have come then to the end of the public comment period for today. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 8:30, begin with public comment, and then move back to the technical case. And at this point, we have every expectation, I think, of finishing the evidentiary record tomorrow. So thank you all very much.